Invincibility begins with contemplating the sun. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 126: The God Has Three Bodies. Does the current situation leave you no choice but to be unrealistic? A rhetorical question rendered Wang Xuanji, who had intended to fight to the bitter end, speechless. He truly had no other option now. But aren't you afraid I'll fight to the death? Even if my physical body perishes, though my true self will suffer a great backlash, I still have a chance to rise again. Are you sure you want to forge such a life or death enmity with me? Wang Xuanji said grimly. He wanted to use the Wang family to intimidate this mysterious person, but upon careful consideration, he realized that doing so would only make him appear weak and expose his true strength, not a wise move. Li Heng raised an eyebrow and nodded. What you say is certainly true. To make an enemy of an ancient expert, especially one from a powerful family, for such a trivial matter is indeed unwise. But money can't buy my willingness. He spoke softly, his words radiating a subtle killing intent. Ma Suxun, standing beside him, felt Li Heng's killing intent and was somewhat terrified. She was secretly shocked, what a bloodthirsty person he was. But what exactly was the origin of this mysterious person? Does he really dare to make an enemy of a powerful family? This is the Wang family, a clan with a history dating back to before the Great Li dynasty, a 1,000-year-old clan. Wang Xuanji sneered. Are you kidding me? Good, tough, I admire this kind of toughness. Li Heng laughed. He clenched his fist, and with a flash of light, the cage binding Wang Xuanji slowly tightened, pressing down on him. Wang Xuanji's heart sank, still wanting to resist. He unleashed the full power of his Dharma body, casting the golden light spell, trying to stop the cage from closing in. Unfortunately, his golden light spell was like an eggshell. With a gentle press, the golden light spell cracked, eventually shattering into large and small fragments that flew through the air and gradually dissipated. Ma Suxun was secretly shocked. This mysterious person really dared to kill? If it were her, with her status in the Ma family, she would have to think twice before Wang Xuanji fell into her hands. Wait. Finally, at the critical moment, Wang Xuanji couldn't hold on any longer and hurriedly called for a stop. He was still skilled in the art of exchanging benefits and compromising, but he hadn't expected to encounter such a hothead who wouldn't even discuss other conditions and was directly trying to strangle him. Li Heng smiled faintly, stopping the cage from closing. Then do you agree? Wang Xuanji froze, then spoke in a deep voice. The fortune has already entered my true body. Forcibly pulling it away will only make my true body suffer the same fate as that unlucky kid before. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Heng raised an eyebrow, intending to have the cage close again. Seeing Li Heng's movement, Wang Xuanji quickly spoke up. Don't be in such a hurry. Although fortune is extremely precious, I come from the Wang family and can offer something of equal value. You can state your demands, and I will try my best to meet them. He spoke rapidly, as if afraid that if he hesitated even for a second, he would be strangled by the cage. Li Heng frowned, deep in thought. Other conditions? I've got it. I've heard your Wang family's divine body technique is extremely profound. Then hand over this divine body technique. Oh, and by the way, hand over most of the divine power origin of this body as well. Then I can let you go back. Hearing this, both Wang Xuanji and Ma Suxun were dumbfounded. The divine body technique was one thing, but to demand even the divine power origin? What a huge appetite. However, unexpectedly, Wang Xuanji agreed very readily. Alright, I agree to all of this, but you must keep your promise. If you take the things and don't let me go back, don't blame me for reporting this to the Wang family. You know the consequences. He said in a deep voice, warning Li Heng, while secretly chuckling to himself. The Wang family's divine body technique required the Wang family bloodline to unleash its true power, so they weren't afraid of others knowing. However, he wouldn't reveal this matter. If this mysterious person knew about it, he probably wouldn't agree. It was precisely this large portion of divine power that truly pained him. He wondered what this mysterious person wanted this mysterious power for. Could he be cultivating the divine path? But he didn't seem like it. This reminded him of the incident with the female demon. That female demon had also taken a lot of his divine power, and now he was being drained of his blood again. He lamented inwardly, thinking that Bean County was truly a strange place. He must have been out of his mind to choose this place. Li Heng remained calm, a cold smile playing on his lips. Wang Zuanji's quick agreement meant that this divine path Dharma body method must have some limitations, such as requiring sufficient talent, bloodline, or cultivation level. But he possessed visualization abilities and a data panel. There were no limitations, he could quickly master it. This divine path Dharma body method was indeed somewhat mysterious. When gathered, it became spirit; when dispersed, it became ki. If it weren't for the remaining earth Dharma body power filling the surrounding gaps, Wang Zuanji might have truly escaped. Although he didn't need the divine body method or the source of divine power on his side, his divine avatar did. Strengthening the divine avatar would also benefit subsequent visualization, making it entirely advantageous. Ma Suxun, standing beside him, frowned deeply. She had been rebellious since childhood, had a strained relationship with her family, and rarely interacted with other aristocratic families. However, she had heard of the Wang family's renowned divine body. Would that old fox, Wang Zuanji, hand it over so easily? This mysterious person, suspected to be Ling Yun's old friend, had probably been deceived. She immediately sent a telepathic message to Li Heng, informing him of her guess. Li Heng, hearing Ma Suxun's reminder, was surprised by her kindness. Even towards outsiders, she lacked the arrogance of an aristocratic family. No wonder the old man had taken a liking to Aunt Zhuan. He replied telepathically, telling her not to worry, that he had already made preparations. Ma Suxun was taken aback by this reply, somewhat puzzled. Could someone really be prepared for something like this? Were Ling Yun's friends all too powerful? With so many powerful friends, how come he hasn't advanced to the innate realm yet? Ling Yun is indeed too lazy. She'll have to urge him on when she gets back. She couldn't help but hum inwardly, deciding to be stricter. All right, I agree. Li Heng spoke calmly, his quick and decisive agreement delighting Wang Zuanji, but also causing some doubt. There was a reason for his quick agreement. But why did this mysterious person agree so quickly? Was he too young and unaware of the details of negotiation, or was there a hidden agenda? He became vigilant, enhancing his body with various protective measures to avoid being ambushed. After doing this, he condensed a large portion of his divine power into a ball of light, and simultaneously converted his information about the divine body technique into a memory ball of light. Li Heng absorbed these two balls of light and immediately assessed them. Divine Power Origin Ball contains a massive amount of divine power, which can be absorbed by incense offering deities and divine cultivators to strengthen their power, solidify their foundation, and even refine divinity. The method of the divine body: humans have one body, gods have three bodies: the Dharma body, the reward body, and the transformation body. The Dharma body is without leakage or action, without birth or death, pure and free, forever at its peak. This method is the method of condensing the Dharma body of the Wang family, a family of divine cultivators. It has the characteristics of gathering and dispersing at will. When gathered, it becomes a god, and when dispersed, it becomes ki, with countless transformations. Restriction: this method requires the bloodline of the Wang family to cultivate. He nodded. Both of these things were fine. He had long anticipated the so-called bloodline restriction. It seemed that Wang Zuanji also had confidence in this bloodline restriction, and had not added any incorrect information to the Dharma body method, lest it cause him to go mad. Don't worry, I didn't add anything to it. Wang Zuanji said with a cold laugh when he saw Li Heng remain silent for a long time. Other forces had also coveted their Wang family's divine body method, and it had been leaked several times over the long years. But in the end, didn't no one actually use it? This mysterious person definitely didn't come from any powerful force, otherwise, they should know this basic common sense. You really didn't add anything? Li Heng nodded. Then I'll keep my promise and let you go back. With a wave of his hand, the cage formed by the power of the Earth Dharma instantly disintegrated. Wang Zuanji's eyes lit up. Ignoring the weakness caused by the loss of his divine power, he directly dispersed his body, transforming into the energy of heaven and earth to escape into the distance, preventing Li Heng from changing his mind. However, he didn't realize that as the cage shattered, A tiny wisp of Earth Dharma power had already seeped into his body and lay dormant. Even now, as he transformed into the energy of heaven and earth to escape, he couldn't escape it. This wasn't because his divine body's characteristics were weak, nor because he hadn't been on guard, it was simply because he was now too weak due to the loss of his original power. Li Heng's manipulation was completely undetectable. The difference in raw strength couldn't be bridged. Luck or secret techniques? Li Heng sneered inwardly. Only children make choices. Would this allow him to have it all? Although he wasn't strong enough to defeat Wang Xuanji himself, that was only his current strength. He still had many trump cards and methods to enhance his power that he hadn't used yet. Ma Suxun's heart sank slightly. Was he really going to let Wang Xuanji leave? Was he sure he wouldn't drain him dry? She couldn't help but shake her head, feeling that this mysterious man was still lacking in consideration. Although making a life or death enmity was unwise, he still had to squeeze him dry. But the next moment, Li Heng's words stunned her. I've already placed a method inside him, which can be used to track him down and find the real Wang Xuanji. Are you interested? Ma Suxun was silent at first, then her expression turned strange and ashamed. It seemed she had underestimated him. This mysterious man's methods were even more ruthless than she had imagined. Taking advantage of Wang Xuanji's weakness, he would strike at the heart of the matter and find the real Wang Xuanji? This wasn't just about draining him dry. It was about annihilation. Who exactly are you? After a moment of silence, she asked this question again. Or rather, she wanted to confirm it a second time. Only in this way could she be convinced to agree to Li Heng's words, this mysterious man, and follow him to cause trouble for Wang Xuanji himself. I've already said, I'm Meng Lingai's old friend. Li Heng smiled slightly, and chased after Wang Xuanji in the direction he had fled. Old friend? Ma Suxun repeatedly pondered these three words. She felt that after this matter, she needed to confront Meng Lingai and see how much he was hiding from her. She then followed after him. Chapter 127 Three Flowers Record Advancement. In Bijin, that hidden place filled with yin energy, the massive figure of the host floated amidst the yin energy. Suddenly, he opened his eyes again, revealing a look of shock. The clone he had sent out had actually been killed. Could that living dead really be so capable? He had implanted a seed of power into it beforehand. If it were to fully erupt, although it wouldn't allow a lesser innate to advance to a stronger innate, it wouldn't be far off. Yet, it was still brutally annihilated. Not even its memories returned? It seemed that his true self really had to make a trip. However, that guy surnamed Bai kept looking for him. If his true self rashly went out, he might run into him. Then, another pointless fight would ensue. The host felt a headache coming on. He, a dignified stronger innate, even qualified to glimpse the great innate, was actually troubled by something that happened in the small Be'en county? Did he really have to report it to the organization? At this moment, Wang Xuanji's Dharma body transformed into the energy of heaven and earth and fled. He remained extremely cautious, not returning directly to his true form, but instead circling around, even stopping at a mountain peak rich in spiritual energy to absorb its healing power. Li Heng, following behind, was clearly very patient, waiting quietly. Seeing no movement, Wang Xuanji's avatar, now stopped, felt a pang of doubt. Had he been overthinking things? But for the safety of his true form, he still had to try. With a thought, he manipulated the surrounding dense spiritual energy, using a secret Wang family technique to simulate an innate aura, hoping to deceive any pursuers, whose existence was uncertain, into believing his true form was there. Ma Suxun had caught up and stood beside Li Heng. Sensing the erupting innate aura, she was startled. Was Wang Xuanji's true form healing here? Was this too hasty? She pondered, hesitant. However, Li Heng remained unmoved, standing quietly beside her. Ma Suxun couldn't help but be curious. I sense an innate aura, it's Wang Xuanzhen's true form. But judging from your expression, it seems there's a trap? Li Heng nodded, speaking calmly. This Wang Xuanji is very clever. He's currently using a secret technique to simulate his true form's aura, trying to trick us into revealing ourselves. Little does he know that my methods are beyond his imagination. So what if Wang Xuanji is cautious and on guard? The wisp of earth manifestation power that had entered Wang Xuanji's body to track him had been monitoring him. His every move was being observed by Li Heng. He was nothing to worry about. Ma Suxun was surprised and looked at him with newfound respect. Even if Wang Xuanji was in dire straits, He was still a member of the Wang family, and an elder at that. He must possess some secret techniques to detect whether someone had planted a hidden hand within him. Yet, judging from the mysterious man's tone, he wasn't worried about such a possibility at all. On the mountain peak, primordial energy swirled. As Wang Xuanji recovered from his internal depletion and injuries, he couldn't help but frown. He had simulated his true form's aura without any reaction? Was he really overthinking things? He pondered silently, deciding to examine himself. He had already been on guard, establishing various defenses within his body. However, he hadn't noticed anything unusual. But the more this was the case, the more a simple sense of absurdity arose in his heart. He had never fought such an easy battle in his life. Borrowing the surrounding, heaven and earth energy, he unleashed the Wang family's divine secret technique. The instantly surged and billowed, flying towards Wang Xuanji, even creating a vacuum around him. His fingers flashed with golden light, using the as ink to write an edict in the void. In the name of my Wang family's 17th ancestor, the Heavenly Observer General. Consuming all his, he condensed a talisman, and with a low shout, Wang Xuanji immediately unleashed a burst of golden light, imbued with divine power, and directly affixed the talisman to his forehead. A vast, powerful Heavenly Observer divine power surged forth, coursing through his entire body. Li Heng sensed this movement, smiled slightly, and remained unconvinced. Like the great Sun Dharma image, the Earth Dharma image's power was also extremely high in essence. How could divine power of your level be perceived? Sure enough, Wang Xuanji didn't detect anything amiss. At most, he knew that his physical body had lost most of its divine power and was too weak. If he didn't return to his original body soon, it might face the danger of shattering and dissipating. He closed his eyes in thought, then smiled and shook his head. It seemed he had been overthinking things. Even the heavenly observation talisman couldn't see anything unusual. How could that be? He wasn't facing a great innate realm expert. Without wasting any time, Wang Xuanji left the mountain peak. He continued to transform into the key of heaven and earth and returned to his original body. Li Heng wasn't surprised and continued to follow. Ma Suxun was somewhat surprised, realizing that this was undoubtedly Wang Xuanji's test. But now it seemed he hadn't noticed anything wrong. Even the Wang family's methods hadn't detected anything wrong. This mysterious person was truly too mysterious. She was somewhat cautious, even relieved that he seemed to be Ling Yun's friend, not an enemy. Otherwise, she would have been completely outmaneuvered without even realizing it. The two flew further and further away, even reaching the border of Bian County, stopping only near the neighboring Biguo County. This made Ma Suxun sigh. Wang Xuanji really could run fast. Deep in the mountains, Wang Xuanji's true form sensed the return of his avatar and was somewhat puzzled. Why did his avatar return so quickly, and why was its aura so weak? As soon as the avatar returned and merged with his memories, Wang Xuanji's face instantly darkened. His aura surged, instantly snapping the surrounding dense forest in half, like harvesting wheat, stalks collapsing one by one. Ma Suxun and that so-called mysterious person had gone too far. It was bad enough that his avatar hadn't gathered any information and had leaked the Wang family's divine avatar technique, but to lose so much divine power was unacceptable. This was something he had painstakingly accumulated. While he felt a surge of resentment, he also knew that with such a loss of power, things were beyond saving. He had to return to his family as soon as possible to perform another resurrection ritual and rebuild his strength. Otherwise, his future was ruined. With his talent, he couldn't possibly reach the great innate realm, let alone advance beyond it. He would settle accounts with those two later. He wasn't inflexible, he couldn't rely on the Yi family. Staying in Bian County now would likely be life-threatening, so it was better to return to the family and admit defeat. As for the family's mission, the opening of that damn node, and the reinforcement of that female demon seal, let whoever wants them do it, he didn't care. Having made his decision, he planned to leave immediately. It seems this is where Wang Xuanji is. Do you have any ideas? Seeing large swathes of forest being cut in half by innate energy, Ma Suxun said thoughtfully. Older generations like Wang Xuanji were usually difficult to calculate and track. Unexpectedly, they had chased him here, and Wang Xuanji was completely unaware? How to put it, there was a strange or even dreamlike feeling. Was all of this too easy? Or rather, Ma Suxun couldn't help but glance at Li Heng out of the corner of her eye. Was this mysterious person's method truly unbelievable? She thought to herself. No ideas, let's fight. He's leaving, Li Heng said calmly. He hadn't planned to use any ambush this time. Given Wang Zuanji's decisive nature, disregarding even face, it would be strange if he didn't flee upon learning of the significant damage to his Dharma body, thus preventing him from setting up an ambush. As soon as Wang Zuanji flew out of the deep mountains, he saw Li Heng and Ma Suxun. He was shocked, but had no time to hesitate. His movements faltered for a moment before he quickly reacted, using the Wang family's secret technique to escape through the air. You think you can get away with all the time I spend? Li Heng smiled faintly, summoning his Earth Dharma body to suppress the surrounding void, directly slowing Wang Zuanji's flight and allowing Ma Suxun to intercept him. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Wang Zuanji's face hardened. What exactly do you want? Didn't you say you'd spare my life? And yet you've tracked me all the way here, plotting against me? Not at all. I only intend to spare your Dharma body, not your true self. Li Heng smiled faintly. Wang Zuanji wanted to stall for time with empty words, which suited him well. What a shameless and treacherous villain. Wang Zuanji roared in fury. Who's more treacherous than your aristocratic family? Now, as long as you obediently hand over your fortune, I won't make things difficult for you and will let you go, Li Heng laughed. Wang Zuanji chuckled coldly. They were trying to fool a 3-year-old. Giving up one's fortune and falling into coma in this situation was no different from death. Don't waste your breath, delay will only make things worse. Ma Suxun's expression turned cold, and she attacked Wang Zuanji directly. Fine, let me see what you're really made of. I am a genuine innate realm cultivator. You've probably never seen an innate realm cultivator's last stand. Wang Zuanji went all out, unleashing a terrifying aura, ignoring his injuries, trying to fight his way out. Li Heng was somewhat impressed. Aunt Zhuan was indeed quick-witted. He had originally wanted to stall for time until he advanced in the Three Flowers record. Now that he had advanced to the true key realm, his internal energy and blood had surged, making him qualified to advance the Three Flowers record from the entry-level stage to the true key realm stage. At that time, his combat power would experience another surge. This was one of the reasons he dared to cause trouble for Wang Zuanji's true form. However, advancing in battle wasn't impossible. With that thought, Li Heng launched his attack. Wang Zuanji was initially in despair because he was injured, while Ma Suxun was a Xiantian, innate realm, cultivator, and the mysterious person who could easily crush his Dharma body must also be an extremely powerful Xiantian. Under the combined attack of two Xiantian, he would have a hard time surviving. However, when he clashed with Li Heng, he was surprised to find that this level of power was far from being a Xiantian, at most a weak Xiantian level, which could easily crush him even with his injuries. You're not a Xiantian, yet you dare to cause trouble for me? You're courting death. Wang Zuanji laughed wildly, overjoyed, feeling that this was a chance for survival given to him by the heavens. He attacked even more recklessly, wanting to kill Li Heng in a few moves and then escape unscathed. Li Heng remained indifferent. Just because you're not a Xiantian doesn't mean I can kill you? His internal energy plummeted, and the Three Flowers record instantly advanced to the true key realm. The embryonic form of the Three Flowers of essence, energy, and spirit completely condensed within his body, and the flower blossomed to the first grade. His blood and energy surged back, and his strength also increased dramatically once again. Chapter 128 Plundering Luck. The Three Flowers record method is quite orthodox, involving essence, ki, and spirit. Li Heng condensed the rudimentary form of the three flowers, and the first flower bloomed. Although there were no apparent changes on the surface, his blood, ki, and spirit all surged dramatically. The comprehensive improvements surprised Li Heng greatly. Now, his strength has surged again, and the Three Flowers transformation has directly propelled him from the exploding Ki realm to the Gang Ki realm. His internal Ki is fierce and unparalleled, and the so-called Three Zhang Ki wall is easily formed. Feeling the immense power within him, Li Heng narrowed his eyes. Although he has not yet entered the innate realm, his control over the primordial energy of heaven and earth is not as good as that of a true innate grandmaster. In terms of tempering his extraordinary body, he is probably also somewhat inferior. However, if you were to fully unleash the power within him now, killing Wang Zuanji would be a piece of cake. Immediately, he threw a punch and continued to bombard Wang Zuanji. Wang Zuanji was quite disdainful upon seeing this, sneering inwardly. He was an innate realm cultivator. Why would he be afraid of someone who is not even an innate realm cultivator? Faced with his attack, not only did he not flee, But he didn't even bother to temporarily avoid the brunt of the attack, wanting to clash head-on. This wasn't just disrespecting him, it was disrespecting a primordial being. You actually want to die? Then I'll grant your wish. In a flash, his thoughts raced, and while defending against Ma Suxun's attacks, he disregarded his injuries and unleashed his most powerful attack, his divine power surging, aiming to kill Li Heng in one strike. Boom! The two clashed, causing the surrounding mountains and forests to echo with a rolling roar. Invisible waves of power rippled outwards from the center of the collision, sweeping through the surrounding forests and leaving them in ruins. Wild beasts in the forests scattered in all directions, trying to escape this dangerous place. But how vast was the battle between primordial beings? Under the surging energy, even the aftershocks could kill them. Terrifying shockwaves rose, sweeping everything away, and the large beasts were directly overturned to the ground. As for the smaller ones, such as venomous snakes, they were smashed by trees that snapped in half, unable to move, their flesh mangled. Wang Zuanji's expression changed drastically. He sensed that his attack and immense divine power had encountered an extremely pure and terrifying force, causing him to retreat step by step, utterly routed, and even threatening to backfire on him. Greatly alarmed, he hurriedly tried to extricate himself. But it was all too late. That supreme punch struck his body squarely, creating a clearly visible dent in his extraordinary innate physique, which then spread throughout his entire body, ravaging his internal organs and limbs. Bang! Wang Zuanji could no longer withstand the impact. Under the terrifying force, he was sent flying backward, crashing into a barren hillside, raising clouds of dust, lifeless. Ma Suxun gasped at the sight. To punch Wang Zuanji like that was like an adult beating a child. Although this was because Wang Zuanji was injured beforehand and not at his peak, it was still terrifying. Hold on tight, this guy's trying to escape. Li Heng said calmly, then his figure flashed, disappearing into the billowing dust, and he threw another punch. An innate being is ultimately an extraordinary body, not ordinary flesh and blood. So even though his punch was enhanced with the power of the Earth Dharma image, the primordial energy of heaven and earth, and the essence, energy, and spirit of the three flowers record, he couldn't kill him in one punch. It would take at least 3 punches, right? Li Heng estimated. Trying to escape? Ma Suxun was slightly taken aback, then immediately gave chase. Since such a life or death enmity had been formed, he had to kill him immediately to prevent any future accidents. Why are you forcing me like this? Wang Zuanji roared. He had originally wanted to take this opportunity to escape, but Li Heng didn't give him a chance at all. One punch had already caused him internal injuries, and now he was throwing another? If this punch landed, he'd probably be half dead. However, facing Li Heng's punch, he sadly discovered that his injured body couldn't dodge it at all. The speed was too fast, and he could only take it head-on. He gritted his teeth, his body radiating golden light, pinning his hopes on the Taoist divine incantation, the golden light incantation. Crack! The golden light incantation had never escaped its fate of being shattered. The moment the fist arrived, the golden light incantation rippled, and upon contact, it shattered like glass, striking Wang Zuanji's innate body solidly. He was sent flying again. The terrifying power surged into his body once more, like a passing tornado, destroying everything within him. His internal organs were shattered, leaving him barely clinging to life with only his extraordinary physique. He was already half dead. Li Heng showed no emotion, chasing after him and immediately throwing a third punch. That last punch already left you half dead. This next one will send you to meet the King of Hell immediately. The third punch had barely been thrown. A profound sense of terror, akin to being on the brink of death, surged within Wang Zuanji. His vision blurred, a replay of his life flashing before his eyes, a glimpse of his past, of his youthful glory. What a load of rubbish. I refuse to accept this, he roared inwardly, burning the Wang family bloodline within him. At this cost, he unleashed a terrifying divine power that spread throughout the surrounding mountains and fields, commanding himself to become a mountain god. Only in this way could he have a sliver of hope, perhaps even using his position as mountain god to connect with the local ley lines and unleash immense power to directly suppress this damned mysterious figure. Not good. Ma Suxun cried out in alarm. Get out of the way. This is the Wang family's desperate attack. She anxiously transmitted her divine thoughts to Li Heng, but Li Heng remained unmoved. He sensed the eruption of divine power, his heart calm. This was what they called a desperate attack? The next moment, Wang Zuanji was enveloped by immense divine power, condensing into a colossal mountain god avatar, radiant and majestic, connected to the mountains and earth. Damn it! You dare ruin my future. You deserve to die. Wang Zuanji roared, unleashing all his divine power to unleash the might of the mountain god, attempting to suppress Li Heng. His Wang family had always followed the path of using humans to control gods. But now, having burned his own bloodline to become a god, how could he accept this? Li Heng felt an immense force pressing down on him as he threw his punch. This is the power of the mountain god? Is this your desperate attack? Not bad, you tried your best. Unfortunately, it's useless against me. With a thought, the earth avatar trembled again, completely suppressing this so-called mountain god power, leaving it utterly lifeless. Just a mere mountain god, how can he compare to the vast earth? This is the difference in their fundamental rank. How is this possible? Wang Zuanji was shocked. He had burned his bloodline, sacrificing his future to become a mountain god, unleashing a terrifying power that could even suppress him for a moment in his prime. But why was it ineffective against this mysterious man? He was even suppressed by a single force from this mysterious man. He could only control his own mountain god form now. Any other power, once separated from his body, would be instantly suppressed by this mysterious man, utterly useless. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. The next moment, judgment finally arrived. Before Wang Zuanji could escape even a step, Li Heng's fist had already struck him, striking the mountain god form. How tall was the mountain god form? Almost a small giant. But under this seemingly ordinary punch, the so-called mountain god form, like the golden light mantra, shattered instantly upon impact, dissipating into starlight. That punch struck Wang Zuanji solidly once more. With a flick of his wrist, a burst of fist power erupted, and terrifying force once again ravaged Wang Zuanji's shattered body, instantly piercing through it and shattering his form. At this moment, only his divine soul remained. However, the innate realm was not the indestructible Yang realm of pure Yang. Without the protection of his physical body, even the strongest innate divine soul was instantly suppressed and killed by the divine will of the earth. The innate realm expert, Wang Zuanji, had fallen. I said I'd kill you in 3 punches, and I meant it. With everything settled, Li Heng felt a pang of regret. He had expected Wang Zuanji to continue his attack, but instead, he simply ran away. No wonder he was killed in a few punches. He lacked any semblance of strength. Fight to the death, and you might still have a chance to live. At this moment, he also sensed some familiar things added to his body. He decisively pulled up his data panel and saw that his luck had increased from 2 points to 4. Clearly, the extra 2 points were Wang Zuanji's luck. Or perhaps Meng Hao's original luck? Li Heng was somewhat surprised. Was the plundering of fortune really that simple and brutal? Just killing someone was enough? Or was it that his visualization technique had secretly helped him? Ma Suxun finally caught up, her expression complex. She hadn't expected Wang Zuanji to die so easily. A Xiantian who could easily dominate a prefecture, considered a strong figure even in Dali, had died in such a small place. It was far too easy. She looked at Li Heng, who was deep in thought beside her, and knew that the reason it was so easy was because of this mysterious person. Wang Zuanji's many methods were completely ineffective against this mysterious person. It could be said that Wang Zuanji died a miserable death. She couldn't help but sigh at how terrifying this mysterious person's methods were. She probably wouldn't want to face this mysterious person even if it meant death. Li Heng finally snapped out of his thoughts. This matter was crucial. If the plundering of fortune was done secretly through visualization, that would be fine. But if it was the rules of this world, where simple killing could plunder it, then he was a hot commodity, a piece of Tang Sanzang's flesh. However, since there was a Xiantian beside him, he could ask him. He concealed some important information and told Ma Suxun about the matter, hoping to get answers from her. Ma Suxun looked blank and seemed clueless. Li Heng was dumbfounded. You're causing trouble for Wang Zuanji, isn't it to reclaim your fortune? How come you don't know this? He looked at Ma Suxun, puzzled. Surely it wasn't just about causing trouble for Wang Zuanji? What fortune? I don't care. I'm just looking for an excuse to vent my anger for Lingayan. I'm not familiar with that kid named Meng Hao. Why would I deliberately cause trouble for Wang Zuanji? I do have high hopes for that little guy named Li Heng. As Lingayan's old friend, you should know him, right? If you were Lingayan's adopted son, or even his godson, that would be wonderful. Ma Suxun sighed, feeling that Meng Lingai had misjudged people. Hearing Ma Suxun's answer, Li Heng felt helpless. Was that really the case? It seemed old Master Meng had truly struck gold, managing to meet such a good person. He had initially had some doubts. Now it seems, it really was avenging the old man. Oh well, if Ma Suxun, being his ancient, innate being, didn't know, perhaps seizing the key wouldn't have been so simple. Thinking of this, Li Heng's heart calmed down a bit. Besides, with Qi, everything in the world is in his favor. Unless the opponent's Qi overwhelms him, there's no need to worry about Qi hunting. Now that this matter is settled, I should go back. Li Heng bid farewell to Ma Suxun. His blood and Qi were still boiling, clearly having erupted too violently earlier. He needed to go back immediately to suppress it, otherwise it might damage himself and affect his potential. Meanwhile, in a hidden place not in the mortal world, in a vast, resplendent hall filled with various divine statues, resembling a pantheon, in an inconspicuous corner, a dilapidated statue, neither too large nor too small, but overshadowed by the surrounding statues, suddenly cracked and shattered instantly. Huh? Wang Zuanji is actually dead. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129 Techniques, Laws, and Paths. He's dead, so be it. Just a piece of trash. Inside the magnificent hall, a nearby statue suddenly opened its mouth and inhaled, swallowing the fragments of the shattered statue that had fallen to the ground. It's fine as long as these golden fragments aren't wasted. But Wang Zuanji hasn't even regained his soul or memories. He's completely dead, with no chance of resurrection. Another statue nearby replied. Completely dead? Interesting. Send someone to Bian County to investigate. Also, have him resolve the opening of the node and the reinforcement of the seal. The statue continued chewing, unconcerned. In Bian City, Li Heng had returned to his residence. After a period of recuperation, his internal energy finally calmed down, no longer boiling. Even an injured innate being is still an innate being. If he hadn't used all his power except for the Great Sun Dharma form and the Great Sun True Fire, he probably wouldn't have been able to kill Wang Zuanji. He pondered, calculating his gains. During his trip to 100 Beast Ridge, he gained a total of 1,500 points of source power, bringing his total source power reserves to 2,900 points, a windfall indeed. Based on 1,000 points of source power at the innate level, he conservatively estimated he could materialize or upgrade two things to the innate level. 1,000 points were already reserved for the Great Sun Dharma image. Only 1,900 points remained freely available. He pondered which upgrade would be most beneficial. The Earth Dharma image? No, his current visualization progress wasn't high enough. Like the Great Sun Dharma image, hastily upgrading it would only waste potential. That left only the upgrade point function. Currently, the upgrade point function could only upgrade to the true key realm. Spending 1,000 points of source power might be enough to upgrade his cultivation technique to the innate level, greatly aiding his future advancement. He sensed it briefly, and it was indeed as he expected. To upgrade the upgrade point function on the data panel to the innate level, at least 1,000 points were needed. Of course, this was just a minimum. If Li Heng wished and had the source power, he could add even more. He estimated that this was because the innate realm was divided into many levels, and the differences between these levels were quite huge. 1,000 points of source power could only upgrade to the first level of the innate realm. This should be below the great innate realm mentioned by Old Master Meng. He wondered how many levels of the innate realm there were. He withdrew his doubts and calmed his mind. Regardless of how many levels of the innate realm there were, he would reach them one by one. For him, with his visualization divine power, as long as he had enough source power, there would be no bottleneck. For now, he would spend 1,000 points of source power to test the waters. He would keep the remaining 900 points for later use. The strange creatures gathered on 100 Beast Ridge were numerous and stronger than ordinary strange creatures. This meant that there might not be many strange creatures left in Bian City. He burned 1,000 points of source power to enhance the upgrade and point allocation function. Li Heng immediately felt a mysterious change in the upgrade and point allocation module of the data panel, as if it had leaped from the mortal realm to the extraordinary realm. Even the originally very simple data panel interface became much more beautiful and tidy because of this change, and even some rune-like things appeared in the corners. Spending money is like water flowing, earning money is like climbing a mountain. Li Heng sighed. 1,000 points of source energy had just been spent like that. He wouldn't have dared to imagine it before. He hoped this upgrade would be worthwhile and not leave him feeling too cheated. First, he needed to upgrade his fundamental cultivation technique, the Taiyuan scripture. With a thought, he clicked the plus sign next to the Taiyuan scripture, upgrading it to the innate level. His originally incredibly abundant blood and ki, enhanced by the 3 flowers of essence, ki, and spirit, was instantly reduced by more than half upon advancing to the true ki realm. Then, a percentage progress bar appeared next to the Taiyuan scripture. Clearly, it was beginning to deduce subsequent cultivation techniques. Li Heng felt the consumption and was somewhat moved. It seemed the innate realm was indeed very powerful, even with his immense blood and ki, enough to kill a cow with a single drop. More than half of it had been consumed. He was almost exhausted. If the Taiyuan scripture was like this, what about the special cultivation technique, the 3-flower record? He sensed something amiss and a warning bell rang in his heart, urging him not to do it. Clearly, his own blood and energy were insufficient to support the energy expenditure required to upgrade the 3 flowers record. Forcing an upgrade would only lead to exhaustion and sudden death. His expression remained calm. This had happened before, within his expectations. It seemed that to upgrade the 3 flowers record, he needed to find something to strengthen his blood and energy, or break through to the innate realm, or seek a breakthrough in the Great Sun spiritual body, advancing to a level beyond the Great Sun spiritual body. This also concerned the progress of his Great Sun visualization. Currently, the visualization progress had reached 37%. Once he reached a 50% breakthrough threshold, the Great Sun spiritual body could advance accordingly. At the current speed, it wasn't far off. He would put the 3 flowers record aside for now. Li Heng sat cross-legged, circulating the Taiyuan scripture, inhaling and exhaling the primordial energy of heaven and earth. After a long time, he recovered his depleted blood and energy, then turned his gaze to his killing techniques, the martial scripture. The martial scripture had contributed significantly to his ability to kill Wang Zuanji with 3 punches. Without its various killing techniques, how could he accumulate and unleash his power? Things would likely have been much more complicated. Just as he had anticipated, after the martial scripture was upgraded to the innate level, it was estimated that it would evolve into an innate level martial arts divine ability, which would greatly benefit him. It was better to upgrade it as soon as possible. He clicked the plus sign after the martial scripture to upgrade it to the innate level. The ki and blood that had been restored instantly decreased by a large amount, just like the Taiyuan scripture before. At the same time, a percentage progress bar appeared. Obviously it was also being deduced. Li Heng once again felt his own depletion and was somewhat emotional. Other people's extraordinary bodies had more ki and blood than they could use, even overflowing. But for him, ki and blood were still too little, even though he possessed a high-level extraordinary physique like the Great Sun spirit body. He had originally thought that his physique could withstand the consumption of ki and blood. Unexpectedly, it still wasn't enough. However, Li Heng didn't regret it. After all, when he manifested the upgrade and point addition function, the most he had was his own ki and blood, and it was the same now. If he was lacking so much ki and blood, wouldn't he be even more lacking if he had to pay other prices? He couldn't really have to sacrifice his life, could he? That wouldn't do. Once the upgrade couldn't keep up with the consumption, he would be completely doomed. Having improved his fundamental cultivation techniques and methods of combat, Li Heng then turned his attention to the pure Yang soul refining secret technique, pondering whether he should also upgrade it. However, he doubted the effect would be significant. The pure Yang soul refining secret technique was merely a secret technique, recording methods for tempering the soul. It belonged to the technique category, not the method or way. Technique, method, and way are 3 entirely different levels. If technique is considered unorthodox, something relied upon by wandering sorcerers, lacking a systematic approach and difficult to improve one's life force, then method is a systematic approach used to improve life force, cultivated along a specific path. As for way, it involves the origin of heaven and earth, which will not be discussed for now. Unless he could upgrade the technique to the method, turning the pure Yang soul refining secret technique into the pure Yang scripture. However, Li Heng doubted that even 1,000 points of source energy wouldn't be enough for such an upgrade. After all, in the appraisal function, the Pure Yang soul refining secret technique was just a small booklet. If it became the Pure Yang scripture, it would be a large book, likely involving the secrets of the 3,000 Taoist scriptures. He continued sitting cross-legged, restoring his qi and blood. Once fully restored, Li Heng directly upgraded the Pure Yang soul refining secret technique. Since qi and blood could be restored for free, even a small increase was worth trying. His qi and blood dropped significantly again. Like the Taiyuan scripture and martial scripture, a percentage progress bar appeared on the Pure Yang soul refining secret technique. Li Heng raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He had expected an instant upgrade. The percentage progress bar meant it was automatically deducing the later parts, likely revealing information not present in the original Pure Yang soul refining secret technique, which was worth anticipating. Even if it couldn't be upgraded to technique, it would still offer considerable benefits. Looking at the 3 progress bars, the speed was somewhat slow. It would likely take Li Heng considerable time to complete the upgrade. He closed the data panel, calculating that he would need to upgrade it again once he had enough source energy. Although upgrading an existing technique was instantaneous, if the technique had no follow-up, it would require time to deduce. He would need to add an instant deduction function later. His thoughts calmed, and Li Heng entered a cultivation state. It was still night. A good time to visualize the great sun. The long night passed uneventfully. Li Heng emerged from his visualization, a look of delight in his eyes. Thanks to the combined efforts of himself and his divine avatar, the great sun visualization had reached 40%. The earth visualization had also reached 23%. The last mile is the hardest. As the saying goes, the closer one gets to this point, the more effort is needed. Therefore, Li Heng firmly encouraged his divine avatar, urging him not to slacken and to continue visualizing. After all, the divine avatar had nothing to do with the female demon anyway. Menlingayan, come out and tell the truth. Suddenly, a roar erupted, transforming into waves of sound that echoed throughout the entire demon extermination division. Li Heng, startled, shook his head and smiled. It seemed Aunt Juan had come to confront the old man. She probably also brought up what happened last night. Bang bang bang. The courtyard gate was knocked on. Li Heng raised an eyebrow. Who is it? He sensed a presence slightly, then smiled warmly, pushed open the door, and opened the courtyard gate. Old master, what brings you here so early? And master monk and Taoist? He looked at the somewhat anxious Menlingayan and the wryly smiling master monk and Taoist beside him, feigning surprise. Don't say anything more. Didn't you hear what I just said? Menlingayan hurriedly went inside, and master monk and Taoist could only helplessly follow. Li Heng shrugged, closed the courtyard gate, and looked at Menlingayan and master monk and Taoist sitting on the stone chair. What would you like? I only have tea. No, I have no mood for tea. This woman is really inexplicable, asking me how many friends I have so early in the morning, when she clearly knows, yet she still asks a question she already knows the answer to. Menlingayan complained. Li Heng smiled slightly, without answering. After all, Ma Suxun was a pre-heavenly being. He instead looked at master monk and Taoist beside him, thought for a moment, and slowly said, Do you know about destiny? Chapter 130 The Destiny Organization. Li Heng had initially learned through his identification ability that the monk and Taoist came from an organization called Heaven's Mandate. Now that the monk and Taoist were here, he saw no need to hide it. He could also see if this so-called Heaven's Mandate organization was related to that mysterious and elusive fortune, so he could make plans for the future. Heaven's Mandate? Upon hearing these 2 words, the monk and Taoist stood up, his expression stiffening, falling into a long silence, as if deep in thought. Menlingayan had originally wanted to complain, but seeing this situation, he was taken aback and dared not interrupt. He wondered, Heaven's Mandate? What was that? Could it be related to the monk and Taoist? Why did this kid always use words he didn't know? He felt his experience was being crushed by a young man. Layman Li, where did you hear about this? Finally, the monk and Taoist spoke, looking at Li Heng with some confusion, his eyes still somewhat bewildered, as if he hadn't remembered. Then what do you remember? Li Heng said calmly. I don't remember anything, just a vague feeling, like something is guiding me there, the monk Taoist said, pointing north, looking lost. Li Heng frowned slightly. North? Bijin was located north of the Great Li Dynasty. Although Bian County wasn't in the far north, it was still north of Bijin. If one went further north, it was very likely to break away from the Great Li dynasty's borders. Could it be as Ma Suxun guessed? The monk Taoist didn't belong to Great Li? You said something in the north is guiding you? Could it be that so-called destiny? Meng Lingayan beside him remembered something and said in a deep voice. There are no other countries or dynasties north of Great Li, but a desolate land, a no-man's land, where few people know what exists. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Hearing Meng Lingayan's words, Li Heng had a vague guess. Perhaps the location of the Destiny organization wasn't in the present world, but a hidden place in the void. Just like the places he saw in the void when he went to the gathering before. The monk Taoist shook his head slightly, confirming that he wasn't mistaken. The three fell silent for a moment. The monk and Taoist broke the silence when the monk spoke again. I don't know what exists there, but I feel it's very important to me. Layman Li, Layman Meng, I feel I must go there. I may have to excuse myself for a while. He clasped his hands together and uttered a Taoist and Buddhist chant. Layman Li, I don't know the outcome of this trip, so please take this. The monk and Taoist took out a small peach wood sword from his robes, with a pair of small prayer beads strung on the hilt. This is my masterpiece, a fusion of Taoism and Buddhism, called the prayer bead peach wood sword. It combines the power of Buddhism and the essence of Taoism, containing innate level mysteries that can help you resist powerful innate enemies. This is my way of repaying Layman Li. He introduced the prayer bead peach wood sword, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes, and continued. However, I know that this alone is not enough to repay Mr. Li's kindness. But this matter is far too important to me, and I will repay it many times over when I return. He handed over the peach wood sword and looked at Li Heng. Are you confident you can come back? Li Heng said calmly, accepting the prayer beads and peach wood sword. Don't worry, I'm confident. After all, even I don't know how strong I am. The monk Taoist said with a smile, which was also his honest opinion. Li Heng nodded and didn't say anything more. He was just helping the monk Taoist casually, and he could also explore some hidden information about the world in the process. He wouldn't expect anything in return, so he let the monk Taoist leave. This was just a long-term investment. What about me? Meng Lingayan's eyes lit up. Mr. Meng, for the sake of our friendship, I will not collect the medical expenses for that young Mr. Meng for the time being. I will collect them when I return. Judging by the time, the young Mr. Meng should have woken up by now. After he wakes up, you should go and comfort him. The monk and the Taoist priest said calmly. Upon hearing this, Meng Lingayan's expression froze, and he trembled with anger. You old bald monk, you old Taoist priest. We've been friends for so many years, and you still charge me for medical treatment? How can you do this to me? Sigh, but never mind, I forgive you. He shook his head, his interest waning, and remained silent. He was determined to break through to the innate realm before the monk and the Taoist priest returned, otherwise he wouldn't have the confidence to renege on his debt if his strength wasn't sufficient. Alright, there's no time to lose, I should be going too. The monk and the Taoist priest sighed and walked away. Watching the monk and the Taoist priest leave, until their figures disappeared, the two fell into silence. Finally, Meng Lingayan couldn't hold back any longer and laughed and cursed. You brat, you actually insulted one of my generals. The monk and the Taoist priest are, after all, innate beings, perhaps even extremely powerful ones, enough to suppress Bian City and prevent chaos in large scale, bizarre unrest. Of course, he could accept it, Ma Suxun could suppress it here, so one more monk or Taoist priest wouldn't make a difference. He sincerely hoped his old friend could regain his past and memories. It would be best if he became more normal. Stop with the talk of Taoist-Buddhist fusion, it's giving me a headache. Don't worry, old man. Li Heng shook his head and smiled. His current strength was enough to suppress Bian City, not to mention Ma Suxun. One more monk, Taoist, or guest wouldn't make a difference, nor would one less. Currently, most of the strange creatures in Bian City had perished in Hundred Beast Ridge, leaving only a small number of dead survivors, which were not a concern. They could be wiped out when the time was right. However, the yin energy in the world was gradually becoming denser, and the so-called opening of the node and the coming wave were worth noting. They needed to prepare in advance to avoid being caught off guard. Sigh, forget it, you kid. Meng Lingayan originally wanted to argue with Li Heng, but seeing his expression, he immediately lost interest. He was vaguely puzzled. This kid was really confident. Where did he get his confidence? Forget it, Let's get down to business. Have you started cultivating the three-flower record? If you have, what level have you reached? You should be prepared to be stuck for a long time when cultivating this technique. This is not something that can be achieved overnight. Meng Lingayan said in a deep voice. This three-flowers record is extremely special. In his youth, he was known as a genius, causing a sensation throughout the county. But it still took him a full year to condense a rudimentary flower, barely entering the realm. Although this kid can forge his own path even before entering the innate realm, his talent is terrifyingly outstanding. But he doesn't think Li Heng can successfully enter the realm in such a short time. He was stuck for a year back then. Even if Li Heng is stronger than him, it would still take half a year, right? Li Heng found it amusing. Serious business? You have serious business here? If Ma Suxun hadn't confronted you and asked about important matters, and these things probably can't be said, would you be so scared that you ran here to take refuge? I bet you've secretly made a confidant behind Ma Suxun's back. Stuck for a long time? I didn't feel it. My cultivation speed is alright. Li Heng said calmly. Cultivation speed is alright? Meng Lingayan looked at Li Heng, slightly taken aback, a look of suspicion on his face. Was this kid just putting on a brave face? This was his biggest worry. Li Heng was very talented, but at his age, he also possessed a strong sense of pride. If he were to temporarily stall in cultivating the three-flowers record, his mentality would collapse, leading him to lie and do things against his conscience. That would be a huge loss. This was one of the reasons he brought up the matter. He wanted Li Heng to stay calm, to avoid arrogance and impatience. Even if he stalled, it wasn't a big deal. He had stalled before too. At most, it would just take time and effort to overcome it. Li Heng's thoughts stirred, and the initial form of the three flowers temporarily manifested. The speed is alright, you've cultivated the initial form of the three flowers, but unfortunately, it's only at the first grade, not yet reaching the 9th grade. It can't be considered the true peak of the initial form of the three flowers. Grandpa, how's your cultivation going? The three flowers of essence, energy, and spirit have been fully condensed. 3 flowers have bloomed. Have they reached the 9th grade? With so many years, with Grandpa's talent, you should have reached that, right? Meng Lingayan stared at the nascent 3 flowers form before him, speechless. What was going on? Had this kid been cultivating the 3 flowers manual since birth? Directly condensing the nascent forms of essence, ki, and spirit. He had wanted to comfort the kid, but now it seemed he was the one who needed comforting more. What a monster. He really wanted to pinch his own cheek to see if he was dreaming. But then he thought it would be beneath his dignity, beneath the authority of the head of the Demon Extermination Bureau, so he refrained. Staring at Li Heng, Meng Lingayan opened his mouth to speak, but swallowed back half a word, reconsidering. Li Heng remained calm and silent, even brewing tea and waiting patiently. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer. You kid, you're fucking strong. He immediately swore, then rattled off a string of words. Sometimes I really suspect you're not just of noble lineage, but also some ancient divine bloodline, truly a chosen one of heaven and earth. Finally, he uttered the last sentence, utterly defeated. Even if you practiced a 5 tigers severing gate saber technique, you wouldn't be that fast. Li Heng continued sipping his tea. Meng Lingayan was about to say something when the courtyard gate was pushed open, revealing a beautiful woman with a menacing aura, one hand on her hip, her expression icy. I could hear your cursing from a mile away. Tell me, what are you doing here with Xiao Heng? Xiao Heng shouldn't have provoked you, right? She walked over to Meng Lingayan and stared at him. Meng Lingayan gave a bitter smile and began to explain. His year of hard work had been surpassed by someone else in just a few days, and even surpassed him in skill. It was no wonder he was cursing. He was the one who had lost his composure earlier. Hearing what had just happened, Ma Suxun was slightly surprised. The special cultivation technique that had hampered Lingayan for most of his life had actually been quickly mastered by Li Heng, even reaching a certain level. She was right about him, he truly was a genius. Having not cultivated the 3 flowers record, she lacked the empathy and didn't react as strongly as Meng Lingayan. She simply felt that with Li Heng's talent, this was to be expected. Compared to him, Meng Lingayan seemed like a child. How embarrassing. Seeing even Ma Suxun siding with Li Heng, Meng Lingayan smiled bitterly and remained silent, completely withdrawn. Forget it, why bring this up when there was nothing else to do? He had simply asked for trouble. He had been thinking of giving this kid some pointers. Now it seemed he was the one who needed guidance more. The conversation continued, eventually reaching the topic of the departing monk and Taoist. Ma Suxun nodded slightly upon learning of this. No wonder I sensed a mysterious powerful figure leaving when I came over earlier. It seems it was that monk and Taoist. Could he really not be a member of the Great Li clan? But the commotion was quite large, as if the void was torn apart by a terrifying force. Is this strength truly that great, capable of even tearing open the void? This is not something an ordinary innate realm cultivator could accomplish. She sighed after commenting on the monk and Taoist. The next moment, Ma Suxun's expression turned serious. I remember now. That so-called destiny. I seem to recall it somewhat. Chapter 131. A dark and windy night, killing ghosts and setting fires. Remember? Li Heng immediately became interested. He didn't know what this so-called heavenly mandate organization was like, but the name itself was enough to spark his imagination. Meng Lingayan, who had been withdrawn, also joined in. Ma Suxun rolled her eyes at Meng Lingayan and began to speak. I once personally reviewed the files of the Demon Extermination Bureau for a major case, and inadvertently came across a file from the early days of the Great Li dynasty. It mentioned the so-called Heavenly Mandate. According to the file, this is an organization called Heavenly Mandate. This organization upholds the mandate of heaven, searches for the chosen one, and is shrouded in mystery. It's said that when the founding emperor ended the chaos and established the Great Li dynasty, this organization was involved. Speaking of this, Ma Suxun couldn't help but shake her head. That was unlikely. Before the Great Li dynasty was established, the founding emperor was from a powerful aristocratic family. Later, he rose in rebellion, united with other aristocratic families, and thus established this vast dynasty, which continues to this day. Why would they use this mysterious organization instead of a powerful family? That seemed absurd. To Ma Suxun, this was nothing but hearsay and unofficial historical accounts, hardly convincing. Inheriting destiny, seeking the chosen one? Li Heng frowned slightly, deep in thought. He recalled his first encounter with the monk and Taoist. The monk and Taoist, upon first meeting him, perceived him as possessing great fortune and wanted to invest, hoping to forge a good relationship. Now it seemed there was another reason? Quite dedicated, Li Heng chuckled inwardly. Even without memories, he was still thinking of investing in someone with great fortune? Isn't destiny simply another way of saying great fortune? Extremely strong fortune can naturally bear destiny. In that case, it's not surprising that the establishment of the Great Li dynasty, as Ma Suxun mentioned, involved the organization of destiny. The founding emperor of Great Li must have possessed corresponding fortune and sufficient destiny to establish the dynasty. But what was the purpose of this organization of destiny? Li Heng didn't believe it was a selfless charity. While investing in those with destiny and fortune, they must also gain something in return. Or perhaps it was for some mission? Fate, destiny. He shook his head inwardly. These mystical things, combined with the various secrets he'd learned along the way, made him realize how deep and dangerous this world truly was. Meng Lingayan, standing beside him, was startled, recalling the encounter between the monk and the Taoist priest and Li Heng. This reaction surprised Ma Suxun, who quickly asked him what he knew. He looked at Li Heng with a questioning expression. Li Heng nodded. It wasn't exactly a secret. Since Li Heng agreed, and Ma Suxun was asking, Meng Lingayan naturally answered without hesitation, recounting the events of that time, leaving Ma Suxun stunned. Little Heng is also a person with a great destiny? She wasn't particularly surprised by this. In Ma Suxun's view, with Li Heng's talent and appearance, it was obvious he possessed immense destiny. He was a prodigy, as was only natural. But the questions that arose made her ponder deeply. Suppose that the monk and Taoist priest were members of the Heavenly Mandate organization, and seeing Li Heng's abundant fortune, they formed a good relationship and invested in him. Would that prove the speculation she saw in the files was true? The Heavenly Mandate organization, seeing the founding emperor's abundant fortune and the destiny of a supreme ruler, secretly assisted him in paving the way, establishing the vast Great Li dynasty, and keeping the strange forces outside the country? Ma Suxun found it somewhat absurd. Was this definitely not a scene from a novel? But according to Meng Lingayan, it seemed quite possible. Although fortune is a mysterious thing, as far as she knew, those above the innate realm could actually interfere with it. After a long while, she sighed. I thought leaving the prefecture and coming to Bian County would be a relatively easy journey. I never expected such a thrilling experience, and to learn these hidden things. Witnessing the death of an innate realm expert was naturally thrilling. It also confirmed the secrets of this so-called heavenly mandate organization. The sheer volume of terrifying information revealed here surpasses even the major case she handled back in the prefecture, a case that would have shaken the entire prefecture and involved the lives of over 100,000 people. I'll investigate this matter thoroughly once we return to the prefecture. Meng Lingayan and Li Heng nodded slightly. An investigation would be beneficial. They were also interested in the Destiny organization. Inheriting the Destiny, searching for the Chosen One. Li Heng suspected that the Destiny organization could be compared to the mysterious and ancient Sunset organization, a gathering of demons and monsters. One sought to bring down the sun from the sky, the other claimed to uphold the Destiny. Now, let's get back to business. Meng Lingayan, I'm asking you. How many friends do you actually have? Do you know what I encountered last night? Ma Suxun's expression turned hostile as she stared at Meng Lingayan. Meng Lingayan coughed a few times, forcing a smile. Sujuan, what happened to you last night? I found your sudden departure strange. A mysterious person claiming to be your old friend. He and I joined forces and killed Wang Zuanji. No, it wasn't really a joint effort. Even without me, that mysterious person alone could have killed Wang Zuanji, and he wasn't even at the innate level. Do you remember this person? Hearing this, Meng Lingayan looked confused. What a joke. To kill the innate level Wang Zuanji, and not even at the innate level himself? Does such a person even exist? If he had such a ruthless friend, would he have been stuck before the innate level for so long? Judging from your expression, you probably don't know, or you can't remember. How come you're completely clueless again? Ma Sujuan saw Meng Lingayan's confusion, rubbed her forehead, feeling somewhat helpless. She wondered if Meng Lingayan had been the head of the Bian Demon Extermination Bureau for nothing all these years. She had originally wanted to ask about this person and seek his advice. I really can't remember. Maybe they were just using my name? Meng Lingayan blinked, pondering who it was. But whoever it was, it didn't match up with this situation. Alright, since you don't know either, let's get down to business. Meng Lingayan was still confused. Wasn't that business just now? I'll ask you one more question. How many confidants do you have? Ma Suxun said calmly, the atmosphere dropping to freezing point. The culprit, Li Heng, sipped his tea, quietly watching the chaotic scene unfold before him. This was truly interesting. Judging from the old man's expression, it seemed he might actually have some confidants. In the end, the two left peacefully. Yes, they were indeed peacefully at peace. Except for Meng Lingayan being dragged back by Ma Suxun with one hand. He finished the last sip of tea, his mouth filled with a lingering fragrance. Li Heng pulled up the data panel and found that the 3% progress bars were rising quite well. It was only noon, and they had already reached 10% progress. It seemed that the calculation would be successful soon. His mind calmed down. He estimated the time, and for the first time ever, ate lunch at the Demon Division's cafeteria. He sighed, noting the cafeteria food was as awful as ever, just like the university cafeteria in his previous life. Then he returned and closed his eyes to meditate, waiting for nightfall. Inside the Wang family mansion, Wang Heitao, the head of a branch of the Wang family, looked at the completely destroyed reception hall, the wreckage still not cleared, and was on the verge of tears. This was the reception hall he had spent a fortune building, and now it was gone. You can fight all you want, but why destroy the building? Oh, you're all innate masters, high and mighty, extraordinary people. You don't care about the things of us mortals. He lamented, but knew it was indeed true. Patriarch, don't be sad, try to think positively, Wang Donglei comforted him. He had taken the day off to stay home with his sister, to prevent her from getting angry. But now, he felt Wang Heitao needed his company more. Wang Heitao remained silent for a long time before finally uttering a sentence. Any news about Wang Zuanji? It's laughable, really. I was hoping to take advantage of this opportunity. Now that I think about it, even if we're their branch, even if I try to please them, they won't care. What's the difference between us and those so-called peasants? He said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Now, I just hope that Wang Zuanji never comes back. The farther the better. Wang Donglei shook his head upon hearing this. How could that be? that Wang Zuanji was a grandmaster-level expert at the innate realm. Once his injuries healed, he would definitely make a comeback. In the backyard, a truly gloomy atmosphere prevailed. The young members of the Wang family huddled together, their expressions somber, all silent, making the surrounding atmosphere tense as they pondered what to do next. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. A talisman tore through the void, bringing joy to everyone. News had arrived from the main family. Having failed to contact Wang Zuanji, they had reported the matter to the family. It seemed the family was the most reliable, even though the family was far away. Several lines of writing began to appear in the void. But upon seeing the first few words, they all froze, their faces filled with disbelief. These words read, "Wang Zuanji is dead." The next moment, they erupted in chaos, exclaiming that it was impossible. Although Wang Zuanji was somewhat eccentric, and had even previously made them call him junior uncle, he was still a Xiantian master, and their elders treated him with great respect, even fear. Yet now he was dead so easily? Was he truly an extremely difficult to kill Xiantian grandmaster? But this was news from their family. Seeing the next few lines, they breathed a sigh of relief. Their family wasn't going to give up on them. They would send powerful figures to investigate, instructing them to ensure their safety and not cause trouble during this time. Causing trouble was, of course, out of the question. They were noble families, not commoners, and they wouldn't play the game of commoners bullying commoners. It would be beneath the honor of their noble bloodline. Besides, they wouldn't dare. During this time, none of them dared to leave the Wang family mansion even a step, fearing being ambushed or encountering an accident. Now, without the protection of a Xiantian expert, they had to be cautious. A day passed quickly, and night fell. Li Heng's mind returned from cultivation, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. It was time for him to go to the outer city and eliminate the remaining strange creatures. It was indeed a dark and windy night, the perfect time to kill the monsters and set fires. Chapter 132 The Feast on the Yin Road. Arriving at the inner city gate, Xingyang was still diligently guarding it. Li Heng, however, was used to it and didn't bother to say anything, simply walking out. Xingyang, bored while guarding the gate, brightened up upon seeing Li Heng, whom he knew. "Brother Li, are you out on a mission again tonight?" Li Heng nodded, offering no further explanation. "Then you need to be careful. For some reason, those strange demons have been unusually agitated these past 2 days. Traces of them appeared at dusk, causing numerous casualties among the people," Xingyang said in a deep voice. Li Heng was surprised. Unusually agitated? Most of the remaining demons in Bian City were either those who hadn't gone to 100 Beast Ridge or escaped Bian City. They dared to become agitated? Unless. He sensed the yin energy in the air and pondered. As he expected, the yin energy had become denser again, and this time it was a leap, directly jumping from one critical point to the next. It wasn't like the gradual accumulation of the past. The dense yin energy caused the strange demon's agitation? "I'll be careful, thank you." Pulling back his thoughts, Li Heng smiled faintly. Whether he was manic or not, it meant nothing to him. Unless there was still a mysterious innate demon within Bian City. Even if it were innate, it wouldn't matter much to him. Xingyang watched Li Heng leave until his figure disappeared from sight. The other guards and constables who had been silent until now approached, somewhat puzzled. "This kid doesn't want to talk to you, Xingyang. Why are you being so attentive?" "HMPH, why be so attentive? You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Just go back to your posts and stand guard. How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan?" Xingyang said calmly, standing back like an iron tower, saying nothing more. The outer city streets remained silent. Apart from the main avenues and a few pedestrians hurrying home, the other streets stretched as far as the eye could see, completely deserted. Silence, even deathly silence. Suddenly, a long wind howled, sweeping across the streets, swirling up withered yellow leaves, which then drifted down. The leaves crunched crisply underfoot. Li Heng strolled leisurely through the streets. To onlookers, he appeared to be wandering aimlessly, like a drunkard or a troublemaking rogue. But Li Heng had already activated his vast Earth Dharma image, sensing the location and number of the strange demons within the city through the Earth's veins. Just as he had predicted, the number of strange demons in the city had greatly decreased, reduced to a few large and small creatures. These demons were extremely active, constantly moving through Bian City, never staying in one place for long. This directly confirmed Xingyang's words, that they had become extremely agitated. He was too lazy to waste energy chasing these demons. He only needed to stand in their path and intercept them halfway. For example, the demon before Li Heng, with its eyes radiating a scarlet, malevolent light and its body covered in brown-black fur, Li Heng stopped, looking thoughtfully. The demon, seeing Li Heng blocking its path, let out a faint hiss. However, it seemed to sense that Li Heng was not to be trifled with and did not attack immediately. A bizarre demon. Actually, it was a strange, monstrous, demonic creature, a human-demon hybrid. The strange were those Li Heng often killed. The monsters like the official document on Li Heng's person, and the demon was the one before him. However, demons and monsters often mingled, so they could also be called demons. Ultimately, they were collectively called bizarre demons. He didn't care too much about this distinction. Killing them all gave him source energy, so it was all source energy. This demon seemed to have lost its mind. Seeing Li Heng's prolonged inaction and his blocking its way, it lost patience and roared, lunging at Li Heng. Li Heng pressed down with one hand, and before the demon even reached him, it was suppressed in mid-air by the power of the Earth Dharma image, lying motionless on the ground. Even so, the demon still roared, seemingly trying desperately to break free. Was the yin energy so dense that it had completely lost its mind? He frowned slightly, pressed down with one hand again, and the power of the Earth Dharma image trembled, directly suppressing and killing the demon, turning it into a bloody mess. Source power plus 10. It really was a survivor, with so little source power. Li Heng shook his head inwardly, but he also knew that most of the powerful monsters had died in 100 Beast Ridge, and a few might have escaped because of the battle between the two innate realm experts. Those who remained in Begin City were basically weak. Oh well, even a mosquito's leg is meat. A wisp of solar true fire flew out, destroying the corpse and erasing all traces. Suppressing his inner thoughts, Li Heng continued walking, strolling through the streets. In the dense night, he was the grim reaper of these monsters, reaping them one by one. In just a short while, he had killed more than 10 monsters. It was simply because these demons and monsters didn't need him to deliberately chase them, they would just run into him. However, most of these strange demons were weak, and few even possessed their own domains. They were fine for bullying ordinary people and martial artists, but for Li Heng, they were less than common soldiers. That's why he only received 100 units of source energy. Interesting, he's ended up in the West City. Li Heng stopped and looked at the still silent, unlit West City. He sensed that only 2 or 3 strange beings remained in Begin City. And they all seemed to have sensed that someone was hunting them and had returned to their respective places. He thought for a moment, now that he was in the West City, he had to go into that Yin road. If he could encounter a Yin soldier team passing by, wouldn't that be much more profitable than hunting these remaining dead? He could deal with the rest later. Visualizing the Yin energy, Li Heng transformed back into a living dead strange being. He took a step forward, changing the world before him, and arrived at the long-lost Yin soldier domain, on the Yin road. Looking around, the scenery remained unchanged, the narrow street was still there, and the cold, eerie moon of the ghost realm shone in the sky. The only difference was that the moon seemed to be getting farther and farther away, gradually becoming smaller. Li Heng was startled. What was going on? Was the ghost realm moving, or was the moon moving? Many guesses arose in his mind, and he began to explore the ghost realm, trying to find the reason. He even traced the edge of the ghost realm, to another site he hadn't been to before, bordering a deep mountain ghost realm. But in the end, he still found nothing. He sighed. This ghost path was still too deep. For example, the cold, eerie moon in the sky wasn't even within this ghost realm, but existed on some mysterious level, making it impossible for him to explore. He was completely clueless. Perhaps this phenomenon represented the disintegration of this ghost path? Li Heng speculated slightly, and waited for a long time, but still found nothing unusual. He didn't even see the walking source energy, the army of ghost soldiers, that he had been longing for. No ghost soldiers. Had the march ended? He shook his head, feeling he'd made a wasted trip. He should just return to the mortal world and kill the remaining demons and monsters. There was no need to waste time here. Just as he was leaving, he saw 2 humanoid shadowy figures emerge from the deep mountains ahead, heading towards this strange realm, intending to pass through. Li Heng's eyes lit up, a plan forming in his mind. He immediately lay down on the ground in the form of a living dead monster, secretly gathering power within his body, waiting for the two humanoid shadowy figures to arrive. After a while, the humanoid shadowy figures arrived before him. They were two strangely shaped humanoid monsters. One wore a Taoist robe, the other a monk's robe. The one in the monk's robe held a braised thigh in his right hand, gnawing on it as he walked, his mouth dripping with oil. However, a large hole had appeared in his stomach, and the meat he was eating was spilling out of the hole. He ate it, then didn't. As for the one dressed in a Taoist robe, with a white bone rosary around his neck, his body devoid of flesh and blood, a veritable skeleton, muttering incantations such as "Praise be to the Supreme Demon Lord." Who are you? What are you doing lying here? The Ta'iri figures were puzzled to see Li Heng lying there. Could you also be here for the grand banquet? But the banquet has already begun, and we've all finished eating and gone back. Or are you just an unlucky fellow who lost your invitation and couldn't get in? The eerie figure in the monk's robe chewed as he spoke. I think he's the guy who came uninvited without an invitation. Now lying here, he probably tried to sneak into the banquet, got beaten up, and was thrown out. The eerie figure in the Taoist robe chimed in. The grand banquet? Li Heng was slightly surprised. What strange thing had appeared again? What's the grand banquet? Li Heng, disguised as a living dead, looked confused. You don't even know about the grand banquet? Then what are you doing here? Don't you know this Yin Road is about to disband? Or do you want to take advantage of the Yin Road's disbandment and run to the mortal world with this ghostly realm? The two ghosts were immediately surprised and said this. The Yin Road is disbanding? What exactly happened? Li Heng's expression was still confused, and he asked again. No way, you don't even know the Yin Road is disbanding? Now that the Yin energy in the mortal world is gradually becoming denser, some ghostly realms will naturally move closer to the mortal world. With a change in location, this Yin Road will naturally disband. No, you shouldn't not even know this. As they spoke, the two ghosts' expressions suddenly became serious, and they moved away from Li Heng, watching him very cautiously. How is that possible? This Yin Road is the route for the Yin army's march. Those Yin soldiers would let this Yin Road disband? Are you kidding me? Li Heng shook his head and said with a smile. HMPH, so they're trying to fish for fools, trying to scam some idiots. Who doesn't know that the march has ended? This Yin Road was built by them. Now that the march is over, why would they bother maintaining it? The Ta'iri creatures sneered. What do you know? The end of the march is just for show. They're actually still marching in secret. You can't be unaware of that, can you? Li Heng feigned disdain and continued. However, the Ta'iri creatures seemed to ignore him. One walked away from Li Heng, while the other returned the way they came, intending to go back to the deep mountains. But the next moment, the Ta'iri creatures attacked instantly, unleashing terrifying Yin energy, surrounding Li Heng from both sides. Fools who know nothing dare to walk on the Yin Road. The monk-robed eerie creature took a bite of meat, his mouth greasy, and sneered sinisterly. This Taoist hasn't eaten anything eerie in a long time. The skeletal Taoist-robed eerie creature's mouth snapped shut, making a cracking sound, as if it were laughing. Clearly, their earlier startled reaction was just a bait, or rather, a test, to make Li Heng think they were wary of him and lower their guard. Now, they seemed to have confirmed Li Heng's strength and have attacked without hesitation. Li Heng shook his head slightly, unable to help but sigh. Humans can court death, and so can the supernatural. Chapter 133 Hanging Mountain. Although they considered Li Heng an ignorant fool, these two eerie beings didn't seem overconfident. As their Yin energy surged, their aura intensified, and they unleashed their full power, attempting to instantly suppress Li Heng and bring him into their hands. The white bone beads around the neck of the Taoist-robed elf flew up, expanding in the wind to form white bone skulls the size of houses, trapping Li Heng within them. These lifeless skulls then opened their mouths in a sinister manner, spewing out turbid, cold, and malevolent energy, enough to destroy the body, injure the soul, and ultimately kill. In contrast, the monk-robed elf was simple and brutal. He instantly grew larger, becoming a small giant, and the thigh he was gnawing on transformed into a massive club, easily wielded to create gusts of wind. While the Taoist-robed elf trapped Li Heng, the monk-robed elf launched his attack, raising his club, which flashed with various sinister green lights, and smashing it down on Li Heng from above. Li Heng remained motionless, which only confirmed to the two that he was an ignorant fool. He had likely stumbled upon this dark path by accident and was nothing to worry about. Clearly, these two strange beings were working together very well. One provided control, the other dealt damage. Observing their auras and methods, they concluded that even a grandmaster at the peak of the true key realm would be killed by their combined attacks. Why did they have to provoke him? He shook his head with a sigh, then slightly manifested the Dharma image of the vast earth. The power of the Dharma image filled the entire area, and with a slight tremor, it seemed to strengthen the gravity, freezing the two strange beings in place. The monk-robed strange being wanted to kill Li Heng with a single blow, but the Earth Dharma image's suppression rendered him powerless, forcing him to kneel down from his standing position. Without time to think about what was happening, he roared, trying to stand up, but remained motionless, consumed by impotent rage. The Earth Dharma image pressed down again, and even kneeling, he couldn't withstand its suppression. He collapsed to the ground, unable to move. No matter how hard he tried, his flesh and tendons trembled, but it was all in vain. The Taoist-robed monster fared even worse. Before it could even collapse, he was already sprawled on the ground, sinking into the earth under the immense pressure of the Earth Dharma image. The massive white bone rosary that had trapped Li Heng couldn't withstand the suppression of the vast Earth Dharma image either, cracking with a loud snap. The next moment, it succumbed completely, its white bone skull collapsing, shattering into fragments, and finally crushing into dust, becoming true ashes. They stared at Li Heng in terror and horror. These two monsters were quite powerful. Although they were currently unable to move, they could still speak. Faced with this sudden and dramatic turn of events, their situation reversed dramatically. They hurriedly begged for mercy, pleading with Lord Li Heng to forgive their past transgressions and spare their lives. "My lord, we were blind to your greatness. Please spare us. From now on, we'll do whatever you want us to do without hesitation," the Ta'iri figures pleaded desperately. They knew they had kicked a hornet's nest. This living dead man was no fool, he was clearly a ruthless and deeply cunning individual. And he was indeed fishing for them. "I ask you, what is this grand banquet all about?" Li Heng asked calmly. At this moment, Li Heng was the butcher, and they were the fish on the chopping block. To save their own lives, the Ta'iri figures naturally revealed everything they knew about the so-called grand banquet, fearing that if they spoke too slowly, they would be killed. Hearing this, Li Heng raised an eyebrow. According to the Ta'iri beings, a banquet was being held in a region called 10,000 Demon Ridge, 5 demonic domains away, inviting the strange demons and monsters from the surrounding domains. What kind of banquet was it? A human flesh feast, of course. He pondered for a moment, recalling a hidden place he had seen in the void when a wisp of his consciousness had gone to the gathering. It was a mountain range, with skeletons like mountains, bones like forests, and human flesh rotting into dust. Could that be the so-called 10,000 Demon Ridge? According to you, the banquet is extremely large. So where did all this flesh come from? As far as I know, there haven't been any large-scale casualties in the human dynasties of the present world, Li Heng said calmly. The Ta'iri beings were astonished, their pupils shrinking. Why didn't this ruthless man know about this? Could he be an ancient relic from some mysterious forbidden zone? Otherwise, it didn't make sense. However, despite their doubts, they could only speak honestly. The source of the human flesh comes from outside the human dynasty, to a place called Suspended Mountain. Humans are raised there, much like pigs and sheep are raised there. The meat of the animals there is plump and delicious. Raising humans. Li Heng's heart trembled slightly, his mind far from calm. He should have expected this, given the rampant strangeness and demonic chaos of this world. Such a situation was entirely possible. He suppressed his anger. "Then I ask you, where is Suspended Mountain?" His tone remained calm, and his mind was equally composed. The deed was done, there was no need for impotent rage. If they had the audacity to raise humans, it meant there were definitely many demons and monsters. And therefore, a lot of source energy. Once his strength increased, he might have to make a trip there. Hearing this, the two strange beings looked blank and shook their heads. "My lord, we don't know either. We only heard it's outside the human dynasty, anyway, very far from here." The three saints of the 10,000 Demon Ridge said before that it took them a lot of effort to transport this batch of human flesh. Then how did they transport this batch of human flesh? It's said to be through the underworld path. Seeing these two strange guesses, Li Heng shook his head slightly. Obviously, they didn't know either. But this wasn't surprising. How could they possibly have access to a place of this level? Perhaps the so-called three saints of the 10,000 Demon Ridge knew this? Li Heng narrowed his eyes, then slowly spoke again. What do you mean by the dissolution of the underworld path? After the underworld path dissolves, will this ghost realm really move closer to the mortal world? The more Li Heng asked, the more panicked the two ghosts became. They felt that Li Heng lacked common sense, and a guess vaguely rose in their hearts, but they didn't dare to think in that direction at all. My lord, we just said we weren't lying to you. The two ghosts spoke sincerely, suppressing the panic in their hearts. Then why is this happening? We don't know the specifics. We've only heard that something caused the yin energy in the mortal realm to gradually become denser. Once the yin energy becomes denser, the mortal realm ceases to be the mortal realm, and the ghost realm naturally gravitates towards that direction. The two ghosts continued to answer, causing Li Heng to frown slightly. After the yin energy becomes denser, the mortal realm ceases to be the mortal realm? Could his previous guess be true? Is it really developing into the worst-case scenario? Once the yin energy completely erupts, the area of Bian County will become the ghost realm in the mortal realm, no longer belonging to the mortal realm? If the situation in Bian County is so bad, what about other places? Li Heng remained silent, and the two ghosts trembled even more, speculating on all sorts of possibilities. This was clearly common sense, something many ghosts knew, so why didn't this ruthless man know? Was he afraid to think about it? Afraid to think about it. Will all the ghostly realms along this yin road converge towards the mortal world? No, sir. The location of each ghostly realm corresponds to a specific coordinate in the mortal world. Only when the yin energy is abundant in a particular area of the mortal world will the ghostly realm converge towards that area. It's like two sides of the same coin, gradually merging together. The two ghostly entities continued to answer cautiously. Li Heng nodded, understanding now. He understood that if no one stopped or resolved this process, the size of the mortal world might be gradually eroded. Perhaps many years ago, the mortal world was much larger. If there are so many monsters and demons within the human race's territory, what about outside the human dynasties? Combined with the Great Li dynasty's decline, it's clear that monsters and demons hold the advantage in this world. This process might be extremely difficult to reverse or resolve. It's a truly despairing truth, he commented. Sir, is there anything else you'd like to ask? We're in a hurry to get back. Seeing Li Heng remain silent for a long time, the two ghostly entities tentatively and humbly asked, their tone extremely timid. Any other questions? Have you ever eaten human flesh? Li Heng smiled slightly. If this question had been posed before, they could have answered naturally, but after considering the possibility, it seemed like a death warrant to them, making them tremble and unable to answer. Seeing the two eerie creatures remained silent, Li Heng sighed softly. It seems you have. With a wave of his hand, the Earth Dharma form descended, instantly killing the two creatures. With another wave, a wisp of true solar fire flew out, burning the two creatures to ashes, completely erasing all traces. Source power plus 100. He had asked all the necessary questions, and these two eerie creatures had revealed their background. Their lair was far away, and they were all alone, without any servants. Otherwise, he might have had to chase them to their lair and kill those servants. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Li Heng gazed at the deep mountain eerie domain ahead, thinking of the 10,000 demon ridge, 5 eerie domains away, and fell into deep thought, hesitating for a moment. But in the end, he turned and left. The distance between the 5 ghostly realms is still too far. If the yin road is stable, it's fine. But if it suddenly disintegrates halfway through, he won't be able to return the way he came. Even if he breaks through the ghostly realms to return to the mortal world, he doesn't know where he'll end up. Unless he advances to the innate realm, he won't have the confidence to fight his way through and return. Perhaps the so-called 10,000 demon ridge might manifest in the mortal world during this upheaval, so he doesn't need to specifically search for it. The most urgent task now is to report this matter. If the ghostly realms move closer to the mortal world, and the ghostly realms overlap with the mortal world, countless disasters might be triggered. He can sense that the movement speed of this ghostly realm is increasing, and in his mental perception, returning to the mortal world is becoming increasingly easy, requiring very little power. Clearly, this ghostly realm is getting closer and closer to the mortal world. Chapter 134 City Protection Formation. Leaving this eerie realm and returning to the mortal world, Li Heng didn't stop. Using the strange connection between the earth and the supernatural, he hunted down the remaining, trembling, undead creatures hiding in their lair, increasing his source power by 30. At this point, Bian City was practically safe. But he knew this safety was only temporary. As long as the yin energy continued to thicken and the eerie realm continued to converge on the mortal world, this was merely the calm before the storm. Having done all this, he returned directly to the Demon Extermination Bureau to report. The Demon Extermination Bureau was brightly lit. Li Heng arrived at Meng Lingayan's residence with practiced ease, only to find the doors wide open. From outside, he could see Meng Lingayan and Ma Suxun sitting quietly in the courtyard, lost in an eerie silence. He wondered, were these two giving each other the cold shoulder? Had the iron curtain been drawn? Li Heng shook his head inwardly, chuckled, and walked straight in. The two were startled by his appearance. The atmosphere that had just been solidified shattered instantly. "What are you doing here so late? Is something the matter?" Meng Lingayan asked solemnly. He no longer had the will to give Ma Suxun the cold shoulder, because he knew that for Li Heng to bother him so late at night, it must be something serious. "Of course it is," Li Heng said calmly, omitting some crucial details of his encounter in the Western city's ghost realm, outlining the general situation and emphasizing its severity. "What? The ghost realm is converging with the mortal world?" Both of them were shocked, especially Ma Suxun, who immediately stood up and stepped forward. "This is true, not a joke," she said gravely. "Of course, you can go and observe. Then please lead the way, Xiao Heng." Ma Suxun was even more anxious than Li Heng, intending to set off immediately. She had initially thought this crisis was at most like the one 20 years ago, just a ghostly tide in the mortal world, but now it seemed much more than that. "All right." Li Heng nodded, without hesitation, and turned to leave. Meng Lingayan and Ma Suxun followed closely behind, heading straight out of the inner city and into the western city. He visualized the yin energy, took a step, and entered the ghost realm. Ma Suxun and Meng Lingayan exchanged a surprised glance. This kid, Xiao Heng, actually had such methods, easily able to see into the ghost realm? But now was not the time for their surprise. Ma Suxun used her innate power to sense the strange location, directly breaking the node connecting the ghost realm to the mortal world, and at the same time pulling Meng Lingayan directly into the ghost realm. It was still a narrow street, and the yin moon in the sky. However, the yin moon was slowly shrinking, looking like a small mooncake from this ghost realm, not the size of a normal moon at all. However, Li Heng knew that this was not the moon shrinking, but the ghost realm moving away, hence appearing tiny. Is this the ghost realm through which the yin soldiers borrowed passage before? Meng Lingayan looked around. It was actually just a long street. He was a little puzzled. Although the street was wide, it was obviously not large enough to accommodate a large army of yin soldiers. He had seen large armies in battle when he was young. They were completely dark and vast, covering the mountains and plains. Ma Suxun frowned, remaining silent as she sensed this eerie realm with her innate level of perception. But as her perception deepened, her brows furrowed even more, her expression growing increasingly grim, as if dripping with water. "Xiao Heng is right, the eerie realm is indeed approaching the mortal world," she said solemnly, a headache forming in her voice. "That serious? What should we do?" Meng Lingayan, observing Ma Suxun's expression, was taken aback. This was the first time he'd seen her with such a look. Of course, the most urgent task now is to destroy this eerie realm. If this eerie realm truly approaches the mortal world and merges with Zichen, given the density of the yin energy here, all the ordinary people within its boundaries will perish, or even be infected by the yin energy, turning into monsters, becoming vengeful spirits. Meng Lingayan nodded. "I'll try to find the core of this eerie realm." He was about to open his eyes wide, intending to activate a secret technique, unleash divine light, pierce through the core of this eerie realm, and shatter it. No need for that trouble. Li Heng smiled gently, stopping Meng Lingayan. He visualized the great sun in his mind and directly unleashed the divine intent of the great sun. In an instant, this strange domain shattered, just like what had happened at the Zhang residence before, and everyone was thrown back to reality. The two were slightly astonished upon seeing this. Meng Lingayan had previously heard Xiao Hua say that Li Heng had shattered a strange domain with his divine intent, but he hadn't taken it seriously at the time, because strange domains were different and couldn't be generalized. This strange domain was clearly something naturally formed by the dense yin energy of heaven and earth, incredibly stable, not centered around some strange entity, which allowed yin soldiers to pass through. Yet now, such a stubborn strange domain was shattered so easily? Divine intent shattering a strange domain? Even I couldn't do that so easily. This talent is truly monstrous. Ma Suxun exclaimed in admiration, her eyes lighting up, finding Li Heng even more pleasing to the eye. Li Heng smiled slightly, unconcerned. He had left this strange realm before, but hadn't destroyed it. He felt it necessary to show Ma Suxun and the others the situation, otherwise, his words alone wouldn't convince them. I must report this to the prefectural government. Lingayan, go and inform the magistrate of Bian City now. Tell him to activate the formation and protect Bian City, regardless of any losses. After a sigh, Ma Suxun solemnly instructed Meng Lingayan. Meng Lingayan nodded, knowing the importance of this matter, and immediately set off, intending to return to the inner city to drag that sleeping old fox out, hoping he wouldn't get angry. Xiao Heng, this matter is of great importance. Don't make a fuss for now. It's best if you don't leave the city for a while, but be prepared to retreat at any time. Ma Suxun also instructed Li Heng. Li Heng nodded slightly, somewhat surprised. Be prepared to retreat at any time? Was this an intention to abandon Bian City? He thought about it and didn't find it strange. Given the Dali court's attitude of abandoning the city, they were indeed capable of such a thing. However, he didn't say much. If all else fails, then escape is the only rational choice. In chaotic times, human life is worthless. The inner city government office was dilapidated in the front, merely for show. The back, however, was magnificent and opulent, the residence of the county magistrate, where 18 concubines lived. Ren Hai, wake up. Come out now. Meng Lingayan shouted from the gate. This time, Magistrate Ren Hai was surprisingly quick, appearing in less than a minute. He wore a bathrobe, his appearance somewhat disheveled, and frowned as he looked at Meng Lingayan. What happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Even if Ren Hai had a powerful family background, no one who could become a county magistrate was a fool. Seeing Meng Lingayan rushing to him, he knew something serious must have happened. Activate the formation as soon as possible to protect the entire Bian city. A formation? Meng Lingayan, are you crazy? That damn formation costs a fortune to operate, and Bian city is dirt poor. Where would we get so much money? Ren Hai exclaimed in astonishment. Bian city may not have money, but you, the magistrate, do. Besides, if you're unwilling to spend the money, the entire Bian city might be doomed. Are you willing to sacrifice your base? Meng Lingayan smiled faintly and explained the situation to Ren Hai. Ren Hai was stunned, his eyes widening. What did you say? Those strange realms are approaching the mortal world? Are you trying to amuse yourself in the middle of the night, old man? What can you sense at your level? But this is what Su Zhuan said. Who is Su Zhuan? What do you think? Ren Hai fell silent. Had this matter been confirmed by Xianshan, a high-level cultivator? After a long while, he raised his head and continued to stare at Meng Lingayan. Alright, I will activate the formation, but if I later confirm that this matter is false, you will have to compensate me for the money spent. Meng Lingayan nodded and turned to leave. Ren Hai took a deep breath and hurriedly returned to his house. 4 lampstands were placed in each corner, and on the right was a bookshelf with a large character for rites pasted in the center. Below it was an incense burner, from which a pleasant fragrance rose. He stood in the room, frowning. The 20-year cycle had begun, and such a major change had occurred this time? And during his term of office? Damn it, what bad luck. He cursed inwardly and took out his official seal. It was a white jade seal, with a white crane carved on it, symbolizing his position as county magistrate. Wisps of gas could be seen rising from within. The official seal possessed great power and could suppress a region, but once used, it would consume luck and wealth. Luck should not be moved lightly, for doing so would surely bring misfortune, so he could only consume wealth. He sighed, thinking of all the silver he had saved up. He immediately hardened his heart and slammed the seal into the ground. Golden waves emanated from the center of the seal and spread outwards, instantly covering the entire city of Bian. 4 golden light screens instantly rose around Bian city, enveloping the entire city. In this world, a city is called a city because it truly possesses defensive measures. These 4 light screens were Bian city's protective array. Of course, it's not quite a protective array. This array can purify the internal yin energy, bringing it back to normal level, preventing the formation of a ghostly domain due to the increasingly dense yin energy, which could then breed strange phenomena. If strange phenomena were to break in from the outside, it would be completely unstoppable. In Ren Hai's eyes, This thing was tasteless and a pity to throw away, and it was also incredibly expensive. What was the court thinking when it founded the country? To actually build such an array. He felt his money rapidly draining away, and his heart bled. Li Heng stood on the street, watching the 4 golden light screens gradually connect and merge, forming a semicircular protective shield that directly trapped Bein City. Is this what they call an array? He asked with a strange expression. Well, something is better than nothing. At least in his perception, the concentration of yin energy was gradually returning to normal. Although, it would be better to let his great sun divine will directly spread throughout Bein City, that would be even stronger. Chapter 135 The Descent of the Ghost Realm. Looking at the formation beside him, Ma Suxun sighed. It's been so long since I've seen such light. I didn't expect we'd need to activate such a formation now. Hopefully, it can hold for a while. She said this, but then shook her head, uncertain. Can this formation only purify yin energy? Li Heng asked calmly. Ma Suxun was taken aback and explained, this formation can indeed only purify yin energy, but don't underestimate that. Among countless formations, those that can purify yin energy are extremely rare. What did he mean by only? He had to respect this grand formation. She thought to herself that Li Heng was young and impetuous, completely unaware of the intricacies involved, and naturally didn't understand the difficulty of purifying yin energy, especially the yin energy of an entire city. Li Heng seemed somewhat speechless. No wonder this world was a chaotic place of demons and monsters, where even yin energy was difficult to deal with, let alone those demons and monsters. However, since the formation had already been activated, and the speed of purifying yin energy was neither too fast nor too slow, it could probably hold for a while. He was too lazy to intervene, to avoid revealing too much information and causing unnecessary trouble. Now that the formation is up, Bein City is temporarily safe. It's still night, so you should go back and rest as soon as possible. I have a premonition that this great change will happen within a few days, so be prepared, she instructed. Li Heng nodded, bid farewell to Ma Suxun, and turned to leave Bein County's neighbor, Biguo County. It was already past midnight, but the county government office in the center of Biguo City was still brightly lit. Biguo County Magistrate Chen Jinhei and several advisors were gathered together, discussing the recent nighttime murders. In the midst of their lively discussion, Chen Jinhei suddenly frowned. He took out his official seal, which had been gathering dust for a long time, and examined it with his spiritual sense, his expression slightly surprised. His neighbor, Bein County, had actually set up a city protecting formation? They really spared no expense. He felt a little emotional and couldn't help but shake his head. Sir, what's wrong? A nearby advisor, seeing Chen Jinhei's silence, quickly asked. Did the Lord already have an idea or a clue? Recently, many people had died in the city at night, and the deaths were extremely gruesome. It's all right, continue. Chen Jinhei shook his head, suppressing the matter. Regardless, the situation in their Biguo County wasn't as dire as in Bein County. It wasn't to the point of activating the city's protective array. Activating it rashly would be like burning money. Activating the city's protective array was a major undertaking. All the counties within Beijing had sensed it. However, most shook their heads and scoffed, unconcerned. A few, while sensing the danger contained within, all relaxed after sensing the yin energy in their own counties. This level of yin energy was nothing to worry about. The prefecture of Beijing was called Jinhua. At this moment, in Jinhua City, within the Demon Extermination Division, the 3rd Division Chief, Jin Fihei, stood by the window, gazing at the bright moon in the sky, hands behind his back, exuding a heroic and extraordinary aura. His eyes flickered, as if he were deep in thought. Suddenly, a voice sounded outside the door. My lord. Bein County has activated its city protecting array. At the same time, the 2nd director has sent word that a major upheaval is imminent. The ghost realm of the underworld is gradually converging towards the mortal realm, requesting support. Bein County? The ghost realm converging towards the mortal realm? Jin Fihei smiled slightly. This was a major event. The Grand Director is still in seclusion. Such a crucial matter should be decided by him. I think you understand, he said calmly. The person outside the door remained silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. Yes, my lord. It just so happened that a small county had undergone such a dramatic change, and Ma Suxun happened to be there. Jin Fihei couldn't help but smile smugly. This was truly a godsend opportunity for him to bring down Ma Suxun. Trading a county for the position of director, a great deal, wasn't it? He knew exactly what such a dramatic change meant. He wanted to see how Ma Suxun could prevent the fall of Bian County. If she couldn't, and a county became a ghost realm in the mortal world, such a serious dereliction of duty would be enough to cost Ma Suxun her position as second director. Even if that bitch has the Ma family backing her, it's no use. However, that bitch still has some connections in Jinho City. He frowned, thinking of a solution. The next day at noon, Li Heng returned from his cultivation state. The progress of his deductions of the Taiyuan scripture, the martial scripture, and the pure Yang soul refining secret technique had reached 30%, yielding considerable gains. However, Li Heng frowned slightly, not happy. Now, a large array covers Bian City, and the yin energy has returned to normal levels. However, the divine Avatar at the Three Mountains gathering sensed that the yin energy in the world had overwhelmed the yang energy. What did this mean? Li Heng knew very well, a calamity had erupted. In fact, besides him realizing this, the true Key Realm Grandmasters and higher-ranking officials in Bian City had also reacted. They gathered at the Demon Extermination Division early in the morning to consider countermeasures. In the welcoming hall, Ren Hai looked relieved. Last night, he was still regretting rashly listening to Meng Lingyan's words and activating the array. He was thinking about whether to secretly shut it down. Even if a major change really happened, it wouldn't be so fast. But overnight, something happened. The concentration of yin energy suddenly increased, let alone erupted directly. If he hadn't activated the grand formation beforehand to purify the yin energy in the city, many ordinary people would have been unable to withstand this change. They would have either died suddenly or been half dead. Many people would likely have perished. I sent people out to investigate. The mass graves outside the city have undergone an anomaly, forming a ghostly domain. Many vengeful spirits are wandering there. Some people who passed by and rushed into the city early have basically died. As for those mountain villages, I won't say much. They are beyond saving. Meng Lingyan said in a deep voice. You probably already understand the seriousness of this matter. But don't panic. I have already reported this matter to the prefectural government, and information should arrive soon. Ma Suxun spoke coldly, reassuring everyone. You can rest assured. Chief Ma is a Xiantian expert. Even if a strange wave really does crash into the city outside, she can ensure the safety of Bian City. The most important thing now is to maintain stability and prevent the people in the city from causing chaos. You all understand what I mean. As the county magistrate, Ren Hai felt it necessary to speak, and thus he spoke. The martial arts school owners, gang leaders, and wealthy merchants all nodded, understanding the situation. However, they secretly regretted not leaving Bian City sooner. For example, the neighboring Biguo County would have been a better option. After discussing some matters, the group dispersed and began to act. Ma Suxun looked worried. This change was happening faster than she had imagined. She had thought it would only happen in a few days, but it had erupted overnight, unusually fast. Could there be some force behind it? She hoped the prefectural government would reply soon. She sighed inwardly. Even as a Xiantian, a high-level cultivator, she was uncertain about this situation. The dense yin energy and the appearance of strange waves were manageable. As a Xiantian, she could resist these waves and protect the area. But if the strange realms of the yin world overlapped with the mortal world and manifested there, everything would be unknown. No one knew what would emerge from these strange realms. Suxun, don't worry, Meng Lingyan stepped forward and patted her shoulder. I've already sent demon hunters from the Demon Extermination Division to investigate the situation outside the city and also to eliminate any strange entities approaching Bian City. The changes have only just begun, so the area outside the city isn't too dangerous yet. However, it's strange that the strange entities within the city seem to have disappeared. Meng Lingyan said with a strange expression, recalling this. Which place within the Demon Extermination Division has the best information network? Li Heng didn't know about other demon extermination divisions, but for Bian City, it was naturally the merit hall where missions were accepted. So he went to the merit hall and saw demon hunters coming and going. Seeing this, Li Heng felt a pang of nostalgia. It was like a scene from a spring festival travel rush at an airport in his previous life. It seemed the demon extermination division had caught on. He found Wang Donglei, but because the merit hall was so crowded, Wang Donglei was no longer as relaxed as before. busy and flustered, and didn't even notice Li Heng approaching. Li Heng didn't mind. He looked at the various files on the counter, his expression growing increasingly grave. A barren mountain turned into a burial ground, vermilion coffins everywhere. The Lanyu Creek, a branch of the Tongshan River, was blocked by a massive ancient mansion. Why does it feel so familiar? Right, he had previously glimpsed many hidden places in the void, including these burial mounds and ancient mansions. Could those eerie places have manifested in the mortal world? How could it be so fast? While he pondered this, Wang Donglei finally realized he had seen Li Heng and quickly apologized. "Brother Li, I was too busy just now and didn't see you. I'm truly sorry. I don't know what happened, so many strange changes have occurred overnight." Li Heng ignored these matters and pointed to the documents. "Where did you get this information? Can you guarantee its accuracy? You mean this? It's all from those demon-slaying envoys who went out to investigate. But for safety, they only took a look from afar and didn't dare go any closer. Perhaps some of it is exaggerated." Wang Donglei shook his head, expressing skepticism. Such a level of change could occur overnight? Are the areas outside the city filled with eerie realms? That's impossible. Li Heng frowned. Exaggerated? He didn't think so. When he first saw these hidden places, they were far more dangerous than described in the texts, chilling and terrifying. It seemed he had to go and see for himself. "I'll take this mission." "A mission? Brother Li, you misunderstand. This is just intelligence gathered by the demon-slaying envoys, not a mission. The demon-slaying envoys only have one mission now, to investigate the anomalies outside the city." Wang Donglei shook his head. "All right then, I'll take the investigation mission." Wang Donglei was slightly taken aback. "Brother Li, you don't intend to risk your life by wandering around these cemeteries and ancient houses, do you? That's unacceptable. Things aren't like they used to be. The area outside the city is practically a different world." "Thanks for the reminder, I'll be careful." Wang Donglei smiled bitterly to himself. It was still the same as before. He said he'd be careful, but what was he really careful about? This Brother Li was truly skilled and daring. "All right, if Brother Li insists, I won't stop you." He sighed and registered Li Heng's information. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 Martial law declared throughout the city. After registering his information, Li Heng left immediately. Wang Donglei watched Li Heng's departing figure, wondering to himself, will this really work? After thinking for a moment, he decided it was best to be cautious and, disregarding his own busy schedule, rushed off to report. He should let the director know about this first. Leaving the inner city, Li Heng raised an eyebrow in surprise as he passed the inner city gate. Xing Yuang, unusually, wasn't guarding the gate. Had he gone to the outer city gate? He arrived at the outer city, where the streets were sparsely populated. At some intersections and along alleyways, gang members stood menacingly staring at the pedestrians, accompanied by county-yamen runners responsible for maintaining order. What was this? Officials and bandits in cahoots? Li Heng couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Of course, he understood that Bian City was so large, and the county-yamen only had so many people. They definitely needed the assistance of these underworld gangs to completely suppress the city. "Go home quickly after you've bought your things, don't go out," a yamen runner shouted at a pedestrian wandering the street. The gang members nearby wore menacing expressions, frightening the pedestrian into hurrying home. Regaining his composure, he continued towards the city gate. Although the entire city was under martial law, and residents were forbidden to leave their homes, for Li Heng, it was a completely unimpeded process. The constables and gang members, seeing Li Heng's attire and the token on his waist, didn't dare utter a sound and let him pass immediately. Reaching the city gate, as expected, it was heavily guarded. Patrols constantly moved along the city walls. Below the gate, numerous martial arts cultivators were gathered, the highest among them even reaching the true key realm, on standby. This was roughly the strength of Bian City's forces. While the current efficiency was high, with so many personnel stationed, it seemed reassuring. However, Li Heng knew this was only temporary. Once the external danger subsided and didn't threaten Bian City, this level of martial law would be lifted in a few days. In fact, If things went wrong, unsurprisingly, the first to flee would be these guards. Standing before the city gate, Heng faintly heard some martial artists complaining about how their gang leaders dragged them out of bed early in the morning and how their masters exploited them. They said the strength was only on paper. He shook his head slightly, showed his Demon Extermination Bureau token, passed the array check, and prepared to leave the city. "Brother Li, are you leaving the city?" Suddenly, a guard standing on either side of the city gate called out to Heng. Heng turned around and saw it was Xingyuang, the professional city gate guard. Xingyuang was now wearing fine iron armor and wielding a fine iron spear, truly clad in armor and armed to the teeth. His strong and imposing body, combined with his blood transformation realm cultivation, made his blood surge like a furnace, making him stand there like an iron tower. His aura surpassed even the true key realm cultivators beside him. If this were ancient Earth, he would be Li Yuanba reincarnated. "Officer Xing, I thought you were at the inner city gate," Heng said with a faint smile. Xingyuang gave an embarrassed smile. Now that the city has suffered a great upheaval, the defense of the outer city is even more important. But one more or one less won't make a difference. There are several true key realm grandmasters nearby. The area outside the city is dangerous now. Where is Brother Li headed? I've been guarding the gate this morning and have overheard some news that might be helpful. I'm heading to Lan Yuxi. Lan Yuxi is relatively close to Bian City, and he was also interested in the massive ancient house that had destroyed Lan Yuxi, curious about what lay inside. And coincidentally, the burial mound covered in vermilion coffins was also in that direction. Lan Yuxi. Hearing these three words, Xingyuang was startled. That place is dangerous. Someone died there this morning. The commotion from their conversation attracted the attention of the other guards, who all turned their gazes to the two of them, their faces showing strange expressions. Who would actually go to such a horrible place now? Hadn't the Demon Extermination Division received the news? What's so strange about dead people? Brother Li, you don't understand. Dead people aren't unusual. In this situation, the death of an entire village wouldn't be surprising. But those who died this morning in Lan Yu Creek were a hallmaster of the Golden Coin Gang and a constable from our county government. Both of them were at the true key realm. Xingyuang said in a deep voice, his eyes revealing horror. 2 true key realm cultivators died. That's indeed very dangerous. Heng nodded. There aren't many true key realm cultivators in Bian City, but now 2 have died at once. So, for ordinary martial arts cultivators, Lan Yu Creek is indeed a forbidden zone they absolutely cannot enter. Once they go in, it's no different from courting death. But that's only true for them. Thank you for the reminder, Constable Xing. I'll be going then. Farewell. Heng didn't intend to linger any longer. After thanking him, he left directly, leaving Xingyuang stunned until Heng's figure was completely out of sight before he reacted. He couldn't understand. You actually knew it was dangerous, so why did you still dare to go? Here we go, let's open the betting. Let's bet on whether this demon slayer will return alive. Location, Lan Yuxi. Big or small? A bone refining realm martial artist, a former gambler, who had been observing coldly, now eagerly urged everyone to place their bets. Zhang Xiaoliu, aren't you afraid that guy is just bragging? He might not actually be going to Lan Yuxi at all, another bone refining realm martial artist joked, and the others nodded in agreement. It doesn't matter where this hothead goes, the gambler Zhang Xiaoliu waved his hand, immediately catching many people's eyes. Indeed, the demon slayer was very young, and his cultivation level was probably not very high, plus he was such a hothead. Given the deteriorating situation outside the city, even a blood exchange realm cultivator could die from a single mistake, let alone this hothead. Those demons and monsters that appeared out of nowhere didn't care if you were afraid of death. Alright, I'm interested. I'll bet on him to die. After leaving the city, Heng headed towards Lan Yuxi. The eerie atmosphere outside the city made him feel uneasy. The density of yin energy was several times that of yesterday, and it was still increasing rapidly. No wonder it erupted suddenly, causing an anomaly. It's a miracle it didn't become a ghost realm. With yin energy this dense, not only ordinary people, but even martial artists who have refined their bodies and bones wouldn't be able to leave the city. Once they did, they would be instantly killed by the corrosive yin energy. Only those at the blood exchange realm could withstand it with their blood furnace. Of course, even if they held out for a long time, they would still die. Walking on the path leading to Lan Yu Creek, he released his mental energy and sensed his surroundings. He discovered that there was a mass grave ahead, with dense yin energy that had formed a ghost realm, where many vengeful spirits wandered. He frowned. This place was too close to Begin City. It seemed he would have to clean it up while he was there. Arriving at the ghost realm of the mass grave, Li Heng found more than a dozen fresh corpses on the ground, all dressed in simple clothes. Some goods and carrying poles were scattered on the ground. Clearly, they had wanted to go into the city to sell their goods as soon as possible, but had encountered this calamity. Ghost realms are yin places, living people should not approach them. Li Heng didn't visualize the yin energy or transform into bizarre, living dead. So when he entered, the wandering vengeful spirits noticed him and surged towards him. Some of these spirits resembled the corpses on the ground. A burst of true solar fire shot out, instantly burning all the vengeful spirits in the area to ashes, leaving not a trace. His source energy increased by 50 points. He shook his head slightly and sighed, a great calamity for all living beings. He looked at the mass grave. There were no tombstones, only exposed white bones and some tattered straw mats. But this wasn't surprising. Poor people couldn't afford coffins. He was about to throw a punch, intending to blast this eerie realm apart. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. A hole appeared before him, rippling like water, initially only the size of a fist, then suddenly widened. A wedding procession slowly emerged from the hole, followed by the sound of celebratory trumpets. The wedding procession consisted of 12 people. Ahead, a young couple, dressed as a golden boy and jade girl, led the way, followed by 5 musicians with heavily made-up faces, their colors reduced to red and white, playing trumpets. Behind them were 3 burly men in white, banging gongs and drums. Finally, a carriage came along, driven by an old woman. The bride was clearly inside. Li Heng paused slightly, then smiled, immediately visualizing the yin energy and transforming into a strange, living dead. This was a wedding of the underworld, so he had to be a bit like the underworld himself. "Who are you? Why are you here?" The old woman driving the carriage, seeing Li Heng blocking the way, spoke in a hoarse voice. Her pale, withered face twitched, her expression showing anger. "What business is it of yours if I'm eating here?" Li Heng replied calmly. "Eating?" The old woman paused, looking around. Seeing that this mass grave was devoid of any vengeful spirits, she immediately understood, then sneered and screamed. "I wondered where those little monsters went. Turns out you ate them? Do you know that this ghost realm was created by my master to connect the underworld and welcome the bride? Where did these ignorant little monsters come from, daring to cause trouble? Kill them, lest they delay the auspicious time." The old woman waved her hand, and the golden boy and jade girl scattering flowers, the musicians playing trumpets, and the burly men banging gongs and drums instantly stopped and rushed directly towards Li Heng, stirring up gusts of cold wind. These monsters are unreasonable. Li Heng felt helpless. Well, he couldn't get angry. He still had to teach these monsters what reason was. Immediately, he had a thought, visualized a vast earth, stomped his foot, and the monsters rushing towards him instantly shattered. Source power plus 50. What? How is this possible? The old woman was shocked, but before she could make a move, a wisp of true solar fire had already floated in front of her, only a hair's breadth away, ready to ignite her at any moment. The old woman froze instantly, not daring to make a move. After all, he wasn't one of those puppets. He valued his life and knew he'd kicked a hornet's nest. "Alright, now you should understand some things. Tell me, where are you from, and where are you going?" Li Heng said calmly. Chapter 137 The Mysterious Old House. A chilling wind swept across the mass grave. The old woman, hearing Li Heng's words, broke out in a cold sweat. She felt the threat of the sun's true fire, her heart pounding with fear, and she stammered for a long time, unable to speak. "Young master, please don't make things difficult for this old woman." A clear, slightly weak voice came from inside the carriage. A snow-white hand emerged, lifting the curtain to reveal a beautiful, delicate face. It was a perfectly normal bride in every way, with a graceful appearance and dignified bearing. Dressed in a red wedding gown, she peeked out, looking at Li Heng with an apologetic expression. She truly resembled a well-bred young lady on her wedding day, her delicate face evoking a sense of pity. "My name is Peacock. I come from 10,000 Demon Ridge and am going to an ancient mansion. The owner there wants to marry me. So please, young master, do me a favor and let me through. I will repay you handsomely in the future." 10,000 Demon Ridge, an ancient mansion? Hearing these two words, a smile appeared on Li Heng's brow. I've searched high and low without finding it, but it's right here without any effort. Who would have thought these two places would be connected in this way? I see. I was just heading to that old house anyway, Li Heng said calmly. The extremely tense old woman was overjoyed upon hearing this. So you're a guest of yours, sir? What a stroke of luck. I'm your subordinate, here to welcome the bride. The old woman smiled obsequiously, her eyes full of flattery. Of course, the true fire of the sun still floated before her, flickering and dancing, brimming with boundless life force, threatening to burn her, this dead woman, to ashes at any moment. Is that so? Li Heng smiled. Since you're his guest, then accompany Peacock. It's on the way. The bride, named Peacock, extended an invitation to Li Heng, her eyes filled with sincerity, without a trace of falsehood. Is that old house over at Lanyu Creek? Li Heng didn't respond to Peacock's question, but instead asked. The old woman was taken aback, then quickly replied. My master's old house is nearby. Taking advantage of the current dense yin energy, it manifested in the mortal world and blocked a river, which must be Lanyuxi. She pondered to herself, who is this living dead? He didn't even know the location of her master's old house. And he could even use such terrifying yet righteous flames. Was he really so strange? Thinking of this, she felt a chill run down her spine and dared not think any further. I understand. Li Heng nodded, and with a thought, the true fire of the sun surged violently, engulfing the old woman and instantly burning her to ashes, killing her instantly. Source power plus 50. As you said, I won't make things difficult for her, right? He smiled, looking at the astonished and silent Peacock. Good, since that old house is in Lanyuxi, and this place is very close to Lanyuxi, then I'll drive her there. With that, he climbed into the carriage, taking the old woman's place. Young master, you are truly decisive. Well, it's all right. My mother-in-law deserved it for attending the banquet. Peacock sighed, her gentle voice surprisingly speaking up for Li Heng. Enough with the nonsense, let's go. You still have to get married, Li Heng said calmly, grabbing the reins and ordering the yin horses to head towards Lanyu Creek. Once they were completely out of this chaotic burial ground, a burst of divine power erupted. Halfway there, as he rode the yin horses at full gallop, a pair of jade-like hands emerged from the carriage, weakly embracing Li Heng. Peacock's graceful figure pressed against his back, her head resting on his shoulder, her breath sweet as orchids. Young master, could you do me a favor? A moment later, Li Heng was still on horseback, while Peacock, dressed in her wedding gown, stood on the ground. Peacock? Peacock, I'm not trying to be mean, but you're already someone else's bride. Why are you still trying to seduce me? Do you even know that the owner of that old house and I are like brothers? Li Heng, on horseback, angrily berated Peacock. How could you do this to my brother? As Peacock listened, her shame and indignation turned into numb calm, her emotions escalating into a frenzy of rage. Seducing you? In the 10,000 Demon Ridge, I'm known as Princess Peacock. With a mere flick of my wrist, countless people would submit to me. Why would I need to seduce you? And like brothers to that person? Bullshit. If you were like brothers to him, how come you don't even know where he is? And judging from that terrifying golden flame you just used, you're no benevolent demon. She roared inwardly, feeling this was the first time she'd ever experienced anything like this. Peacock lady, you should know your shame. He continued, shaking his head in anguish. All right, I won't say anything more. Let's go. Peacock was astonished. Does young master intend for me to walk there? Li Heng raised an eyebrow. What else? Doesn't Lady Peacock know that walking more is good for physical and mental health? I'm doing this for your own good. Peacock was numb, having never seen such a shameless person. She felt a pang of regret. She shouldn't have done that. She had thought this living dead was powerful, and without that terrifying flame, he might be an asset, preventing her from being harmed after marrying into the ancient mansion. She hadn't expected him to be a madman. The two remained silent until they reached Lanyuxi. Arriving beside Lanyuxi, Li Heng raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the massive ancient mansion had truly blocked the entire river. He looked along the river and could already see the outline of the enormous mansion. Because the dam had been blown open, the river had spread to both banks, creating a muddy mess. Young master, this place is muddy, the water is dangerous and deep. Could you allow me to ride a horse? Otherwise, My wedding robes will be soaked with mud, and I won't look like a bride at all. Peacock said softly, with a hint of disgust. What do you know? My brother likes this kind of thing. The dirtier the better, that's how you should get married. Heng waved his hand. Peacock's lips twitched upon hearing this. How could she not understand Heng's sarcasm? He was clearly mocking her for being dirty. But she was indignant about this. She had never let any man touch her before. She liked women. Daughters are made of water, men are made of mud. When I see a daughter, I feel refreshed. When I see a man, I feel suffocated by his stench. Otherwise, why would Jinping have angrily sent her away? However, she thought about it and realized that this living dead man was obviously a pervert. Oh well, she shouldn't argue with such a pervert. She sighed inwardly, feeling lost about her future life in the old mansion. I've calculated the time. The auspicious hour is approaching. Let's go. Heng glanced at the sky casually and rambled on. The Tongshan River flows through the southwest, branching out into many tributaries, forming a dense network of waterways teeming with fish, where many boatmen make their living. Lanhau Creek is a small tributary of the Tongshan River, neither particularly large nor small. It's larger than a typical creek, but not quite a river either, its waters so clear they reflect the moon. It's named Lanhau Creek because a woman surnamed Lan once drowned herself here. The most famous thing about it is its plump and delicious carp, called Lanhau carp. Even in Beijing, it's considered a delicacy. Because of the special nature of this Lanhau carp, local fishermen even have a saying that Lanhau Creek hides a dragon gate. In the middle of Lanhau Creek, a huge ancient mansion dam blocks the river, causing groups of Lanhau carp to be unable to swim back. They gather on both sides of the mansion, leaping and splashing, creating countless waves. However, they would soon be caught by the eerie creatures within the ancient mansion and sent to the kitchen to be processed into dishes. Today was the mansion's owner's joyous day, and the Lanhau carp, so delicious, naturally deserved a place at this bizarre wedding banquet, becoming platters of delicacies. In front of the mansion, a group of small ghosts bustled about, hanging lanterns, setting off firecrackers, and decorating everywhere, creating a festive atmosphere, no different from a normal human wedding banquet. If only these lanterns weren't made of human skin, and the firecrackers weren't made of human flesh. An old zombie resembling a steward stood at the door, looking around, but after a long time, he still hadn't seen his target, and a hint of doubt appeared on his face. What was going on? Why hadn't the procession from One Yao Ridge arrived yet? If they didn't arrive now, they would miss the auspicious time for the wedding. What was going on at One Yao Ridge? Or had they changed their minds? From what he knew, the bride was the famous Peacock Princess. With a pair of stunningly beautiful faces, and a captivating blend of human, eerie, and demonic allure, she was a femme fatale in the 10,000 Demon Ridge, even attracting the heart of the third saint, Golden Rock, who pursued her relentlessly for a long time. It could be said that her face alone could cause chaos in the 10,000 Demon Ridge. From the snippets of information her master revealed, the reason the Peacock Princess married into the Ridge was because the first and second saints of the 10,000 Demon Ridge, unable to bear the harassment, sent her over while the third saint was away. By forcing the issue, they aimed to eliminate the femme fatale. Could the third saint, Golden Rock, have found out about this? Thinking of this possibility, the old zombie's expression stiffened. Although, as a 1,000-year-old zombie, its face was naturally stiff, making it impossible to discern any emotion. It was best to wait and see. The 10,000 Demon Ridge and its master had a cooperative agreement. They shouldn't go back on their word. With a wedding banquet, there would naturally be guests. Before long, numerous special passages, rippling like water, appeared outside the ancient mansion. Emerging from these passages were many strangely shaped demons, guests who had come through the underworld to attend the wedding. A bull-headed demon arrived, patting its chest and laughing heartily. So this is the mortal world. It's been a long time. Back in the day, I was just a bull. How much longer until the divorce banquet begins? There are plenty of wild humans in the mortal world. I've heard their meat is much more tender and flavorful than those domesticated animals. I'd like to go hunting. This guest may leave, the old demon said calmly, showing no fear. All right, then I'm off. The bull-headed demon turned and left without hesitation. At this moment, Heng and the Peacock Princess were very close to the ancient mansion, able to clearly see its appearance and a bull striding towards them. Chapter 138 The Minotaur Must Die. You two aren't taking the path of the underworld? The bull-headed demon was slightly taken aback when he saw Li Heng and Conk, and asked in confusion. Wait, isn't that woman wearing our clothes? Why is she dressed so festively? Could she be a bridesmaid? But why didn't he see the wedding procession? He scratched his head and dismissed the thought. He shouldn't think about it, he wasn't good with his brain anyway. A bull? Li Heng frowned slightly. Where are you going? Telling you won't hurt. Old bull is going hunting. Wild human meat is really chewy. The divorce banquet is still a while away, so instead of wasting time there, I'd rather go hunting. Do you want to come? He chuckled and actually extended an invitation to Li Heng. Hunting humans? Li Heng smiled and beckoned the bull-headed demon to come closer. The bull-headed demon was confused, but he was also very confident in himself, so he came forward directly. What is it? Do you know where there are people? Before he could finish speaking, Li Heng threw a punch. The fist, powerful and forceful, struck the bull-headed demon's face directly. Its tough hide offered no resistance, the force penetrated its entire body, shattering its bones. Boom! Without skeletal support, the bull-headed demon was reduced to a pile of mud, flying backward in a straight line before crashing solidly into the wall of the ancient house. It lay lifeless, a bloody mess, a mangled corpse. Source power plus 45. At the entrance of the ancient house, the lesser demons, guests, and even the 1,000-year-old zombie butler were all stunned, their expressions blank, not knowing what had happened. Soon, the butler reacted, his face contorted with rage, and roared, "Who dares to cause trouble here?" As soon as he finished speaking, Li Heng and Peacock appeared before the demons, slowly approaching, their figures shrinking until they were right in front of them, causing the demons to gasp in surprise. I dare to cause trouble here, so what? Li Heng surveyed the crowd, speaking calmly. Upon hearing this, the eerie demons snapped out of their daze, gasping in shock. They realized this young man was terrifyingly powerful and must not be allowed to live. A surge of overwhelming resolve welled up within them. What a joke. This living dead was clearly incredibly strong, having directly killed the bull-headed creature renowned for its physique. How could they possibly afford to offend him? With such strength, he was certainly not stupid, yet he dared to cause trouble here, indicating he had considerable backing. They didn't need to risk being killed by a single punch by jumping out to contradict him and curry favor with the owner of the old mansion. You are. The old zombie butler narrowed his eyes, scanning the two men with intense apprehension. He couldn't see through Li Heng at all. At the same time, he felt the woman beside the living dead look somewhat familiar. Why was she wearing a wedding dress? Although they were holding a wedding here, the protagonist was none other than the Peacock Princess. My name is Peacock, from 10,000 Demon Ridge. This is my guard. After a long silence, Peacock spoke in a clear, cold voice, her previous gentleness gone, as if she were a dignified and noble young lady. Upon hearing this, the eerie demons fell silent. It wasn't that they didn't believe her, but after careful observation, they finally confirmed that the woman before them, dressed in a wedding gown and with a face like a celestial being, was indeed Princess Peacock. Especially those who already felt a sense of familiarity, had some guesses, or had seen Peacock before, were now absolutely certain. But why? Why did Princess Peacock only have one guard with her? And even if there was only one guard, why was this guard riding a horse while Princess Peacock was walking on the ground? That guard had just killed the old ox with a single punch. They all felt that something was strange. Something had probably changed. The old zombie steward remained silent, then slowly spoke again, staring intently at the two. So it's Princess Peacock here. Forgive this old servant's rudeness. However, this old servant remembers that we once sent a wedding procession to welcome you. Where is that procession? Why haven't we seen them? Also, why are you, the guard, killing demons here? You are a princess, and will be my master's bride in the future. Your status is noble, so why are you walking on the ground while this guard is riding a horse? The peacock fell silent, looking up at Li Heng beside her. She knew very well that Li Heng was the one in charge. You mean those fools? I killed them. They tried to grope Princess Peacock on the way. As her guard, it's not surprising that I killed them all. Li Heng spoke up, laughing loudly. As for this bull? Actually, it's because my name is Pure Love War God, so the Minotaur must die. Although the strange demons didn't quite understand Li Heng's words, they understood one word from them: arrogance. He was showing no respect for the owner of the old house. This wasn't a guard at all, He was clearly here to cause trouble. I see, Princess Peacock, is what he said true? Don't worry, this place is already within my master's sphere of influence. You can speak freely without concern for safety. The old zombie steward said slowly, his gaze fixed on Li Heng, trying to lock onto his aura and devour him, as if he were about to strike at any moment. After listening, Peacock fell silent and closed her eyes. Then, under the gazes of the crowd of monsters, she parted her cherry lips slightly. What the guard said is true, they deserved it. As soon as she finished speaking, the monsters and demons were in an uproar, all thinking that this was going to be a good show. Of course, the clever monsters had already quietly slipped away, only to find that they couldn't get out. The surrounding area had been sealed off by the owner of the ancient house. They returned to their original positions expressionlessly and silently. Li Heng was slightly surprised, but then smiled and spoke loudly. You old zombie, why don't you get out of the way? Or do you also want to lay a hand on the Peacock Prince and get killed by me? Try him for me. The indifferent, light voice barely reached the old zombie steward's ears. He nodded slightly, agreeing. The next moment, his figure surged, his skin turning a pure bluish black, and he attacked Li Heng. A chilling wind rolled in, carrying a stench. Before the old zombie even reached Li Heng, he felt the air already filled with corpse poison, trying to penetrate his flesh through his pores and erode his blood and flesh. Rapid airborne transmission? That's quite something. Li Heng smiled slightly, activating the nascent key flower. He took a deep breath and then exhaled sharply. Whoosh! This breath instantly transformed into a raging wind, causing the surrounding trees to sway and the corpse poison to scatter. The old zombie, poised to attack him, lost its footing due to the wind and was sent flying backward. This was the key flower, the master of key. The old zombie tumbled through the air several times before quickly regaining its footing and falling back to its original position. It stared at Li Heng in utter shock, its expression ashen. The demons forced to watch from the sidelines were equally astonished. This living dead truly had power. A single gust of wind had blown this old zombie like this? Although it was now just an old zombie, before being subdued by the owner of the ancient mansion, it was a renowned 1,000-year-old corpse demon, roaming the underworld with unparalleled power. Few dared to provoke it. Since its master hadn't ordered it to stop, it had to continue. The old zombie grunted, its body suddenly swelling, enveloped in dense yin energy, manifesting the form of a 1,000-year-old corpse king. Without lingering, it lunged at Li Heng again. Li Heng shook his head, a predictable tactic. He had originally intended to use this as bait, but it seemed unnecessary. Your skill ends here, I send you to your death. Visualizing the Dharma image of the earth, the suppressive power of the earth suddenly arose. He pressed down with his hand, and the power of the earth Dharma image trembled violently, striking the 1,000-year-old corpse king. The earth was extremely heavy. Under the pressure of the earth's suppressive power, the 1,000-year-old corpse king's body was as if struck by an iron hammer in midair, showing a clear dent. Like Sun Wukong under the Five-Finger Mountain, he was directly sprawled on the ground. The old zombie struggled desperately, his body occasionally bursting with blue and black light, his aura surging with each surge, even attempting to sublimate himself to the ultimate level, leaping to the innate realm to break the suppression. But nothing changed, he remained sprawled on the ground. In fact, due to the increased pressure of the earth's suppressive power, he was pressed tightly against the ground, almost merging into it. Now, it seemed he was even more miserable than Sun Wukong. At least before the Buddha laid down the scroll, Sun Wukong could truly shake mountains. Fancy and showy. He pressed his palm down again, the power of his earth Dharma form connecting with the earth's veins, its power suddenly surging, intending to completely suppress it. The next moment, a sudden change occurred. The surrounding scenery shook, and a vast, eerie domain power arose abruptly, the yin energy surging and rolling, about to strike Li Heng's earth Dharma form power and rescue this old zombie. The guests were startled, realizing the owner of the ancient house had made a move. Li Heng's expression remained indifferent. He dared to come before this ancient house, stepping into this mysterious eerie domain, so he wasn't afraid of the so-called owner. With a thought, the divine intent of the vast earth erupted, filling the entire eerie domain. The eerie domain instantly trembled and began to shake. The next moment, a cold snort was heard, its sound like a thunderclap exploding in the hearts of the guests and Peacock, causing their minds to collapse and leaving them stunned. At the same time, the power of the eerie realm and the yin energy intensified again, even mixed with a cunning, resentful, and malicious intent, like some ominous curse. All surging towards Li Heng. HMPH, a mere trick to show off before an expert? Li Heng's aura surged, and the Dharma image of the vast earth suddenly appeared, radiating an aura of vastness, antiquity, and the capacity to bear all things. The so-called yin energy and ominous curse were all absorbed by the Dharma image. Simultaneously, the appearance of the Dharma image strengthened the suppressive power. The old zombie, already half dead from the suppression, couldn't withstand it and was instantly killed. Its death was like that of the Minotaur, its bones shattered, its flesh mangled, resembling a pile of mud. Source power plus 100. Some of the more powerful demons and monsters, regaining their senses and witnessing the scene, were all shocked and found it unbelievable. The owner of the ancient house couldn't be saved. This was her home ground, her territory. It seemed this living dead was also a powerful being of the same level as the owner of the old mansion, a great demon of the innate level. They gasped inwardly, regretting attending the banquet. They hadn't gotten any food, but instead witnessed a battle between gods? If they, mere mortals, demons, and monsters, were caught in the aftershocks of this battle, they would die. How dare you? You dare kill my dog? A furious roar caused the surrounding ghostly realm to tremble. The owner of the old mansion appeared. Chapter 139. The owner of the old house. This was a woman dressed in a groom's robe. Her figure hovered in the void, her eyes icy, her face beautiful but not at all eerie. The yin energy and the power of the eerie realm around her submitted, displaying immense power. She was none other than the owner of the ancient mansion. Li Heng raised an eyebrow. A woman marrying another woman? Interesting. The other guests and eerie demons dared not even breathe when the owner of the ancient mansion appeared, some even holding their breath. Although she was a woman, no one dared to underestimate her. Years ago, this owner of the ancient mansion suddenly appeared in the underworld. No one knew her origins, only that she had used her unfathomable power to shatter a vast eerie realm, causing some innate great demons to perish at her hands. Now, she even had connections with the 3 saints of 10,000 Demon Ridge. Peacock snapped out of her daze, looking at the scene before her with surprise. Could this be the owner of the ancient mansion? A woman? She had been lamenting that she was about to be killed. Now it seemed not so bad after all. A strange light began to flicker in her eyes. If a dog wants to bite, then naturally you have to punch it to death, Li Heng said with a slight smile. The owner of the old house was actually at the innate level. It seemed his worries were justified. As the bizarre realms of the underworld manifested in the mortal realm, many terrifying demons and monsters would emerge. The owner of the old house had a gloomy, arrogant expression. Even with her appearance, she didn't give him any face. Who exactly was this living dead person, capable of holding the peacock hostage? What was going on with the green lion and the white elephant? Even when beating a dog, you have to consider its owner. Who are you? She roared, and the surrounding yin energy surged, like the rising and falling waves of the ocean, the waves mixed with resentment and hatred, containing an ominous curse. The surrounding demons and monsters trembled with fear, taking several steps back, afraid of being contaminated by this terrifying yin energy. This yin energy was unlike anything they usually absorbed. It was extremely ominous. The owner of the old house didn't waste any words with Li Heng. A powerful aura of strange energy surged forth, using her home field advantage to suppress Li Heng, while simultaneously attempting to teleport the peacock space back to her side. This was her domain, and the space respected her as its master. I am naturally Princess Peacock's guard, Li Heng chuckled, his large hand directly pulling the conflicted peacock into his arms, her body warm and fragrant. What, you, as the owner of this old house, are so impatient, also wanting to make advances on Princess Peacock? It seems I'll have to kill you too. Arrogant. Arrogant beyond belief. If you really are a guard, the owner of this old house is the future groom of Princess Peacock. Even if he's impatient, how dare you, a mere guard, interfere? The demon beside him exclaimed inwardly. Looks like this ruthless person isn't going to pretend anymore. Seeing this blatant netterer behavior, the owner of the old house's face turned icy. She used her hidden spatial displacement power to envelop Peacock, like a volcano about to erupt, moving Peacock to her side to eliminate any lingering concerns. Without those concerns, she figured she could probably kill this guy. But the next moment, nothing happened. She was startled and quickly amplified her demonic domain power, moving Peacock to her side, but still nothing happened. Peacock was still in that damned guy's arms, even looking somewhat submissive. In fact, her demonic power had already been applied to the so-called guard, but this damned guy remained calm and unfazed, showing no signs of being suppressed by the demonic domain power. Could it be that the ghost domain is useless against this guy? She was shocked, somewhat incredulous. Li Heng remained calm, pushed away the peacock in his arms, and pressed down with his hand. The power of the Earth Dharma form once again suppressed the ghost domain, making it teeter on the verge of collapse and shatter at any moment. The special strength of the ghost domain was indeed inferior to that of reality. It was precisely because of this fragile special strength that the ghost domain's master, the ghostly one, could unleash various supernatural abilities within the ghost domain, such as special teleportation. But how could such a fragile space withstand the suppression of his Earth Dharma form? Under the manifestation of the Earth Dharma form, he himself was equivalent to a special anchor, directly fixing the surrounding space and stabilizing the laws. The so-called ghost domain suppression and special displacement naturally had no effect on him. What kind of method was this? The owner of the old house was greatly shocked, but remained outwardly calm, and began to inject power, attempting to stabilize the shaking ghost domain again. Then she was horrified to find that all of this was in vain. The injection of power even made the ghost domain more unstable, like a rootless duckweed, swaying more and more. What a good method. You can leave now, take her with you. The owner of the old house was silent for a moment, then said softly, "This guy is mysterious and unpredictable, with extremely strong strength. It's not worth fighting to the death with him for a pretty vase. Now is a critical time. She has her own plans for manifesting the old house in the world. She can't waste her power." The demons and monsters beside her were greatly surprised. What's going on? Wasn't it rumored that the owner of the old house was arrogant and would kill anyone who dared to provoke her? How come she gave in so quickly? What if I don't leave? Li Heng smiled slightly. Don't leave? If you don't leave, you won't be able to leave. The owner of the old house laughed coldly, turned around with a flick of her sleeve, and returned to the old house. The eerie domain that enveloped everyone also dissipated with a bang, and the surrounding scenery returned to calm, and the dust settled. The demons and monsters were a little confused. What happened? A promising start but a disappointing finish? Regardless of whether it was a promising start but a disappointing finish, some clever demons and monsters had already taken this opportunity to quietly slip away. However, this time, Li Heng stopped them. Where are you all going? He watched the fleeing demons and monsters with indifferent expression. He didn't know what the owner of the old house was thinking, but these demons and monsters were all walking sources of energy. How could he let them go? The fleeing demons and monsters looked grim. The owner of the old house had stopped them earlier, and now this ruthless person had taken their place? They were just here to attend the wedding banquet. What had they done to deserve this? Was this so-called wedding banquet actually a trap? Were the owner of the old house and this ruthless person going to join forces to hunt them down? Sir, you are being rather domineering. We are just here to attend the wedding. We can come and go as we please. You are not the owner of the old house, so why are you stopping us? A dog-headed human spoke up. Oh? Who are you? State your name. Li Heng glanced at him and spoke indifferently. I am one of the 72 demon kings of the 10,000 Demon Ridge, named Hun Shuang, and a subordinate of the first Saint Qingxi. I know that your cultivation is profound, and you are on par with the owner of the old house. But you'd better consider the weight of the 10,000 Demon Ridge, the dog-headed man said arrogantly. In the underworld of this region, the 10,000 Demon Ridge was a first-rate power, and the 3 saints of the 10,000 Demon Ridge were renowned far and wide, even reaching the Hanging Mountain. Presumably, even this ruthless man would have to give him some face. Li Heng nodded, pressed down with one hand, and the Earth's Dharma image trembled. The dog-headed man died instantly, even his own soul was crushed, leaving him with no life left. His source power increased by 40. The dog-headed man's death caused the demons to freeze suddenly, a chill creeping into their hearts. This person actually dared to kill the demon king of the 10,000 Demon Ridge. He was simply a madman, courting death. Alright, now who wants to run away? Li Heng looked around again and spoke loudly. The demons lowered their heads strangely, not daring to meet Li Heng's gaze. It was as if Li Heng was the real demon, the real monster, and they were just trembling mortals. Peacock beside him was even more ecstatic, her heart pounding wildly. But the next moment she suddenly snapped out of it, inwardly cursing herself for being such a fool. She liked women, and even if she were to marry, she would marry a woman. How could she fall for a stinky man? None of you want to run away, right? Very good. Li Heng smiled and nodded. There were more than 20 demons and monsters present, all quite powerful, likely from the so-called underworld, not from the mortal realm. At 40 points of source energy per person, that's 1,000 points. A great harvest. The demons and monsters were bewildered, unsure what this ruthless man intended to do to them. However, they figured that as long as they behaved themselves, stayed put, and didn't move, even if this ruthless man was insane, he wouldn't have any reason to attack them, and their lives would be spared. When a powerful figure at the innate level arrived, this ruthless man would have a good time. Li Heng smiled, and with a thought, the Earth Dharma form slammed down again, unleashing a massive, heavy force. Caught off guard, these demons and monsters died instantly. Source energy plus 1,000 points. Peacock, witnessing Li Heng's attack, was stunned, a chill creeping into her heart. This man had such a bloodthirsty nature, would she also be killed? The owner of the ancient house appeared, watching this scene, and fell silent. She returned to the old house, intending for Li Heng to leave and not get entangled with her. With the house's defenses, she believed Li Heng couldn't break in. But she never expected him to attack the guests. He was a madman. This was troublesome. Most of the guests attending her wedding were key figures from various powerful factions. Now they were all dead in front of her house. Imagine how furious those factions would be. Although she wasn't responsible, she might be implicated. Out again? Not hiding anymore? Li Heng raised an eyebrow and said calmly. In his divine vision, the old house was covered in a layer of black light, impenetrable even to spiritual penetration. He sensed an ominous curse, clearly a defensive measure that wouldn't be easily breached. That's why he targeted these demons and monsters. You madman, you're finished. You'll die here. The old house owner said coldly, his voice grim. You. Or is it those even more powerful guests who might come to attend the wedding? Let me guess. Other innate strange beings? Li Heng smiled slightly, having already guessed everything. The owner of the old house was shocked. Since he knew this, why did he still resort to such a vicious act? Did he really have some kind of backing? A deep sense of dread rose in her heart. At this moment, spatial fluctuations surged again. A humanoid figure slowly emerged from it, and upon seeing the surrounding carnage and the old house owner confronting Li Heng, she was stunned. What happened? What happened? Old ghost? You've come at the right time, cooperate with me to kill him. The owner of the old house was overjoyed upon seeing this and exclaimed loudly. Li Heng raised an eyebrow. Indeed, another innate being was strange. He could handle one innate being now, but two would be a bit much. After all, he was only at the true key realm. However, all of this was under his control. He sensed his current source energy balance. 2,525 points, making him rich again. Looking at the 3 progress bars for the cultivation technique on the data panel, he smiled inwardly. You two are fighting me, so I'll use my source energy to speed up the cultivation technique deduction, give you a cheat code. That shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Chapter 140 The Primordial Scripture. Oh? Even you can't handle him? The old ghost roughly understood what was going on. This living dead confronting the owner of the old house was clearly looking for trouble and disrupting the wedding. Judging from the current situation, he had even killed the wedding guests. He was simply a madman, a ruthless person. But this living dead was so strong that even she couldn't handle him. This person is mysterious and unpredictable, you must be careful. Just now he ignored my ghost domain power. The owner of the old house stared at Li Heng, noticing his every move, and said coldly. The old ghost was shocked. Ignored ghost domain power? He stared at the calm Li Heng. Young friend, could you give me some face? It's the owner of the old house's wedding, why bother her? Let's talk after the wedding, how about that? The owner of the old house's words made the old ghost wary. He had lived for hundreds of years and had never seen such a strange being who could ignore ghost domain power before. He didn't want to be his enemy at all. But he was a guest invited by the owner of the old house, so he had no choice but to deal with him. Oh? And who are you? Li Heng smiled faintly, and with a thought, he burned 500 points of source energy, injecting them into the deduction progress bar of the Taiyuan scripture to accelerate its deduction. In just an instant, the deduction was completed. The Taiyuan scripture advanced, directly upgrading from the true key realm to the innate realm. Various information about the innate realm surfaced in his mind, giving him much insight, and his realm began to leap. His fundamental cultivation technique was the Taiyuan scripture. Now that the Taiyuan scripture had been upgraded, although it couldn't directly break through realms, it allowed him to reach the true peak of the true Qi realm from the Genqi realm, half a step into the innate realm. His combat power also surged dramatically, reaching a new level. Now, the innate realm posed no bottleneck for him. As long as he accumulated enough, he could naturally break through to the innate realm and achieve transcendence. The innate realm had no bottleneck, breakthroughs were inevitable. Such a thing had never happened in thousands of years. With a thought, the Taiyuan scripture circulated throughout his body, interfering with the heavens and earth. A small vortex of primordial energy quietly appeared, hovering silently above Li Heng's palm, like a miniature tornado. Within it flowed and swirled, containing terrifying power. This was the characteristic of the innate level Taiyuan scripture. One could become the master of primordial energy, freely manipulating the primordial energy of heaven and earth. The fierce old ghost had originally intended to introduce himself. However, at this moment, he was frightened by the change in aura brought about by Li Heng's advancement. Wisps of black flame rose, enveloping his body, and he watched Li Heng with extreme caution. "Young friend, are you not giving this old man any face?" the fierce old ghost said with an ugly expression. In his eyes, Li Heng's aura had surged just now, seemingly intending to attack him. "Fierce old ghost, don't waste any more words with him. Let's join forces to suppress him, otherwise, can this wedding still take place? Not only me, but you will all become a laughingstock. Aren't your subordinates among those corpses over there?" The owner of the old house urged him to act immediately. "Giving you face? Fine, here you go." Li Heng smiled slightly, and the small vortex of Yuan Qi instantly shot out, flying towards the fierce old ghost. The Yuan Qi vortex continued to fly, absorbing the surrounding Yuan Qi of heaven and earth, growing larger and larger with the wind, even forming a Yuan Qi tornado. Whoosh! 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 A rolling wind arose, sweeping past the surroundings, and the Yuan Qi vortex erupted with immense power, directly sucking in the strange corpses nearby, and even the river water on Lan Yu Creek, turning into a blood-red water tornado. The blood-red water tornado unleashed its suction force, and the Yuan Qi within constantly collided and annihilated, causing everything around to shake. Even the ancient house protected by mysterious power trembled slightly. The fierce old ghost was shocked. What kind of technique was this? A black flame flew out from his palm, the flame constantly steaming, emitting black gas, mixed with killing intent and ferocity, trying to destroy this blood-red water tornado. Seeing his ally attacked, the owner of the old house unleashed an ominous aura of yin energy, transforming into ever-changing, howling shadows of yin energy, almost like living beings, that lunged at Li Heng. Li Heng smiled faintly. The shadows of yin energy didn't even get within 3 inches of him before being crushed and dissipated by the immense power of the earth's dharma form, utterly ineffective against him. The old ghost's black, malevolent flames were directly engulfed by the blood-red water spout formed from the vortex of primordial energy, extinguished in an instant before burning even much water vapor. Not every flame can be as domineering as the true fire of the sun, capable of burning yin energy and the primordial energy of heaven and earth. He watched the blood-red water spout grow larger and taller, even seeming to connect heaven and earth, lost in thought. The current situation indeed confirmed his suspicions. Primordial energy can interfere with other primordial energies, creating a chain reaction, generating resonance, and finally forming a wave of primordial energy, unleashing terrifying power, just like the primordial energy vortex before him. Absorbing the surrounding, heaven and earth energy, colliding and reacting with it, and then affecting an even wider area of, as long as this reaction could continue uninterrupted, it could potentially unleash world-destroying power. Like dominoes, if one falls, 1,000 will follow. However, he also knew that everything in the world tends towards disorder from order, and the longer it goes on, the greater the chance of this vortex of collapsing. Unless there is human intervention to control it, collapse is inevitable. Sure enough, the vortex of had only flown halfway when the possibility of collapse outweighed the possibility of it growing and expanding. The entire vortex of began to slowly dissipate, its size decreasing until it reached the old ghost, having returned to normal size, about 2 or 3 stories high. However, the old ghost struggled to resist, and finally, the owner of the old house intervened, the two unleashing their innate power to interfere with the yin and yuan energies of heaven and earth, barely managing to stop it. They stared at Li Heng in horror, wondering what this move was. If it weren't for the unexpected turn of events halfway through the flight, causing it to dissipate, they wouldn't have been able to withstand it anyway. It made it seem as if a great innate realm expert was present, wielding boundless power. What a pity. Li Heng couldn't help but shake his head. After all, he wasn't an innate realm expert yet. The reason he could interfere with the primordial energy of heaven and earth so much was due to the characteristics of the Taiwan scripture. However, his own realm was not yet capable of finally adjusting the primordial energy vortex of this scale, which caused it to collapse halfway through the flight. It seemed he would have to wait until he truly advanced to the innate realm. "Who exactly are you?" the fierce old ghost said in a deep voice, somewhat afraid. "What exactly do you want from me? I have already admitted defeat, and I've given you that vase. Why are you still pressing me so hard? I have no grudge against you." The owner of the old house felt that disaster had struck out of nowhere while he was sitting at home. How could a simple wedding have caused such trouble? "What do I want?" Li Heng smiled lightly upon hearing this. "I'm asking you, why did you manifest this old house here? Don't you know this is my territory?" He casually made up an excuse, hoping to extract some information. "Your territory?" The owner of the old house looked astonished. "Then where is your ghost domain? Why didn't I sense it?" "Ghost domain?" Li Heng sneered. "Only trashy ghosts use ghost domains, true ghosts never use them. That's why you two trash were getting crushed by me." The two were stunned, their anger rising instantly. How dare he call them trash? Ghost domains are high-level ghosts, only ghosts with potential possess them, and he said they were being crushed? They had never seen such an arrogant guy. The owner of the old house barely suppressed her anger. "You need to be reasonable. If your ghost domain hasn't been deployed, how would I know this is your territory? Besides, this is where my previous self drowned, so I naturally have the right to return." She gritted her teeth, staring at Li Heng. "What a coincidence, this is also where my previous self drowned. And a day earlier than yours." Li Heng replied casually. This owner of the old house was actually the rumored woman surnamed Land who drowned herself in the river, and turned into a ghost after death. So, it's not surprising that her ancient house manifested in the present world. Then what about the burial mound covered in coffins? The owner of the ancient house twitched with anger. It was also a place where someone drowned themselves, and a day earlier than her? If she didn't possess all the memories of her predecessor, she probably would have believed it. Is this some kind of fabricated reason? She's really here to cause trouble. Ahem, I see. Then there's a reason. It seems the owner of the ancient house is in the wrong. This old man apologizes to you, young friend. Since this is a dispute between the two of you, I don't need to intervene. I'm going back now. The fierce old ghost said, smiling, about to open the Yin Road node here, intending to escape. His relationship with the owner of the ancient house was so-so. Why provoke such a powerful enemy for this matter? You can't leave. The fierce old ghost's Yin Road passage was only half opened when it was shattered by the surging power of the Earth Dharma image. He turned his head and saw Li Heng standing with his hands behind his back, speaking indifferently. The fierce old ghost's expression was ashen. I advise you to have some self-respect, young friend. I'm not the only one attending this wedding of the owner of this old mansion. Even if you're powerful, do you think you can defeat two innate realm experts, or even more? He explained the situation to Li Heng, his anger rising. Young friend, there's a saying among humans, forgive and forget, don't push your luck. Do you really want to fight us to the death? Your move just now, though terrifying, clearly wasn't mastered, was it? The fierce old ghost warned again, giving Li Heng ample face. No, I'm not targeting you personally. I've already said it before, you two are both trash and need to be dealt with. Li Heng smiled leisurely, his Earth Dharma form erupting with a roar. Simultaneously, he activated the Taiwan scripture, the surrounding vast, heaven and earth energy, amplifying the phenomenon of a boundless earth. Vast, ancient, and wild. The two were immediately captivated by his divine intent, the vast earth's power suppressing their minds, leaving them stunned. However, being innate realm experts, they quickly regained their senses, realizing the danger and trying to use their abilities to resist. But at that moment, the fierce old ghost found that Li Heng's fist was already in front of him. The terrifying force of the punch caused his flesh to twist and contort, changing its shape. And then the punch landed. Chapter 141 Money to Buy Life. Boom. The fist struck, and the old man's face caved in instantly, like a meteorite impact, turning the rugged hills into a basin. An invisible shockwave erupted from the center, engulfing everything around. The old man was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall of the old house. Although the house had protective powers, it was still somewhat fragile against Li Heng's terrifying punch, leaving a cracked dent and teetering on the verge of collapse. The house's owner was horrified, but she couldn't care less about the old man's miserable state. Taking advantage of the moment when Li Heng's punch was exhausted and new power hadn't yet arisen, she unleashed a torrent of yin energy and resentment. The yin energy arrived instantly, aiming to catch Li Heng off guard. But he remained calm. With a thought, the strange phenomena of the vast earth manifested, including the underworld and the yellow springs, absorbing the incoming yin energy completely. What? It didn't work again. The old mansion's owner, still reeling from the shock, was also stunned. The ferocious old man, half dead from Li Heng's punch, regained his senses, suppressing the near collapse of his internal injuries, and unleashed a malevolent black flame around himself. This living dead was far too ferocious, he had to be dealt with quickly. The old man gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Fortunately, he was always cautious, constantly using his internal energy to protect himself. Otherwise, if he had been caught off guard by that punch, he would have truly been killed instantly. Where did this living dead come from? The malevolent black flame arrived in an instant, like a sea of fire, its demonic flames surging, filling Li Heng's entire field of vision. Many twisted humanoid figures appeared within the sea of fire, rushing towards him. Flames? The Li family plays with fire. Li Heng smiled lightly. He didn't even need to use the true fire of the sun. He suddenly visualized the great sun, unleashing a trace of the true fire of the sun, and the malevolent demonic flames immediately ceased, daring not to advance. The old ghost was terrified at the sight and hurriedly tried to control his flames to advance, but he found that his demonic flames couldn't move an inch. The flames seemed afraid, as if a great terror lay ahead. Impossible. This didn't make sense. His demonic flames had a mysterious origin. He had obtained them from a forbidden area in the past, which had helped him roam the underworld unchallenged. Ordinary, strange demons were instantly reduced to ashes by his flames. His own essence and soul were used to fuel the flames' growth. But now, the flames were afraid? He didn't understand. Regardless of his understanding, the earth's protective aura suddenly appeared, exerting a suppressive force. The old ghost and the owner of the old house immediately felt a terrifying gravity pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to move. Before the old ghost could figure out what this was, Li Heng's fist arrived in an instant. He reacted quickly, using his demonic flames to protect himself and try to force Li Heng back. This living dead was still made of flesh and blood, even if he had the ability to counter the demonic flames and prevent him from advancing. But even he had to fear the burning demonic flames. This confidence came from his rampage through the underworld with his demonic flames. Could this living dead be stronger than the 3 saints of 10,000 Demon Ridge? He didn't believe it. And so he met his demise. Li Heng's fist came right in front of him, and his supposedly absolute defense, the demonic flames that could burn almost eternally, extinguished in fear at that moment. The punch landed directly on him. Back then, Li Heng killed Wang Zuanji with 3 punches. Now, after another breakthrough, he killed the fiery old ghost with 2 punches. With the blessing of the 3 flowers of essence, ki, and spirit, the blessing of the earth dharma image, the blessing of the great sun divine intent, and the blessing of the Taiwan scripture, with all the buffs stacked up, even a transcendent innate being would die from this punch. The fiery old ghost's body was directly blasted apart. His strange soul, caught off guard, was directly strangled by the combined burst of the earth divine intent and the great sun divine intent. Before it could even let out a wail, it was already destroyed. The fiery old ghost fell, source power plus 600. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The owner of the old house had no time to react and could only watch helplessly as the fierce old ghost was killed by Li Heng, witnessing his terrifying ferocity. The next moment, she reacted with a start, ignoring everything, and fled back into the old house, simultaneously uttering a harsh threat. You actually managed to kill the fierce old ghost with 2 punches. Your strength is terrifying. I admit I can't beat you. But I advise you to leave as soon as possible. You can't break through the old house's defenses. There aren't just the fierce old ghosts attending my wedding, there are others. Once they all arrive, Can you defeat all of us combined? Peacock had been afraid, fearing Li Heng would kill her, but when she witnessed the power of Li Heng's 2 punches, his godlike figure, and how he killed the fierce old ghost with a single punch, she couldn't help but be captivated. This man seems somewhat reliable. Li Heng smiled lightly. This turtle shell thinks it can hold out? He's not even a threat. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and with a thought, he amplified the power of the Earth Dharma image to its maximum. The Taiyuan scripture also rapidly circulated, further enhancing it. He stomped his foot on the ground, and with a deafening roar, the ground around him began to collapse, the collapse spreading outwards until it reached the ancient house. A building standing on the earth. Could it compare to an earthquake demolition crew? Rumble. The surrounding earth shook and collapsed, directly destroying the very foundation of the ancient house. The house showed signs of collapse, the roof crumbled, the walls shattered, and clouds of dust billowed up. Inside the ancient house, the owner was horrified. How could this be? This living dead could actually shake the ancient house, causing it to collapse? He possessed such terrifying power? She knew that although the ancient house was indestructible, it would take time to repair after its collapse. She couldn't stay here long, or she would surely be killed. Who knew when those innate guests would arrive? Without a second thought, she flew off, heading towards the desolate cemetery. While fleeing for her life, she also wanted to find that guy and help her kill this living dead. Li Heng raised an eyebrow upon seeing the old house owner flee. The direction she fled seemed to be that desolate cemetery, filled with crimson coffins. Was she looking for help? Interesting. He chuckled, grabbed the infatuated peacock, and leaped into the air, circulating the Taiyuan scripture, riding the wind to endless distances, chasing after the fleeing old house owner. After a while, the old house stopped collapsing. The surrounding, heaven and earth energy, and yin energy seemed to be attracted, surging into the old house. Then, as if a rewind button had been pressed, the shattered walls repaired themselves, the collapsed roof flew back up, and the entire old house seemed to possess some kind of life. The old house owner fled through the air. Anger flashed across her beautiful face. After so many years in the underworld, this was the first time she had been so disheveled. Moreover, that living dead didn't take her seriously at all. Even though he was chasing her now, he was only keeping her at a distance, clearly trying to use her as bait. Fishing, huh? Just wait and see, fish can eat people too. The owner of the old house roared inwardly, accelerating further, like an arrow released from a bow, tearing through the air and creating a series of air explosions. In the air, Peacock was silent, somewhat embarrassed and annoyed. Because the current position was not as she had imagined, with him holding her in his arms or the two leaning against each other, but rather Li Heng was grabbing her by the back of her collar with one hand. She was a little frantic. I only think I'm still pretty, why treat me like this? Li Heng didn't have any other thoughts about taking Peacock with him. He just felt that since Peacock was related to the 10,000 Demon Ridge, he couldn't just leave her alone. However, he hadn't thought about what to do with her, so he simply took her with him. This was a relatively wide plain. Except for a barren mountain extending from the Tongshan mountain range to the west, the other 3 sides were extremely vast, and from a high point, one could even see the end of it at a glance. The plains were flat and had flowing waterways, making them suitable for farming and home to many villages. They were quite prosperous, not much less so than the 3 mountains gathering, though lacking in commerce and trade. But overnight, everything changed. The barren mountain transformed into a cemetery, covered with vermilion coffins and paper money blanketing the summit. A gust of wind would send it fluttering and swirling everywhere. The paper money landed on the plains, transforming into various forms of gold and silver in the villages. The villagers were overjoyed, eagerly collecting it as their life-saving money. Since their lives had been bought, they were no longer human, but ghosts. Thus, these became ghost villages, taking lives. The owner of the old house flew to the plains, looking at the scene with a growing sense of unease. That guy had developed so quickly, already taking over this plane? At this rate, once this mortal realm belonged to the underworld, it would likely become his territory. How could he possibly compete with him? She looked at the villagers who had lost their lives and become monsters after picking up the money, a cold smile on her face. These mortals were like fools, so audacious. They actually dared to pick up that guy's money? Even in the underworld, no monster would dare to do that. Various thoughts flashed through her mind, considering how to restrain that guy and prevent her scheme from failing. But in the end, Her thoughts settled on one point: she had to solve her immediate predicament first, otherwise, what would she think about the future? With that thought, she flew towards the cemetery. After a while, Li Heng also arrived at the plane. Paper money was flying everywhere on the cemetery. He casually picked up a piece of paper money flying in the air and frowned. This paper money seemed to contain some kind of mysterious power. At that moment, the paper money instantly changed, turning into a gleaming gold ingot that Li Heng held in his hand. At the same time, a mysterious power appeared, trying to invade his body. This power was strange. It actually tried to steal his life force. However, due to the strength of the great sun spirit body, which possessed a wisp of the essence of the great sun of the heavens, its power never penetrated his body, nor did the great sun spirit body's bloodline purify it. Li Heng was slightly surprised. Was this money to buy his life? He could sense that this power wasn't some kind of yin energy or a variant of strange power, but rather more like a rule, a mysterious rule. Take the money, and you have to hand over your life. He took out the strange official report that he had been suppressing and hiding. He seemed to be deep in thought. It seemed he had made a great gain this time. Chapter 142 Agent. This strange official report didn't belong to him. Therefore, if you released the suppression, the strange report would immediately unleash its malice and backfire on him. Although that level of backfire was nothing to him, and wouldn't even trigger the great sun spirit's passive defense, it was still somewhat troublesome. However, Li Heng thought of a certain possibility and grabbed another piece of paper money from the air. Could this life-saving money buy the strange official report? What would happen when two strange rules collided? He smiled slightly, wanting to try. This life-saving money seemed to be quite perceptive. Sensing Li Heng's change of mind, the paper money instantly transformed into an ancient bronze token, with a character treasure engraved around it, a very simple and ancient token. Li Heng suddenly seemed to understand. Holding this token in his hand, through a kind of inexplicable perception, he knew that he could buy the strange official report with this token. Interesting, exchanging life for money, buying everything in the world? He raised an eyebrow slightly. Was this the rule of the strange life-saving money? As he retrieved two more sheets of paper money, he could feel the mysterious power increasing, attempting to enter his body and plunder his life force through the rule of exchanging life for money. However, it was still blocked by the great sun spirit. Clearly, this power of the rule was not worthy of attacking the great sun. Li Heng felt relieved and swiftly scooped up the paper money in the air, causing the peacock he was holding to be confused. What was this man doing, scooping up paper money? Was he possessed? At this moment, he was not in a hurry to hunt down the owner of the old house. Under his aura lock, the owner of the old house had clearly run to the cemetery and was lying in wait. This was obviously because he had found some helper, and this life-buying money was probably the helper's doing. He would conduct an experiment first and break this method. On the cemetery, amidst the vermilion coffins covering the hillside, stood a huge, wordless tombstone, and beneath the tombstone was a small burial mound, which looked like it contained only an urn of ashes, appearing somewhat insignificant against a backdrop of the huge tombstone. The owner of the old house stood before him, surprised. "You mean the living dead took your money?" He did take it, and seemed to want to do something with it. Little did he know it was his money to buy his life. "It seems he knows nothing about me or this money." A sinister laugh came from within the grave mound. "How much did he take?" "Quickly buy his life." The owner of the old house was overjoyed. "It's not enough now, but that living dead isn't satisfied and is still taking more. At this rate, I estimate it won't be long before I can buy all his lives." "But you're quite pathetic. Owning that mysterious old house, you were still forced to abandon it and flee. What can I say about you? But never mind, this time you owe me 1,000 coins. If you don't pay it back by the deadline, you know the consequences." The voice laughed smugly, reminding the owner of the old house. The owner's heart sank. He owed 1,000 coins. Damn it, that guy is truly heartless. If he hadn't been desperate and had no other choice but to ask this guy for help, why would he have come here? She recalled Li Heng's terrifying power and felt a lingering fear, warning him. "You'd better be careful. This living dead has some mysterious methods. It's already temporarily damaged that old house. I'm afraid your money won't be enough to buy its life." How could that be? Looks like you're terrified of this living dead. With my reserves of life-buying money, I can buy the life of even a half-step great innate realm expert, let alone this mere living dead. The voice laughed, mocking the old house owner. Finally, It added, "Don't worry, even if I don't have enough money, I can always take out a loan and borrow more from them." "Good that you understand." The old house owner responded indifferently, a sinister glint in her eyes beneath her beautiful face. This guy is really lucky. She used to dominate him. Now, he's somehow gotten lucky and become one of her life-buying agents, forcing her to turn to him for help. At this moment, Heng had collected a considerable amount of paper money, converting it into chips to buy the strange official report, over 1,000 in total. Conk finally realized what this was. She spoke in a panic, "Stop, stop. You can't take this money." Heng raised an eyebrow, collecting the paper money while smiling. "You can't take this money? How so?" "This money is for buying life. If you take too much, your entire life will be bought. Then no one can save you, your life and death will be in the hands of others, and you might even become someone else's puppet." Conk warned solemnly. Although her strength was somewhat lacking, she was still from the underworld and knew the rumors of this life buying money, trading life for money, buying anything in the world, driving countless demons and monsters mad. Who's behind this strange thing? Heng continued his actions. This. Conk was about to answer when she suddenly gasped, looking at Heng who was so close. "You know this thing is an anomaly? Then you should understand the seriousness of the matter, so why did you still take it? This is a rule, you can't resist it. I'm asking who's behind this, not asking you to persuade me." Heng spoke calmly. The official price for the anomaly was 10,000, and he currently had over 1,500 chips. "Who's behind it? I don't actually know. It's just a rumor that the life-buying money is unclaimed. Those who hold the life-buying money are actually just agents," Peacock said somewhat blankly. Heng was somewhat surprised. "An unclaimed anomaly? Those who hold the life-buying money are just agents. Could it be that this anomaly has become rampant, uncontrollable and beyond anyone's ability to manage, hence its unclaimed status? Based on current information, anomalies can only be contained, suppressed, and sealed. If they are sealed before they develop, that would be fine, like the official anomaly report. If encountered beforehand, it wouldn't cause any trouble. But if it develops and spreads over a wide area, bringing countless lives under the influence of its strange rules, coupled with its near immortality, it would be virtually uncontrollable. His strange official report, once developed, would be terrifying. Widespread infection meant those who couldn't sell their reports would die. Without a powerful figure to intervene in the rules, it would be a cataclysmic disaster. Is this life-buying money a typical example of a strange development? Strange things generally carry malice. This life-buying money is truly for humans. But for demons and monsters, it seems it can be used for trade? Otherwise, why would those agents hold on to it? He guessed, already forming a rough outline. "Stop talking about this, quickly throw this money away. This money can only buy a portion of your life now. If you take too much, your whole life will be bought," Peacock said anxiously. She had a good impression of Heng and didn't want him to suffer. Heng smiled faintly, ignoring her. On the burial mound, a voice came from a grave mound, somewhat surprised. "What is this living dead man planning to do with so much money to buy his life? He's already taken over 2,000 bills, and he's still taking more?" The owner of the old house was astonished. "Over 2,000 bills? That's enough to buy a Zanshin cultivator. Since he has over 2,000 bills, let's buy his life as soon as possible and kill him," she urged. No rush, I want to see what he's up to." A leisurely laugh came from inside the grave mound. Although the owner of the old house had asked him to kill this living dead man, he had other plans. The living dead man was clearly very strong, chasing the owner of the old house like a stray dog and even temporarily damaging that eerie old house. He clearly possessed some extraordinary abilities. Why kill such a person? Wouldn't it be better to buy him as a slave? Anyway, he wasn't the angry owner of the old house, and he had no grudge against the living dead man, so why kill him so quickly? At the same time, he was also very curious about what the living dead man wanted with so much money to buy his life. "You want money? Fine, here you go. Give you more money, and I'll be more confident in buying you. Even if you have some amazing trump card, it won't matter then." He laughed inwardly, and paper money filled the air, drifting towards Heng. He had plenty of money. He could buy even a half-step great and 8th realm cultivator, let alone this living dead. Heng gathered all the floating paper money. The surrounding view immediately cleared. He raised an eyebrow slightly. "That's all? That's not enough. Just as he was considering whether to directly attack the cemetery, he suddenly saw a sea of paper money flying towards him from that direction. He thought for a moment and guessed the scheme. They actually wanted to buy his life? Fine, the more the merrier. Heng smiled faintly, quickly rushing towards the sea of paper money, scooping it up, and converting it into chips. Soon, the number reached over 9,000. And then it was gone. On the cemetery, the agent fell silent. Good heavens, this living dead is strangely greedy for money? His appetite is so huge. He took all the life-buying money from his mountain? The owner of the old house asked anxiously when she saw the agent remain silent. What's wrong? Has something gone wrong? She was traumatized by Heng, and her pride had crumbled. Even though she knew the power of the life-buying money, she was still afraid something had gone wrong. It's nothing, it's time to close the net and buy the life, the agent said quietly. He estimated that 2,000 or 3,000 life-buying coins would be enough to buy the life of this living dead. Now that the living dead had taken more than 9,000, it was more than enough to buy his life. It was just a pity that he hadn't satisfied the living dead's appetite. This was simply a disgrace to him as an agent. At this moment, Heng felt that those mysterious forces had piled up like a mountain, frantically trying to invade his body and plunder his life force, but the great sun spirit body still easily blocked them. This amount of mysterious power was not enough to achieve a qualitative change. It still couldn't touch the essence of the great sun on the grave mountain. The agent, sensing this, cried out in shock. How is this possible? You can't even buy a life? Who did you mess with? My 9,000 plus life-buying coins can't even buy the life of a mere living dead. What? Can't buy it? The owner of the old house was also dumbfounded. Such a powerful life-buying coin couldn't buy it? What a joke. She seriously suspected that this guy was playing her. Don't try to fool me. A life-buying coin can't buy a living dead? HMPH, what good would it do me to lie to you? The agent said grimly. This was a huge loss. 9,000 plus life-buying coins couldn't even buy a living dead. He was just giving away money for nothing. If he lost so much money and still couldn't complete this life-buying, he might even lose his agent's qualification. No, he had to buy this living dead. He began to apply for a loan through some kind of intuition. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 The Balance of Power. The agent's mind entered a mysterious space. It was vast and boundless, with no visible boundaries. A hazy mist permeated the air, and paper money danced in the air like falling snow. Countless mounds, large and small, stood within the mist. Above these mounds floated a huge bronze coin, radiating an eerie aura. Compared to the coin, his mind seemed as insignificant as an ant. Each time he came here, the agent's eyes were filled with admiration and longing. Truly, this was money to buy life. If only one day he could pray to this bronze coin, conveying his thoughts and initiating the loan with his agent's authority. Yes. A strange, playful, and indifferent voice exploded in his mind, echoing loudly and penetratingly, even passing through his head and reaching the outside world. He was overjoyed. It was done. His mind quickly returned to reality. He had borrowed an extra 10,000. This was the maximum amount an agent of his level could borrow. With so much money, he refused to believe he couldn't buy the life of this living dead. The agent left, and silence returned. In the present world, atop the cemetery, the owner of the old house was somewhat panicked. Could it be that even this guy couldn't handle the living dead? Just who was this living dead? Was she going to abandon the old house and continue her escape? No, she couldn't abandon that old house. It held a great secret, her destiny. What are you panicking about? I've already found a solution. The agent's gaze returned to the owner of the old house, a faint smile on his face. Now, with an extra 10,000 in life-saving money, combined with the money he'd just thrown out, he could probably afford even a great innate realm cultivator. The living dead was no longer a threat. However, the interest rate on life-saving loans was incredibly high. Even 9 out of 13 couldn't describe it. He hoped to find enough secrets on this living dead, otherwise, even if he managed to buy the living dead's life with a loan, he'd be at a huge loss. Thinking of this, he felt a surge of anger, believing it was all the fault of that despicable owner of the old house. You've found a solution, "That's good," the owner of the old house said with delight. "Buy this living dead man's life as soon as possible, and I'll definitely pay back the 1,000 coins I owe you." Hearing this, the agent was furious. "You bastard. I've already taken out a loan to buy this living dead man's life. What's 1,000 coins? I'm losing big on this deal." He thought, "No, I can't lose." He considered whether he could manipulate things to buy the owner of the old house as well, making her his slave to make up for his loss. After all, without the old house, her value wasn't very high. Of course, right now, he had to deal with this living dead man first. With that thought, he conjured up countless coins from the void, covering the entire sky above the cemetery, and then all flew towards Li Heng. "I have plenty of money now. Let's see how much you can take," the agent thought with a cold laugh. At this moment, Li Heng stood quietly in the void. He had exchanged all the coins for chips enough to buy the strange official report, totaling over 9,200, just 800 short of 10,000. But this seems to have emptied the wallet of the mysterious figure behind him. He's been waiting for so long, and hasn't seen any new money for the life-buying deal. Li Heng felt a pang of regret. It seems the mysterious figure behind him is poor, not even having 10,000 yuan. And he still wants to buy my life? This shameless mysterious figure should just go borrow money from loan sharks. Just as he was pondering this, the life-buying money reappeared before him. His eyes lit up. Here it comes again. This is really generous. And this time, the life-buying money is even more abundant and more concentrated than before, unlike the previous stingy approach. Could it really be, as he suspected, that he took out a loan? Li Heng smiled slightly, dismissing the thought. Whatever, anyway, the mysterious figure behind him must be a great philanthropist, so eager to give him money. Conk looked at the life-buying money before her, somewhat numb. She couldn't understand what the agent behind this life-buying money was up to. Normally, this amount of money would be enough to buy this man's life, but so far, his life hasn't been bought, and now even more money has been sent? Is this man really that valuable? Peacock thought smugly, "Looks like my judgment is pretty good too." But she quickly snapped back to reality, startled, and hurriedly tried to dissuade Li Heng. "You really shouldn't take any more. That agent behind him sending so much money for life-saving must have ulterior motives." Li Heng remained unmoved and continued to collect. Soon, he had 10,000. However, this life-saving money was clearly mysterious, seemingly containing some kind of rule. Since he couldn't buy his life, the more the better. So, while continuing to collect, he instinctively threw the 10,000 life-saving coins he had obtained into the strange official document, like pebbles thrown into water. Instantly, Li Heng felt a wisp of his consciousness being pulled into a mysterious space, not of this world. The space was filled with a hazy gray mist. Before him stood a vertical scale, and on the opposite side stood a black figure. On this side of the scale were 10,000 life-saving coins. On the black-clad figure lay the strange official report, silent and still. "How dare you? Don't you know this report belongs to me? You actually dare to use a life-buying fee to force a sale." The leader of the Sunset organization, looking at the scales before him, immediately realized what was happening. It was the 10th strangest transaction, a life-buying fee. He was shocked and furious. He could accept the previous disappearance of his strange report, the ownership remained his, and no one else could use it. But now, someone was using a life-buying fee to forcibly buy his ownership? This was definitely not a coincidence, but a long-hidden scheme. "Speak, who are you in the organization?" the leader roared. Li Heng stood opposite, slightly surprised. So this was how it was purchased? Forced sale, perhaps this was the rule of life-buying fees? However, the leader seemed to be imagining something. After thinking for a moment, he disguised his voice again, chuckling, "Then guess who I am? Now it's mine, and you can only rage helplessly." Hearing Li Heng's mockery, the leader was enraged again. "You think you've won this time? Little do you know, this is exactly what I wanted. You think I don't have money? Let me tell you, I have plenty." The host suppressed his anger and said coldly, "Then let's see who has more money." Li Heng smiled slightly. "HMPH. Just you wait and see." The host sneered and ignored him. Directly transferring the money allocated by the organization through the unseen rules of the life-buying money, placing it on his side of the scales. Although he didn't have that much money himself, the ownership of the strange official report was worth 10,000. He didn't believe this person had that much money. Unless this person was an agent of the life buying money. But that was almost impossible. What would an agent do with the ownership of a strange item? Not to mention that many agents couldn't even come up with a life buying money of more than 10,000. Did they expect them to take out a loan for a mere strange official report? Agents aren't stupid. In fact, the host had reason to say this. With his money plus the strange official report, the scales immediately tipped in his favor. Heng raised an eyebrow slightly, but didn't care. He simply increased the bet, since someone was giving him money anyway. The real Heng in the mortal world continuously poured the money he had collected into the strange official report, transmitting it to this mysterious space. It was placed on the scales, and the scales returned to balance. The host's expression changed drastically. How could this person have so much money? Could he really be an agent? But that's unrealistic. He gritted his teeth, deciding to take a gamble, and continued to increase the bet frantically, like a gambler possessed in a gambling game, his eyes bloodshot. This official report was crucial to him. The scales began to slowly tilt towards his side, but the next moment they slowly returned to balance. This cycle repeated itself, shifting between balance and tilt for a long time. The host began to fall into a state of paranoia and madness, until he realized he had no more money to add. Heng was still casually adding money, as if it had fallen from the sky, like waste paper. The host was dumbfounded. He tried to calm himself down, his voice hoarse. Who exactly are you? I admit defeat. Are you from our organization, or some other force? Are you an agent for the life buying money? 1,000 thoughts flashed through the host's mind as he frantically guessed. The rules of the life buying money were extremely domineering. All the extra money couldn't be taken back, a huge loss. Guess, Heng smiled slightly. HMPH, I'll remember you. The host said with an ugly expression, then vanished. Heng felt a little regretful. This host hadn't lost his temper, which showed he was quite clever. But oh well, he had gained something. He smiled slightly, understanding through his unseen senses that the ownership of the strange official report was now his. With a thought, his wisp of spirit returned to his main body. In fact, the host, as expected of someone from an ancient organization, was incredibly wealthy. This extra transaction had directly depleted almost all of his life-buying money. He now only had a little over 150 life-buying coins left. The mysterious, life-stealing power within him piled up like a mountain, constantly trying to invade his body. However, under the true nature of the great sun spirit body, it was insignificant. On the graveyard, the agent began the life-buying process. Having taken so much money, he refused to believe he couldn't buy it. Moreover, this time, he had also purchased insurance. He didn't intend to collect the life-buying money himself, but instead requested a wisp of power from the true source of the life-buying money to personally collect it for him. Trying to renege on the rules of the real life-buying money? Even those above the innate realm couldn't. The agent coldly smiled and initiated the life-buying procedure. Immediately, a wisp of power from the unseen life-buying money descended, instantly acting on Heng through causal connection. This wisp of power directly caused a qualitative change in the mysterious power within Heng, ignoring the defenses of his great sun spirit body and invading his body. But Heng had already anticipated this situation. With a thought, he visualized the great sun and the vast earth, using the divine power of the sun and earth to cleanse himself and his surroundings, directly shattering the wisp of power from the life-buying money and those mysterious forces, leaving no trace. The life-buying money collection failed. This fact was reflected back to the true form of the life-buying money in the unseen realm, which in turn reflected back to the agent, telling him that the costs were unrecoverable and he was left to deal with the situation. On the burial mound, the agent was stunned, as if struck by lightning. He couldn't recover his costs and still owed the true form of the life-buying money a large sum of money. He was bankrupt. Chapter 144 Strange Rules. Misfortunes never come singly. The entity behind the life-buying money seemed to sense the agent's inability to repay his debts and sent another collection notice. It warned him that if he couldn't repay the loan by the deadline, his agent status would be revoked and his life would be taken away. The agent fell silent. He frantically pleaded through a kind of intuition. However, the entity behind the life-buying money completely ignored him. In fact, the agent's repeated pleas were so numerous that it blocked all communication, filling him with despair. But having reached such power, his despair was quickly suppressed. He still had a sliver of hope. He could still turn the tables. The agent roared inwardly, hypnotizing himself. He couldn't buy that living dead's life with all that life-buying money, meaning the living dead was incredibly valuable. Therefore, no matter where the living dead came from, what powerful forces were behind him, or what trump cards he possessed, he had to capture him and sell him to the life-buying money. Otherwise, he would be the one to die. He didn't want to become one of those grave mounds under the life-buying money. The agent was driven mad, completely reckless. Even if this living dead came from a powerful force within the suspended mountains, she would still have to capture, suppress, and kill him to save his life. On the burial mound, the owner of the old house seemed to sense a subtle change in her agent. A sense of foreboding rose within her. Had this guy really failed? So much money couldn't buy the life of a living dead. What terrifying being had she provoked? Owner of the old house, it's your turn to act now, the agent suddenly said calmly. What? You can't buy his life, the owner of the old house said in a deep voice. Yes, that's right. So we both have to fight to the death. Boom. A pale, bony hand burst from the ground, reaching out from the burial mound. Then, the smooth, rounded burial mound suddenly exploded, revealing a pale, humanoid mummified corpse. Are you crazy? Why should we fight to the death? We're not without a way out, we can always escape, the owner of the old house said, startled and somewhat confused. And in her heart, she was even more puzzled. What had gotten into this agent? He actually crawled out? Was he really planning to fight that living dead to the death? But it wasn't really a fight, since the agent's life had already been sold for money. Neither you nor I have a way out, the agent said hoarsely. As his words rang out, the vermilion coffins on the burial mound trembled, and the ominous creatures hidden within began to slowly awaken. Wait, what did you just lose? The owner of the old house said coldly, immediately realizing this. The agent now looked like a gambler who had lost everything and was now obsessed, wanting to gamble more as he lost. Are you really willing to give up that old house? The agent said quietly. Do you really think I don't know your background? To take over that old house, you used a secret technique to reverse cause and effect, directly abandoning your own name and adding the title of owner of the old house to yourself. Isn't that just to deepen your karmic ties with the old house? The owner of the old house fell silent. Right now, I am the one with the deepest karmic ties to the ancient house. As long as I live, neither you nor that living dead can occupy it. And as long as the ancient house remains, as long as I can outrun that living dead, I can return after he leaves. At worst, the next major upheaval won't place the ancient house here. HMPH, are you willing to gamble? I couldn't buy that living dead's life with all that money I've spent. Who knows what tricks he's hiding? What if he can really bypass your karmic ties and refine that ancient house? Are you willing to take the risk? The agent said in a low voice. As the conversation continued, the ominous creatures inside the coffins fully awakened. Part of the coffins exploded, splinters of wood flying everywhere, revealing the forms of the ominous creatures within. Others hovered in the air, emanating a heavy aura of resentment. These were all beings whose lives the agent had previously bought. This kind of thing is indeed risky, but there's no need to risk your life. The owner of the ancient house shook his head. That ancient house was certainly good, but compared to his life, it was insignificant. With life, everything else was secondary. What's the use of this old house if I'm dead? Just for someone else to live in? The agent's expression was grim. The gazes of the ominous beings all turned to the owner of the old house. The resentment emanating from the vermilion coffin suspended in the air surged powerfully, surrounding the owner. You want to threaten me? The owner's expression was icy. I'm not threatening you, but doing this for our own good. Now that you've left the old house and entered my territory, guess if I have the ability to kill you? The agent said coldly. He hated the owner to the extreme. If this wretched woman hadn't provoked such a powerful enemy, he wouldn't have suffered this calamity, gone bankrupt, and even nearly lost his life. The owner's expression stiffened, remaining silent for a long time. Fine, I'll join forces with you to kill that living dead. Preferably capture him alive, the agent emphasized. Above the plains, Heng was still studying the strange official report. At this moment, the strange official gazette already belonged to him, so even though he released the Great Sun Divine Will from its seal, he didn't suffer any backlash. The strange official gazette also granted him all its permissions. For example, he could borrow the power of its rules. With a thought, a newspaper appeared in his other hand, which also possessed some of the strange official gazette's rules. If an ordinary person got their hands on it, they would be forced to sell the newspaper, and if they didn't sell it all, they would die. However, since it was merely a derivative of the strange official gazette itself, its power wasn't too great and couldn't kill very strong people. Li Heng's expression was strange. This seemed somewhat pointless. Selling the newspaper didn't bring him any benefit. If the strange official gazette's uses were truly limited to this, then he might as well burn it with the true fire of the sun, perhaps earning some source energy and obtaining something new. But if that was all it had to do, the host wouldn't have been so furious back in the balance space. There must be a deeper application hidden within, such as the power of rules, or perhaps the strange official gazette hadn't fully matured? He pondered for a moment. He temporarily stunned the peacock, revealing a trace of human aura. Instantly, the strange official report became agitated, displaying malice and attempting to retaliate against Li Heng, forcing him to sell newspapers. The next moment, seemingly sensing that Li Heng was its master, it calmed down, but no longer granted him any authority. But the next moment, it began to agitate again. This cycle of agitation and calm continued until Li Heng no longer revealed any human aura and reverted to his bizarre disguise. Only then did the strange official report calm down again, regranting authority over Li Heng and making it work for him. After a moment of contemplation, the facts were as he knew. The bizarre, as a corrupted and alienated rule, harbored deep malice towards humanity. So what did this malice truly mean? Was the formation of the bizarre natural or man-made? He vaguely sensed the invisible giant hand behind it all. After a long while, his thoughts returned to calm, and he kept his conjecture to himself. Thinking about these things now is a bit too ambitious. It's better to kill the owner of that old house and the other weirdo who gave him money first. That way, he can earn more source energy and become stronger quickly. He was just about to fly to that cemetery to cause trouble when he saw a group of vermilion coffins flying from that direction. They were surrounded by resentment and yin energy, and they were connected, exuding a venomous aura. Li Heng chuckled. It seems that the weirdo behind him really couldn't sit still. Could it be that he went bankrupt because he gave him money? He shook his head and looked at these flying coffins. What kind of clay chickens and earthen dogs are they? On the cemetery. Are your methods really useful? The owner of the old house looked at the flying coffins and said worriedly, "Don't worry, these are the resentments of those I bought lives for, placed on the burial mound and nurtured by yin wood for many years. The resentment within is so intense that even you and I couldn't withstand it. And from your previous description, although that living dead is stronger than you, it's not a huge difference in class. This resentment can naturally have an impact, even causing him serious trouble." The agent smiled smugly, finally regaining some of his superiority. In all his years as an agent, he had accumulated not only money for buying lives, but also countless resources and powerful methods acquired with that money. Now, he had played all his cards. He refused to believe he couldn't take down that living dead. Then they saw the flying coffins explode. The agent fell silent. Cough, cough, it's nothing, it's just the yin wood coffins exploding. That living dead is really foolish. Exploding the container holding the resentment only allowed the resentment to overwhelm him. Realizing his mistake, he quickly explained, afraid of losing face. Above the plains, the vermilion coffins exploded instantly under the impact of his Earth Dharma image, releasing a vast and terrifying aura of resentment that surged towards Li Heng, hurling incomplete curses at him. Li Heng remained unmoved. The manifested Earth Dharma image trembled again, unleashing a terrifying suction force. All the resentment rushing towards Li Heng was absorbed by the Earth Dharma image. Resentment or bitterness, all returned to dust, to ashes, returning to the earth, deep within the yellow soil. This is one of the true meanings of the vast earth, to contain life and death, to bear all, to bury all. Seeing this, the agent fell silent. "Don't panic for now, don't rush, wear him down first," he said awkwardly. Then ordered the ominous creatures whose lives had been bought to rush towards Li Heng, intending to wear him down through sheer numbers, even planning to kill him outright. Li Heng looked at these minions rushing towards him, raising an eyebrow slightly. Were they handing him source power? He couldn't help but admire the good person, so he accepted it. The Earth Dharma form trembled for the third time, the immense weight of the vast earth crashing down, instantly crushing these ominous entities into dust. Source power plus 1000. Seeing this, the agent gritted his teeth. "I still have." Just as he was about to say he still had trump cards and methods, Li Heng's figure had already appeared before the two. "I say, Gentlemen, have you had enough of the show? He looked at them and smiled faintly. Chapter 145 Ancient Bronze Mirror. Both were deeply shocked. This living dead had actually sensed them, and with such speed, it had arrived before they could even react? Was its strength truly that terrifying? The owner of the old house and the agent exchanged a glance, then their minds stirred, and they attacked Li Heng directly without further ado. The agent remained calm, yet a hint of joy flickered within him. Although the living dead's strength seemed beyond his expectations, its audacity in appearing on this graveyard, in his own territory, gave him a greater confidence in suppressing it. Whoosh! The two moved, a chilling wind howling, and their eerie domain unfolded, enveloping the entire graveyard. At this moment, a colossal figure, like a small giant, burst forth from the ground, surrounded by surging malevolent energy. It was the corpse of a primordial demon. The agent sneered. As an agent who sold lives, he had not only sold the lives of the weak but also the life of a primordial being. 3 primordial beings attacking him, let's see if you survive. The owner of the old house was surprised. This guy really did have a backup plan. He actually hired a Zyanshan, innate level, cultivator. It seems the rumors were true, she had bought the life of a Zyanshan. Luckily, she hadn't fought this guy earlier. 3 Zyanshan cultivators attacking her gave her confidence. This living dead couldn't possibly withstand it. The 3 attacked Li Heng from all sides. The owner of the old house used her old trick, a vast expanse of yin energy surged, mixed with resentful intent. The agent, taking advantage of home ground, unleashed a powerful ghost domain force, suppressing Li Heng. As for the Zyanshan demon, it tore through the sky with its powerful physical body. Li Heng's mind stirred slightly, and the Earth Dharma image manifested, trembling. Instantly, the ghost domain that had been unfolding shook, like a house teetering on the ground, and the so-called powerful ghost domain force vanished. The yin energy and resentment of the old house's owner were completely absorbed by the Earth Dharma image, which, by its very nature of bearing everything, became the material for the Earth Dharma image's growth. As for the still-moving innate demon corpse, Li Heng threw a punch. In an instant, the two clashed, instantly creating waves of energy that surged outwards. A deafening roar, like thunder, reverberated across the entire plane. The agent, seeing his attack crumble and the foundation of his demonic domain shake, was startled. However, when he saw Li Heng clashing with his innate demon corpse, he couldn't help but sneer. This innate demon's physical body was incredibly powerful in life. After being bought off, and after death, it used most of the yin energy from its grave to nourish its body, further enhancing its strength. Every movement exuded yin energy, even carrying a poisonous aura. A living dead dared to clash with it. He was courting death. But the next moment, the corpse of the innate demon was blasted away by the powerful force, its body tumbling several times in the air before being punched 5 zang deep into the ground by Li Heng, kicking up clouds of dust. The agent's eyes widened, somewhat dumbfounded. Just who was this living dead? His magical abilities were so strong, and his physical body was just as powerful? Could he really come from some powerful force, like the Hanging Mountain or the Yellow Springs Road? But if that's the case, why didn't they see any other powerful figures protecting him? Before they could think further, the owner of the old house took a deep breath, took out a mottled bronze mirror from her bosom, its surface covered with cracks like a spider web, and shone it on Li Heng. This bronze mirror seemed to possess a divine power. After Li Heng's figure was reflected, ripples spread across it. Then, Li Heng in the mirror gradually walked out of the mirror. Kill him. The owner of the old house's face paled even more, as if using this mirror had some price to pay, but with life and death at stake, she couldn't care less about that now, and immediately roared the order. Slap. The words had barely left his lips when Li Heng, emerging from the mirror, slapped her across the face. Woman, how dare you order me around? The Li Heng in the mirror exuded a chilling aura, his eyes gleaming with an eerie light as he smiled at the owner of the old house. You. The owner reacted, furious. Want a few more slaps? Thief. Mirror Li Heng sneered, his aura surging, instantly surpassing even the owner's, his figure like a demon god, looking down at her. The owner shuddered, speechless. She realized who had emerged. In the air, Li Heng raised an eyebrow. This method was truly interesting, it reflected his own figure. He wondered how much of his skill he possessed, but the reflection in the mirror did match his temperament. Having taught the owner a lesson, Mirror Li Heng looked up at the Li Heng in the air. I am you, I possess all your abilities. I didn't want to come out, but you can fight these people. Why destroy the house? Don't you know what rules are? The words had barely left his lips when Mirror Li Heng soared into the sky, attacking Li Heng. The agents and the owner of the old house didn't miss the opportunity, also attacking Li Heng from all directions. Even the corpse of the innate demon, which Li Heng had punched 5 zang deep into the earth, almost exploding from the ground, leaped forward again, attacking Li Heng. Li Heng shook his head. What kind of creatures are these? Possessing all his abilities? Do you deserve it? Facing Mirror Li Heng, who was the first to attack, his internal energy surged. The 3 flowers embryo form, the Taiyuan scripture, the Earth Dharma image, and the Great Sun divine intent were all amplified. He threw a punch. Mirror Li Heng, seeing this, scoffed and threw a punch back. It possessed all the abilities of the person it reflected. This was no joke. Since this guy didn't believe it, then let him see. The next moment, the two clashed. The mirror-like figure of Li Heng was directly blasted apart, shattering into countless fragments that flew everywhere, just like a broken mirror. Crack! The bronze mirror on the old house owner's body also shattered instantly. Li Heng remained calm. Was this all he had to offer? The sudden change startled the agent and the old house owner, who hurriedly tried to withdraw their attacks. However, Li Heng's powerful punch had generated a gust of wind that spread in all directions. They couldn't withstand it and were sent flying backward, feeling as if they had truly been hit. Their bodies were dented to varying degrees, and they fell to the ground severely injured. As for the corpse of the innate demon, it wasn't greatly affected, continuing its attack against a gust of wind. However, Li Heng was upon it in an instant, delivering a follow-up punch. The immense power penetrated its resilient flesh, exploding violently and causing countless cracks to appear. It was then sent flying, blasted deep into the cemetery. The agent and the old house owner recovered, their hearts filled with horror. Especially the owner of the ancient house, upon seeing the bronze mirror shatter, revealed a look of fear. What kind of terrifying thing was this living dead? Like a ghost, it could actually break the ancient mirror of the old house. Li Heng caused the Earth's Dharma form to tremble, unleashing powerful energy. Invisible ripples spread through the surrounding void, covering the entire burial mountain. The previously crumbling ghostly domain shattered like a mirror in an instant. The agent groaned, suffering a backlash. With the surrounding void suppressed, they had no way to escape. Li Heng calmly spoke, "Who are you? Where do you come from? What are you doing in the mortal world?" What he lacked most right now was information, otherwise, he would always be in a fog, unable to understand the situation. The agent was somewhat annoyed at this. "You don't even know who we are, so why are you fighting?" Seeing that the two remained silent, Li Heng raised an eyebrow. "It seems you two want to die quickly." The next moment, his figure flashed, disappearing from the spot, and in an instant, he was already in front of the two, throwing a punch. The two hurriedly dodged, but the fists were too fast and the distance too close. They were both struck solidly and sent flying again. The owner of the old house was now half dead. However, during the flight, a hint of joy appeared on her face, because she was nearing the edge of the cemetery, far away from the living dead. She didn't want to be like the agent, blindly fighting to the death. Then she crashed into an invisible void barrier. Li Heng's expression was indifferent. Although he wasn't a mind reader for these two strange beings, he had already planned everything. The power of the Earth Dharma form had already sealed off the surrounding void. There was no way to escape. Of course, if the two were at their peak, they could definitely break through the void barrier. After all, he wasn't as an ancient, innate level cultivator, he relied entirely on the Earth Dharma form, and his own cultivation level wasn't yet at the level to access space. But now, both of them were half dead from his attacks. "See? You can't escape. You might as well fight him to the death." The agent, though severely injured, still laughed heartily upon seeing the old mansion's owner's failed escape, his laughter echoing across the burial mound. The next moment, the agent's yin energy erupted, drawing out the yin energy dormant within the burial mound for centuries, channeling it into his body. This rapidly healed his injuries and even strengthened him. He then continued his attack on Li Heng, fighting to the death. He had no other way out but to suppress Li Heng. Otherwise, even if he escaped, his life would be taken back by the true form of the life-buying money. Li Heng shook his head. "Who gave you the confidence to continue? Relying on the yin energy of this burial mound?" He smiled faintly, and then the Earth Dharma form manifested its divine power once more, suppressing the burial mound. The yin energy within the burial mound, guided out by the agent, was also suppressed and calmed down. The agent was astonished at this sight and hurriedly tried to mobilize his yin energy again. But the yin energy remained unmoved. He was somewhat desperate. The yin energy lurking within the cemetery was his last trump card. With the advantage of that massive amount of yin energy, he could almost infinitely recover from his injuries and strengthen himself. So until just now, he was confident he could wear down this living dead. But now, a sense of sorrow filled his heart, and a death wish rose within him. He burned all his power, striving to elevate it to its peak, not attempting to escape, but seeking survival in the face of death. Li Heng remained calm. This strangeness did catch his eye. Unfortunately, he wasn't very clever. Immediately, he also unleashed a punch. Chapter 146 The Secret of the Old House. The two clashed. In an instant, a shockwave erupted from the center, spreading in all directions. Under the impact of the terrifying shockwave, a section of the entire burial mound was sheared off, transforming into a gale that swept across the plains. Crack! The two fists collided, and in an instant, the agent's withered arm exploded. The bones supporting the arm shattered and broke under the terrifying power of Li Heng's punch, turning into bone dust everywhere. The power of the punch continued to travel, reaching the agent's body, as if a bomb had been implanted inside him, exploding with a deafening roar and directly destroying everything within the agent's body. Thus, the agent's desiccated body exploded. Li Heng remained calm and withdrew his fist. At the spot where the body had exploded, the agent's soul floated in the air, somewhat bewildered, seemingly not yet having reacted. Until the next moment, the divine power of the earth erupted, arriving before him. Only then did he realize that he was about to die. The agent perished, source power plus 700. Witnessing the divine power of the earth slay the agent's soul, Li Heng turned his gaze to the distant owner of the ancient house, who was trying to escape. The owner was stunned. She never expected Li Heng's punch to unleash such terrifying power, killing the agent in an instant, just like the death of the old ghost before, leaving her speechless. Now tell me your origins and purpose, Li Heng said calmly, hovering in the void. Will you let me go if I tell you? The owner gritted her teeth, trying to buy time. The commotion here was immense and might attract other powerful figures, such as the innate demons and monsters attending her wedding. You only have this one choice, speak. Li Heng didn't care about the owner's motives. The area was sealed off by the earth's divine form, and she couldn't escape. As for any possible reinforcements, he hadn't sensed any. Speaking is death, not speaking is also death, so why should I speak? The owner said coldly. Li Heng shook his head. Why was she so stubborn? He flashed forward, and before the old house owner could react, he was already in front of her, throwing a punch that struck her face, causing it to cave in and sending her flying backward. One more punch, and you'll be dead. He looked at the old house owner, who was barely breathing. Cough, cough, cough. The old house owner coughed violently, seemingly trying to catch her breath from the intense pain and avoid death. Her long hair became disheveled, obscuring her beautiful face. At this moment, she looked more like a female ghost with flowing hair. My patience is limited, Li Heng said calmly. We're here to seize territory. On the verge of death, the old house owner finally relented, coughing up blood as she spoke with difficulty. Seize territory? Li Heng raised an eyebrow. Seeing that Li Heng was still puzzled, the old house owner continued. The yin energy in this area is gradually becoming denser, indicating that the underworld is slowly engulfing this place. Before long, it will be completely pulled into the underworld, becoming an unclaimed territory. Why would the underworld want to engulf the mortal world? It's out of necessity, of course. The owner of the old house sneered. In this world, it's all about the big fish eating the small fish. The underworld can engulf the mortal world. How do you know there isn't something even more terrifying engulfing the underworld? But what is your background? You don't even know this? So what is that terrifying thing? Li Heng asked, slightly surprised. The owner of the old house fell silent, her eyes flashing. Then she looked up at Li Heng. I can tell you what it is, but you must promise to spare my life and not hunt me down. I gave you a chance, but you're useless. Li Heng sighed slightly, shook his head, and instantly appeared before the owner of the old house, throwing a punch that instantly obliterated her. Source power plus 650. Who gave you the courage to threaten me? He withdrew his fist and added calmly. After doing this, he turned his gaze to a certain spot. There lay a corpse of a primordial demon, feigning death for a long time, which he had driven deep into the burial mound without emerging. Or perhaps it wasn't a corpse, as it could still move. It was more like a corpse demon, a corpse monster. He used his Earth Dharma form to pull this primordial corpse monster out, finishing it off with a wisp of solar true fire, adding another 500 to his source power. Calming his mind and clearing his distracting thoughts, Li Heng ascended into the air, looking at the burial mound teeming with yin energy, and couldn't help but shake his head. He had already eliminated the strangeness within, but the burial mound still existed. This meant it wasn't an illusory realm, but a real entity, supported by tangible matter, not a mere concept. It seemed the so-called underworld wasn't entirely an illusory realm. He sighed, mobilizing the great sun divine will to purify the area. After all, he wasn't some powerful cultivator capable of destroying entire cities. A single punch wouldn't shatter this burial mound, so this was the only method he could use. After much effort, he finally purified the yin energy. Although the mounds on the mountain remained, he didn't care anymore. As long as the divine will of the great sun remains, even with unsightly mounds like graves, the feng shui is still excellent. Perfectly suited for burying ancestors here. What's that saying? If ancestors are buried here, their descendants will surely prosper. He shook his head, muttering to himself, and turned to leave. He also went to a certain place to retrieve the still unconscious peacock, intending to return to Bian City first. Li Heng retraced his steps, checking for any remaining enemies. When he reached Lan Yu Creek, he found the ancient house he had destroyed still standing on the creek, the river blocked, appearing undamaged from a distance. A restored ancient house? Interesting. Soon, he arrived at the ancient house. Li Heng discovered that not only had the house been restored to its original state, but even the strange corpses of the demons he had killed had vanished. Looking inside from the outside, the house was pitch black, emanating a sinister aura. The entire house looked like a demon ready to devour its prey. At this moment, Peacock finally awoke. She looked around in confusion, her eyes immediately drawn to the old house before her. She wondered, wasn't she just in the air above the plains? How did she end up here? Was everything that happened just a dream? Was it a dream to comfort herself because she didn't want to get married? Now that she was awake, it was time to accept reality. She sighed inwardly. Indeed, she was just a pretty face. Ah, you're awake. The surgery was a success. You'll be a boy from now on. Peacock was startled, instantly snapping back to reality and finally noticing Li Heng. Was this the living dead? Was it not a dream? Wait, surgery? She was shocked. Although she didn't understand the meaning of the word, she felt it wasn't good news. A boy? She anxiously touched herself, then breathed a sigh of relief, before glaring resentfully at Li Heng. This man, he lied. Li Heng ignored Peacock. He observed the house for a moment, then decided to go inside to see what secrets it held. Wait, are you going into this old house? Just as Li Heng was about to step inside, Conk suddenly spoke. Li Heng raised an eyebrow, as if he had thought of something. He then stopped and turned to look at Conk. You know this old house? Not really, but I know some rumors. Conk shook her head. I've only heard that this old house is cursed. If you step in without the owner's permission, you will suffer misfortune and great terror. Speaking of which, what about the owner? Did she run away? She asked, somewhat puzzled. She's dead. If the owner is so weak, then this old house must be nothing special. Li Heng said calmly, wanting to test her. Dead? Conk was shocked. But she immediately realized what had happened. This seemingly undead, ruthless guy had killed the owner of the old house while she was unconscious. Look at the sky, it hasn't been that long, has it? So fierce. She suppressed her shock and continued to speak. If she dies, you absolutely cannot go in. Why? Li Heng asked, puzzled. Because I heard from someone in One Yao Ridge that the owner of the ancient house wasn't its first owner, or rather, that the owner couldn't even be called the owner. They said the owner only had certain privileges over the house. Conk explained. Li Heng frowned slightly, realizing the situation. Then what does that have to do with me not being able to go in? He pressed. Because that guy also said he originally wanted to kill the owner and take over the house. But then he worried that if the owner died, the house might go berserk, emitting an ominous curse. Anyone entering would encounter great terror, ruining his plan. Conk continued, somewhat worried. I know you're strong, But you're definitely not stronger than that guy. Even he had his reservations. So I hope you think carefully before you act, and don't try to buy your life like that." She paused, as if remembering something. "Wait, you took so much money to buy your life, weren't you spared or affected? How come you seem fine?" "That's the rule for buying life. How did you manage that?" she asked, somewhat shocked. Li Heng ignored the questioning tool. "Peacock." He frowned slightly. "An ominous curse? A great terror? What's the cultivation level of that guy you're talking about? Innate?" "I don't know either. But you should know his name, the third saint of 10,000 Demon Ridge, Golden Rock. Although in my opinion, he can't be called a saint, just a hateful demon, a worthless bird." Peacock's tone became resentful as she spoke. "You talk as if you're not a demon." Li Heng replied casually, his mind making a choice. "How am I a demon? I'm a spirit beast." Peacock retorted angrily. "Fine, a spirit beast it is." Li Heng replied casually again, not taking it seriously, but he had already made up his mind. He still had to go into this ancient house. Chapter 147 The Resentful Doll. Li Heng glanced into the old house again. It was still pitch black. Confirming there was nothing new for him to discover, he said, "I'll go in now. You stay here and don't move." With that, he drew a circle around Peacock. At the same time, he concealed some of his Earth Dharma power underground, merging it with the Earth's veins, in preparation for any unforeseen events. Before Peacock could speak, he had already entered the old house, swallowed by its darkness, as if entering the mouth of a dark beast and disappearing. Peacock was stunned for a moment, then came to her senses, stamping her feet in frustration. "I'm really not a demon, I'm a spirit beast. Why won't you listen to me?" she thought, somewhat annoyed. Then she looked at the circle beneath her feet, then at her surroundings, a lush, dense forest, gusts of cold wind blowing, and herself all alone. She fell silent. Li Heng stepped into the old house, entering the dimly lit interior. This old house seemed to possess the ability to contain a mustard seed within a vast expanse. Its interior space was extremely large. For example, the hall he was in was more than twice the size of the old house as seen from the outside. The moment he entered, he felt a chilling, unseen force, filled with resentment and malice, trying to invade his body, but it was blocked by the great sun spirit. This was probably the so-called ominous curse. He couldn't help but shake his head. If the so-called curse was only this, then he had come all this way for nothing, a complete waste of time. Thinking this, he took a step forward, and in the blink of an eye, the scenery changed. The once silent, dark hall, where sunlight couldn't penetrate at all, instantly became bustling, decorated with lanterns and streamers, transforming into a wedding venue. The guests walked around, chatting. Li Heng suddenly found himself in the middle of the crowd. He remained calm, unsurprised, and looked around. These wedding guests were none other than the demons and monsters he had killed outside the old house earlier. "Did you go to the grand banquet at 10,000 Demon Ridge?" "Yes, of course. Not going would be a loss. The meat at the banquet must be incredibly tender and succulent. Not tasting it would be a disgrace to be a demon. Hell, the owner of this old mansion certainly has a grand entourage, bringing so many people to his wedding. Who says otherwise? But I heard the bride is quite someone important too, supposedly from 10,000 Demon Ridge. These demons converse strangely, their expressions lively, occasionally bursting into laughter at certain events, or angrily arguing with someone, as if they had never died, as if they were still alive." Li Heng remained composed, blending into the crowd of guests. A short while later, two figures appeared on the second-floor stairs above the hall. One was a peacock dressed in a wedding robe, and the other was the old mansion owner he had blasted to death. The old mansion owner, still in his wedding robe, spoke loudly. "The guests have arrived, the wedding banquet begins. Bring the dishes." As soon as the words were spoken, the large doors connecting to the reception hall creaked open, and numerous small monsters emerged, presenting the dishes. The demons cast strange glances, their expressions filled with admiration, some even drooled, dripping onto the ground. "The owner of this old house is very thoughtful, actually preparing a small feast," a dog-headed man chuckled. This was the demon king Li Heng had previously killed, a demon with a rather intimidating, nonsensical name. Li Heng looked at the dishes. Surprisingly, they were quite normal, well prepared, and exuding the aroma of meat and vegetables, filling the entire room, a feast for the eyes and the palate. He wondered how they would taste. Soon, the tables and chairs were set. The guests eagerly took their seats, their eyes filled with greed as they prepared to feast. Li Heng stood quietly in place. "Hey, guest, why aren't you sitting down to eat?" At this moment, the bride, Peacock, noticed Li Heng. She walked down the steps to him, smiling, and gestured that there was an empty seat next to her. The guests also stiffened and turned to stare at Li Heng. "Yes, eat, eat. Why aren't you eating?" Li Heng smiled, "So quick to reveal your true intentions?" A ray of true solar fire appeared, dispelling the lights in the reception hall and illuminating a section, revealing the true scene. The so-called guests were nothing but mangled corpses, the so-called dishes were nothing but illusions, and the so-called lights were nothing but darkness. Peacock and the owner of the old house, on the other hand, seemed real. "Not eating? You're not eating, huh? You won't live if you don't eat." These so-called guests, these so-called corpses, roared and pounced on Li Heng, shouting, "Why can you live while we die?" Li Heng shook his head. "You were all killed by me anyway." Immediately, the true solar fire surged violently, instantly filling the room with light and purifying the darkness disguised as lamplight. The guests fell to the ground, turning back into corpses. At this moment, the so-called Peacock had already jumped away in fear, returning to the side of the old house's owner. The two looked at Li Heng with apprehension. "Who exactly are you? To be able to use such flames, you are definitely not a monster or a demon, but why do you have such a heavy yin aura?" they asked in unison. "Then I want to ask you, who are you?" Li Heng smiled slightly. The fact that they could not reveal their true forms under the illumination of the true solar fire meant that they were not monsters or demons, or rather, not ordinary monsters or demons. "Even if you don't tell me, you won't get out. The interior of the old house is the real old house, not comparable to the exterior you destroyed before. You will be trapped here for eternity." The two sneered in unison, their figures disappearing instantly. Clearly, they were no match for Li Heng. Li Heng raised an eyebrow, withdrew the true solar fire, and the darkness he had driven away instantly returned, disguising itself as light once more. Those guests who had been utterly dead, completely lifeless, actually stood up again. Interesting. An ancient house that could bring the dead back to life? He was certain that the strange demons he had killed, and the ones whose source energy he sensed, were all utterly dead, their souls scattered. Yet this ancient house could make even the most dead corpses move again? These guests lunged at him once more. Li Heng shook his head, the true solar fire reappearing, driving away the darkness and turning them back into corpses. He didn't intend to waste any more time, he would simply overturn the table. The thought arose. The true solar fire flew to the walls of the ancient house and burned. But to his surprise, although the true solar fire could burn the ancient house, the burning speed was very slow. And even after burning, the damaged areas were quickly repaired. "I told you, you can't escape. Your flames are terrifying, but you're not strong enough to destroy a real ancient house." The words of a man and a woman echoed within the ancient house, filled with smugness. Li Heng remained unmoved. The great sun dharma image manifested, radiating light and empowering the true solar fire, causing the flames to surge and burn rapidly. At the same time, he stomped the ground with one foot, manifesting the earth dharma image, causing the entire ancient house to shake, shaking its very foundation. Boom! The room shook violently, as if a major earthquake had occurred. Crackling. The sound of burning flames filled the air, turning the entire ancient house into a sea of fire. Darkness, yin energy, and ominous curses all had to be dispelled by the burning true solar fire. In a secluded spot within the ancient house, seemingly a bedroom, the so-called owner of the ancient house and the bride, Peacock, finally revealed their true forms, two resentful humanoid figures composed of dark shadows, resembling oil. They had originally intended to stay here and watch the show. Witnessing Li Heng's fear, dread, succumb, and confusion within this ancient mansion, ultimately becoming a puppet of the mansion like other foolish intruders. They even prepared scenarios and games to guide Li Heng through various rooms, helping him gather clues, and finally, in despair, learn the truth of his inescapable fate. From hope to despair, what a beautiful scene. This kind of spectacle was incredibly entertaining, their greatest pleasure over the years. But at this moment, they were dumbfounded. What was happening? Why? Why could this intruder, inside the incredibly sturdy ancient mansion, still shake its foundations? This defied the rules. And under the terrifying flames, the repair speed couldn't keep up with the burning speed. Li Heng looked around and smiled disdainfully. What decent person plays horror games? A real man goes all out. At this moment, the two resentful humanoid figures became terrified. They felt that with the shaking and burning of the ancient mansion, the very foundation of their existence was slowly crumbling. If this continued, they would surely vanish into nothingness. How could they possibly wait for their master's return then? Most importantly, they didn't want to die. In an instant, they appeared before Li Heng. "We surrender, please stop your supernatural powers," they shouted, hoping Li Heng would stop. Li Heng remained unmoved. They hurriedly used their abilities again, trying to extinguish the flames and stop the ancient house from shaking. Unfortunately, the power and essence of the great Sun Dharma form and the Earth Dharma form were beyond their ability to withstand. In the end, their efforts were in vain. "Hurry up, do you know who's behind this ancient house? Can you bear the consequences of your master's wrath?" The two resentful humanoids roared. "So who's behind it?" Li Heng smiled knowingly. "My master is a top-tier expert in the underworld, qualified to go there," one of the resentful humanoids said proudly, but when he was about to say the next sentence, the other stopped him. "Are you crazy? You can't just say that place. An expert in the underworld, that place?" Li Heng frowned, thinking of something. "I don't care who's behind you, but you're definitely not as powerful as our master. We can let you out now. And even covet some benefits from you. Withdraw your powers immediately, and we'll leave each other alone, how about that?" The two resentful humanoids warned, using both threats and inducements. "So who are you?" "We are the stewards left behind by our master." To get Li Heng to leave quickly and withdraw his powers, they had no choice but to tell him everything except some confidential matters. "Then, who is the owner of that old house before?" "You mean that woman?" "Just a lucky one. She gained some authority through what our master left behind." "All right, stop talking and quickly withdraw your powers, it's better for both of us." They answered quickly, urging Li Heng to stop. "Just 2 words? So that means the old house has little to do with you? Your deaths won't affect this old house, right? Then wait, what do you want to do?" The two resentful humanoids were about to answer when they were suddenly startled. But it was too late. A vast expanse of solar fire had already enveloped them. The Earth God's will suppressed the void, preventing them from escaping. Before they could even exchange a few more words, they were engulfed in the true fire of the sun. Li Heng remained calm. He was quite interested in this ancient house. Chapter 148 The Wang family's innate talent. Although they certainly knew some secret information, Li Heng knew that he shouldn't expect them to reveal it. Sending them to their deaths as soon as possible was the only sensible thing to do. Soon, his source energy increased by 100. Li Heng raised an eyebrow, just as he expected. These two unknown beings weren't even at the innate level. They could probably only rely on this ancient house to act arrogantly in front of him. Having resolved the hidden dangers, Li Heng stopped, withdrew his solar true fire, and calmed the entire ancient house. This ancient house clearly possessed some divine power, and he planned to take it for himself. As for the true owner of the ancient house, leaving aside the place the true owner had gone to, Li Heng had some vague guesses. Just based on what those two had said, it was enough to prove that the true owner hadn't returned for a long time, and might never return. Rather than wasting such a treasure, it was better to let him have it. Although this ancient house could isolate itself from the outside world, it still stood firmly on the earth. Therefore, Li Heng could easily unleash his divine earth intent, probe the outside world along the earth's veins, envelop the ancient house, and then use his divine intent to influence and refine it. Li Heng subtly sensed the outside world with his divine earth intent. There was no disturbance outside. The peacock remained within his enclosure, not wandering around, though it seemed somewhat frightened, looking around cautiously. He didn't care. Fear was good. How could one cultivate courage without fear? How could one call oneself a spirit beast without courage? Ignoring the frightened peacock, Li Heng sat cross-legged, unleashing his divine earth intent to envelop the ancient house, while simultaneously summoning the true fire of the sun within, releasing its scorching power. Divine intent was like a furnace, the sun like fire, and the refining process began. Bian County bordered Biguo. At this moment, 3 streaks of light flashed across the sky above Biguo County, simultaneously unleashing a terrifying aura, startling the powerful figures in the city, including Chen Jinhei, the magistrate of Biguo County. Chen Jinhei looked up in surprise. There were actually 3 innate beings? Judging from their trajectory, they seemed to be heading towards Bian County. Has the situation in Bean County deteriorated to this extent? It requires 3 innate realm experts to resolve it? Unfortunately, not a single innate realm expert remains here. He looked at the mountain of files before him, a bitter smile on his face. His own situation was also difficult. Above, the 3 streaks of light were conversing. The closer we fly, the higher the yin energy concentration becomes. Could it be that Bean County has truly experienced a surge, opening a node? In that case, Wang Xuanji's death isn't incomprehensible. Second brother, why are you speaking up for him? A waste is a waste. Even if the yin energy concentration is high, even if that so-called node truly opens, it won't kill an innate realm expert. I think we should be cautious this time. These 3 were indeed innate realm experts sent by the Wang family. Outside the Great Li border, on a desolate land, the Yi family's schoolteacher finally lost his patience, extremely annoyed. When will this end? They've been walking for so long and still haven't found the range of the void turbulence? He hasn't left his house in a long time, and now he's plagued by bad luck? Wait, is he being targeted? He recalled certain rumors, frowned, and many guesses began to form in his mind. However, lacking evidence and trapped here, he couldn't draw any concrete conclusions. Suddenly, he stopped, somewhat surprised. Why was the yin energy gradually becoming denser? At this moment, the 3 innate experts from the Wang family had arrived in Bean County. They hovered in the air, clearly sensing the surrounding situation, and fell silent. I suddenly feel that I've misunderstood Wang Xuanji. Yes, is the information the family gave us really correct? Is it really just the opening of a node and the arrival of a wave? Why are there so many strange domains? Have you noticed? These strange domains don't seem to be newly formed. Do you think it might be? Third brother, be careful what you say. You can't say things like that carelessly. Eldest brother, no matter what, we must prepare for the worst and abandon what needs to be abandoned. By the way, report this matter to the family. The yin world might really be invading. After a few secret words, the 3 flew towards Bean County. Inside Bean City, Ma Suxun sensed the outside world with some anxiety. The concentration of yin energy was gradually increasing, but after so much time, there was still no reply from the prefectural government. Suddenly, she sensed 3 innate auras approaching. This aura. Her expression changed drastically, the Wang family. Then her expression softened. Originally, she wanted to do something, but after thinking about it, she decided against it. After all, she wasn't the one who killed Wang Xuanji, and she had no karmic debt from killing him. However, this made her even more puzzled. The Wang family's experts had already arrived, so why hadn't the prefectural government, which was closer to here, sent anyone? This was a great calamity where the yin world was about to engulf the mortal world. And she, the second director, was here. There was no reason why the prefectural government wouldn't react. Unless her expression turned cold, and she thought of something. Bean City was still under martial law, and all the people were staying indoors, making the entire city somewhat quiet. Why somewhat? Because some houses were always emitting strange sounds. A groan came from inside a house, and the bored yamen runners nearby even started betting on how long the person inside could last. At this moment, the 3 innate realm cultivators arrived, their auras spreading and shaking the entire city. Then, all sounds froze and softened. A voice rang out from the sky, like a resounding bell. All innate realm cultivators within the city, come forth and meet me. Ma Suxun's expression was icy. These 3 Wang family innate realm cultivators certainly had quite the grand entrance. However, she was alone and had no choice but to appear in the sky and meet the 3 Wang family innate realm cultivators. I am Wang Xuan. I am Wang Yuan. I am Wang Jian. The 3 Wang family innate realm cultivators directly announced their names. Ma Suxun of the Ma family, Ma Suxun said calmly. The 3 Wang family innate realm cultivators were taken aback, exchanged glances, and then smiled and spoke in unison. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be the Ma family's daughter. I didn't expect that after so many years, you've advanced to the innate realm. May I ask why the 3 of you have come here? Ma Suxun said calmly, a question she already knew the answer to. That's exactly what the 3 of us wanted to ask. Why did Wang Xuanji die? As far as we know, Wang Xuanji had a conflict with a Xianshan, a high-level cultivator, and then fled. And now, you're the only Xianshan in Bean City, right? The 3 said calmly. They already knew Ma Suxun's background, But they were still not afraid. Wang Zuanji is actually dead? Ma Suxun feigned surprise. I don't know. Although I had a conflict with him, he only fled. I didn't kill him. What? Judging from your tone, do you want to cause me trouble? Ma Suxun said coldly. That's unlikely. You are the daughter of the main branch of the Ma family. How dare we, the collateral branches of the Wang family, offend you? The three said with forced smiles. I just want to ask, why did Wang Zuanji clash with you? That's naturally because Wang Zuanji is ruthless and stole the fortune of my friend's adopted son. If you don't believe me, come down and see if I'm right. With that, Ma Suxun descended into the Bai-Si Hall of the Demon Extermination Bureau, with the three Wang family innate masters following closely behind, ensuring she wouldn't escape their side and lock on range. They finally saw Meng Hao inside the Bai-Si Hall, still unconscious but about to awaken. See? His fortune was stolen. I haven't settled accounts with your Wang family for that yet. Didn't you say Wang Zuanji is dead? When will the Wang family return the fortune he stole? Ma Suxun took the initiative. The three Wang family innate masters frowned inwardly, exchanging glances. Wang Zuanji is utterly useless. A member of a prestigious family, yet he dared to steal someone else's destiny? Stealing destiny is one thing, they're all sheep we've raised anyway. But to be discovered? This is truly troublesome. There are traces of our family's secret techniques in this unconscious boy's body, we can't deny it. Even though Wang Zuanji is dead, we're still in such a passive position. This Ma family daughter is suspected of diverting our attention. I strongly suspect that even if she didn't kill Wang Zuanji, she's closely related to his death. The three exchanged views and finally reached some conclusions. I see. It seems Wang Zuanji's actions were truly inappropriate. However, Wang Zuanji is Wang Zuanji, and the Wang family is the Wang family, the two cannot be compared. Therefore, we can only offer some consolation compensation on behalf of the Wang family. How about this? The three of us will each contribute a wisp of innate energy to help him recover from his coma. After speaking, the three directly extracted a small wisp of innate energy from their vast inner strength and simultaneously channeled it into Meng Hao's body, accelerating his awakening process. Although Ma Suxun didn't care about Meng Hao's life or death, seeing the three's stingy behavior, she couldn't help but say a few words. It seems your Wang family really knows how to compensate? She looked at the three with a sneer, her gaze disdainful. Knowing they were in the wrong, the three Wang family innate energy masters chuckled and immediately changed the subject. I didn't expect the situation in Bian County to be so chaotic. We've encountered quite a few strange realms along the way. Then shouldn't the three of you contribute? Ma Suxun said sarcastically. Of course, of course. We've come here to resolve the issues of opening the node and reinforcing the seal. However, as is customary, we need to establish the temple first. The three innate realm experts smiled slightly, their true intentions revealed. Inside the ancient house in Lan Yuxi, Li Heng sensed the arrival of the three innate realm experts. Their auras were somewhat similar to Wang Zuanji's, suggesting they were also members of the Wang family. However, he didn't care, he would deal with whatever came his way. Right now, his priority was to refine the ancient house as soon as possible. However, he encountered an obstacle during the refining process. There was a room that the Earth Divine Intent couldn't penetrate, as if it were sealed, refusing Li Heng's refinement. To speed up the process, Li Heng had to temporarily skip it, refining everything he could until the refining progress reached 99%, leaving only that one room unrefined. He stood up and went to that room. Then, he kicked open the door, and the wooden door slammed against the wall with a loud crash, falling apart. Everything inside the house came into view. For example, there is a huge ancient bronze mirror hanging on the wall opposite the room, reflecting Li Heng's figure. Chapter 149 Refining the Old House. Li Heng was surprised. The style of this bronze mirror was exactly the same as the one the owner of the old house on the cemetery had taken out, only magnified a few times. After a moment's thought, he entered the house. Suddenly, the house slammed shut without any wind, trapping Li Heng inside. He remained calm and unsurprised. This was expected. Then, something strange happened within the bronze mirror. The Li Heng in the mirror began to move out of sync with his reflection, and then Li Heng felt an invisible force restricting him, forcing him to synchronize with his reflection. Interesting. Li Heng smiled slightly. He didn't resist, but instead synchronized with this force. Gradually, his figure drew closer and closer to the bronze mirror, finally touching its surface with one hand. Then, everything blurred. He saw another version of himself standing before him. The appearance was identical, except the aura was sinister, and this version of himself was arrogantly staring at Li Heng. Li Heng sensed his situation and smiled faintly. So that's how it is. He entered the mirror, while Li Heng, the so-called self within, entered reality. You ignorant fool, you didn't even resist. The mirror Li Heng in reality laughed heartily. You are indeed strong, you even shattered my power clone with a single punch, but you can't possibly imagine who left this ancient bronze mirror. Now you should feel that the mirror has severed your connection to reality. You will be trapped here for eternity. The mirror Li Heng in reality said gleefully. And I will take your place. Let me see what your memories are like. If you have a wife, that would be wonderful. Don't worry, I'll take care of your wife, no need to worry. As he spoke, he was about to examine Li Heng's memories when he suddenly froze, his face instantly showing shock. What's going on? Why can't I see your memories? Why are they all blurry? Inside the mirror, Li Heng shook his head, somewhat disappointed. Then you're truly useless. He reached out, ignoring the ancient mirror's seal, his arm extending directly from the bronze mirror, grabbing the somewhat shocked and bewildered mirror Li Heng by the neck, and then lifting him up. Immediately afterward, Li Heng slowly stepped out of the ancient mirror. Mirror Li Heng, witnessing the scene, was utterly shocked. He struggled desperately, his body surging with a yin energy, crashing against him like a tide, trying to break free. But the yin energy dissipated before it could even penetrate Li Heng's body, utterly useless. He was dumbfounded. How could this be? Why could this person ignore the bronze mirror's seal? This mirror was left behind by that person. Unless one possessed the corresponding authority, how could one possibly escape? Speak, who exactly are you? Li Heng spoke calmly, flicking mirror Li Heng against the wall with one hand. Then, he used the divine power of the earth to suppress mirror Li Heng, preventing him from using any strange abilities to escape. Ahem, I still need to ask you, who exactly are you? Mirror Li Heng, panting heavily, felt suppressed by some force, unable to move at all. Knowing he had no hope of escape, he could only ask in confusion, to be a strange demon, you must know manners, understand? Li Heng smiled slightly, and a ball of true solar fire flew to the mirror in front of Li Heng, so close that he could feel the terrifying heat and the destructive power. Faced with this great terror, mirror Li Heng broke out in a cold sweat. I'll talk, I'm a mirror demon now, the mirror demon hurriedly shouted, then revealed its true form, becoming a crystal-clear humanoid figure, seemingly made of crystal. A mirror demon? Li Heng pondered for a moment, no wonder. There is a book that says that mirrors have evil spirits and can harm people's lives. If there is a mirror demon, if a person looks into this demonic mirror, they will be trapped inside forever, while the mirror demon can leave the mirror and take the person's place. Then who is the true owner of this ancient house? Li Heng said calmly. This. I can't say. My lord, it's not that I don't want to tell, but when she went to that place, she cast a secret spell on her name. Those of us who know the truth will die instantly if we reveal her name without her permission. The mirror demon hurriedly explained, afraid that Li Heng would slap him to death. Her? Li Heng was slightly surprised. You have two choices now, one is to tell her name, the other is not to tell and be beaten to death by me. Choose, I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to consider. He didn't believe the mirror demon's one-sided story. The mirror demon's expression froze. Wasn't this a death sentence? My lord, please spare me. I really can't tell. I offended you, I was blind to your greatness, please spare me. The mirror demon cried and begged bitterly. Crying counts as time. Li Heng smiled slightly. The mirror demon's crying stopped immediately, and he gritted his teeth. My lord, I can tell you, but please let me return to the ancient bronze mirror first. The ancient mirror might be able to avoid the secret spell of the old house's owner. Li Heng nodded and tossed him back into the ancient mirror. But as soon as the mirror demon returned, its expression turned arrogant, and it burst into laughter. You fool, you actually let me in. Now that I won't talk, what can you do to me? He knew that the bronze mirror left behind by the original owner of the old house was difficult to leave, and even more difficult to enter. The man who had ignored the mirror earlier was probably letting him in. Now, as long as he refused to let him in, the man couldn't do anything to him. He had confidence in the mirror left by the original owner, and besides, it was his only way out. After all, He wasn't stupid. Even if he told the man wouldn't necessarily spare him, as the man hadn't made any promises. Li Heng remained calm, as he expected. But why did these demons and monsters always seem to be courting death? He shook his head. The sturdy mirror was like water to him. He reached into the bronze mirror with one hand, creating ripples, and easily grabbed the mirror demon by the neck again. Then, the true fire of the sun ignited, burning the mirror demon. In an instant, it turned to ashes, and his source power increased by 200. If you don't want to talk, then don't. Li Heng spoke softly. Even after removing the mirror demon, Li Heng found the room still resisting him, making it difficult to refine. Clearly, the real culprit wasn't the mirror demon, but the ancient bronze mirror itself. However, since he had locked onto the target, resistance was futile. With that thought, he unleashed a powerful earth divine intent, enveloping the entire bronze mirror, and then used the true fire of the sun to unleash its scorching heat and refining power, attempting to refine it. During the refining process, Li Heng felt the bronze mirror's instinctive resistance, but this instinctive resistance was ineffective against the extremely high essence of his earth divine intent and the true fire of the sun. The refining was quickly completed. The mirror's function also surfaced in his mind. Its main function is sealing? Li Heng's expression was strange. Who were they trying to fool? Even his own earth divine intent could extend into it. This could be called sealing? Forget it. He'd better use an appraisal spell first. He opened the data panel and used the appraisal function. Ancient bronze mirror, originally an ordinary mirror, a woman's dressing mirror. It was later sublimated through a secret method, gaining the power of sealing, capable of sealing living beings within it for its own use. Hidden information: there is a passage within the mirror, allowing the first owner to return. Just as he expected, there was a hidden door. He sneered, scanning the inside of the mirror for a long time, finally discovering something unusual. In one inconspicuous corner, an altar was hidden, faintly emitting spatial fluctuations. A passage? I'll shut you down first. Li Heng directly used the divine will of the earth and the divine will of the sun to envelop and seal the altar layer upon layer. The so-called first owner wants to return? He'll have to get his permission first. After doing all this, he returned to the hall. He scanned the ancient house again with the divine will of the earth, making sure nothing was missed, and then Li Heng performed the final refinement, imprinting his mark on the ancient house, quickly completing the refinement. The information about the ancient house also surfaced in his mind. First, it can make the corpses move. With the added power of the darkness within the ancient house, these corpses will possess half of their former strength, at Li Heng's command. Secondly, it can unleash ominous curses, consuming a certain amount of power, and can even curse others across vast distances. Thirdly, this ancient house possesses characteristics of both a yin and yang dwelling, able to freely appear and disappear between the yin and yang worlds, consuming a certain amount of power, and even teleport between them. The reason the ancient house manifested in the mortal world so quickly is due to this feature. Li Heng's face lit up with joy. He wasn't particularly concerned about the other two functions, but the ability to teleport between the yin and yang worlds was quite good, giving him a freely mobile abode. The first function was worth developing. For example, he could somehow make the dead corpses move, then kill them, and gain source power again. He could repeatedly farm source power this way. Of course, this would be difficult. After all, the corpses' movement depended entirely on the darkness of the ancient house. Once the darkness was dispelled, they would revert to corpses, just like before, and killing them would yield no source power. With a thought, a wisp of darkness appeared in his hand. He looked at this darkness, frowning. What exactly was this thing? It didn't seem like yin energy at all, and upon further sensing, he felt there was nothing in his hand. Could it be some kind of rule? Various guesses flashed through his mind, then he let them fall back down, burying them deep within his heart. His cultivation level was still too low to comprehend its essence, considering it now was merely wishful thinking. He would deal with it when he was stronger. With that thought, he took a step forward, arriving outside the ancient house. "Let's go," he said calmly, beckoning to the still frightened peacock. At this moment, in this mysteriously dark place, a pair of eyes shone from the endless darkness, revealing confusion. Why couldn't he sense his home anymore? Chapter 150 Peacock Bloodline. Peacock, who was inside the circle, was startled when Li Heng appeared. In her view, even if this man was powerful, the ancient mansion was still an extremely mysterious and dangerous place, and it would probably take him a day and a night to get out. She had even prepared herself for this man to never come out. But now? He just walked out? How come it felt like less than an hour had passed? Peacock looked at Li Heng's back, and when Li Heng gestured for her to follow, her expression was somewhat hesitant. Was it that man who came out, or some other weird thing from the ancient mansion? But no matter how much she hesitated, she had no choice. She stood there, stunned, when an invisible force arose and pushed her out of the circle, making her follow Li Heng. At the same time, as the two completely left, the ancient mansion on the Lanyu River, whose water had been blocked, gradually disappeared and faded away, and the entire river was restored to its flow, allowing the Lanyu cart to swim back. Li Heng walked and pondered how to deal with Peacock. Suddenly, he asked, "Peacock, let me ask you. What exactly is this 10,000 Demon Ridge? And what about the dog-headed idiot I encountered earlier who claimed to be the 72 Demon Kings?" Peacock was still wondering if Li Heng was really him. Hearing Li Heng's question, he was slightly taken aback. But seeing Li Heng's impatient expression, he quickly replied, 10,000 Demon Ridge is a large, eerie realm within the underworld, filled with numerous demons and monsters. Compared to the human race of the present world, it's hell. As for the 72 Demon Kings, they are actually the subordinates of the so-called three saints of 10,000 Demon Ridge, the Azure Lion, the White Elephant, and the Golden Rock. Each of them commands 24 Demon Kings. I see. Then it seems the so-called Demon Kings are quite weak. Li Heng said indifferently. Anyway, the dog-headed man who claimed to be a Demon King that he killed was only worth 40 points of origin power. Calculated, he was just an ordinary true key realm cultivator, not even worth a small soldier to him. That's not how it is, Peacock quickly explained. Among these Demon Kings, there are actually varying levels of strength. The strong ones possess innate power, while the weak ones are only at the true key realm. I've heard they're also divided into upper and lower levels, but I'm not too clear on that. Then what is the strength of these so-called three saints? Li Heng asked casually, pondering whether he should leave Peacock at the Three Mountains gathering with his divine avatar. After all, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to bring her back to Begin City. I'm not too sure either. Anyway, they all possess innate power, but I don't know their specific level. However, they are very strong. That Golden Rock even boasted to me about how many innate beings he had killed. She shook her head, admitting that she only had a vague understanding herself. How do you compare to me? Li Heng posed an interesting question. This. Peacock hesitated. Just tell me. If I tell you the truth, you can't hit me. Okay. Then I'll tell you. Although I don't know your strength, judging from your battles with others, you're probably not as strong as them. But don't worry, although you're not as strong, you're vaguely close. Peacock quickly added as she spoke. This was out of fear that Li Heng would become enraged and use her as a scapegoat. Not as good as him? Interesting. Li Heng raised an eyebrow slightly. It seemed these three saints of 10,000 Demon Ridge were no ordinary strongmen. Although this Peacock hadn't witnessed his full strength, she possessed half of it, yet she gave him a not as good as him assessment? Well, with his current strength, without using his stored source energy, it was hard to say. After all, he didn't believe that someone of Peacock's strength and realm could know the true strength of the three saints of 10,000 Demon Ridge. However, this wasn't anything to be surprised about. His true realm was still at the peak of the true key realm, half a step into the innate realm, not yet truly stepping into the transcendent realm, so naturally he couldn't achieve true invincibility. But once he stepped into the innate realm, things might change. Seeing Li Heng's silence, Peacock also shut her mouth. She even walked carefully, avoiding making too much noise from fallen leaves and branches. She wondered to herself, where was this man taking her? Was it his ghost domain? Li Heng came back to his senses, his thoughts calm. Peacock, tell me, what is your value to me? These casual words instantly sent a chill down Peacock's spine. She wasn't naive, she roughly understood the meaning of those words. If she had no value, she was in trouble. Speak, don't panic, speak freely. I am a spirit beast, not a demon. Finally, Peacock managed to utter these words. This was the only value she could think of. You stay in the 10,000 Demon Ridge, and you dare say you're not a demon? Li Heng smiled faintly. Demons eat people, but I haven't. Besides, I was brought here as tribute by my clan. My Peacock clan used to live in a spiritual realm, but later, The world changed drastically, the spiritual realm shattered, and we fell into the sphere of influence of the 10,000 Demon Ridge. To protect my clan, I had no choice but to voluntarily come to the 10,000 Demon Ridge. Peacock calmly recounted her origins. So that's how it is? What a tumultuous journey. Li Heng sighed. So you're not a demon, but a spirit beast. What use is a spirit beast to me? I'm a strange being. He still demanded that Peacock prove her worth. As for the experiences Peacock had described, though tumultuous and poignant, compared to most people, she was already fortunate enough. At least Peacock was still alive. Can you use that strange flame technique? Peacock countered. Sometimes playing dumb isn't necessarily a bad thing, Li Heng said with a smile. You don't trust me? There's no need. I can sign a master-slave contract with you, from now on serving you as my master, never betraying you. You can also trust the potential of my Peacock clan. My clan's bloodline can be traced back to the divine bird at the beginning of heaven and earth, Peacock said calmly. She could roughly gauge this man's temperament, extremely domineering. He probably didn't care about anyone except those close to him. She herself knew she wasn't one of his close associates. Li Heng nodded, lost in thought. After a long while, the two parted ways. Li Heng returned to Begin City, and Peacock, following Li Heng's orders, carried the true fire of the sun and transformed into its original form to fly to the Three Mountains gathering. At this moment, three illusory figures appeared on Lanyu Creek. These three illusory figures were unstable, rippling like water, appearing blurry and indistinct. As if they did not belong to the present world, but were projected from some extremely deep level. What happened? Where is that ancient house? It's gone? They took the benefits and disappeared. We're doomed now. Two of the illusory figures said. Big brother, second brother, you've ruined me. Another illusory figure looked rather ugly and angry. Third brother, why didn't you say so earlier? I thought it was a femme fatale. Who knew that the Peacock clan really had treasures? One of the illusory figures said with a bitter face. HMPH, it's no use saying anything now. Let's wait for the next stage of change, so that we can manifest in the present world and find her again. Otherwise, our grand banquet will have been for nothing. The illusory figure snorted and disappeared. The two remaining phantoms exchanged a bitter smile before vanishing. After parting ways with the Peacock, Li Heng quickened his pace and soon returned to the vicinity of Begin City, where he could see the city's outline. However, his worries grew stronger with each return. The density of the yin energy outside the city was beyond his expectations. Even in broad daylight, under the scorching sun, the yin energy was as dense as in a typical mass grave. If night fell and the yin energy rose, wouldn't the area outside the city become a ghostly realm? 100 ghosts roaming at night, a wave of eerie phenomena, was not an exaggeration. While pondering his next plan, Li Heng arrived at the gates of Begin City. However, due to the increased concentration of yin energy, it was no longer suitable for living people to remain outside the city, and the guards had retreated inside. The guards inside the city gates were taken aback when they saw Li Heng approaching. Was this a human or a ghost? With the yin energy outside the city so dense, how could someone still return? Instantly, they became wary, their blood surging, gripping their weapons tightly, ready for the worst. It was understandable that they were timid. An hour earlier, when the yin energy wasn't so dense, a demon-slaying envoy had returned from a mission. They had joked that he'd caught the last train. If he'd returned any later, even without the strange occurrences, the dense yin energy would have killed him outside. But in reality, the moment this demon-slaying envoy entered the protective array, he went berserk and attacked everyone. Caught off guard, one of them even died, and it took considerable effort to subdue him. Later, they discovered that the demon-slaying envoy was already dead. However, because of the dense yin energy outside the city, coupled with a lingering belief that he wasn't dead, he had come this far. Entering the array, where the yin energy was less dense, this extreme stimulation triggered his lingering belief, causing him to become a monster. Li Heng gradually approached. Zhang Xiaoliu, who had run the gambling den, and the other enthusiasts who had participated were all stunned. What was going on? The one who returned was that hothead? This shouldn't be. Especially Zhang Xiaoliu. He had already closed the betting pool early, convinced the kid was doomed. The city's dense yin energy was too much for even their cultivation levels. How could a young, reckless fool like him withstand it? No doubt, this wasn't a living person, but a monster. Just as they were about to grab their weapons, Meng Lingayan, the head of the Demon Exorcism Bureau, who had been waiting at the city gate for whoever it seemed, walked up to Li Heng and patted him on the shoulder. "Good lad, I knew you'd come back." He laughed heartily, somewhat pleased. Li Heng shook his head helplessly. It seemed Wang Donglei had told the old man about this again. But the old man really thought he was a 3-year-old who wouldn't grow up? He looked around at the shocked gamblers. But it was good, the old man had come to pick him up personally, saving him the trouble of dealing with these small fry. "Come on, let's go back and give you a welcome feast. With your abilities, you must have made some significant discoveries by leaving the city at this time. Let's talk as we go." The two walked together, heading straight into the city, until their figures disappeared from everyone's sight. Zhang Xiaoliu opened his mouth to speak, but felt that nothing he said would be appropriate. In the end, he could only force out a sentence with a mournful face. "He's alive." The gamblers who thought Li Heng was dead felt like they had been slapped in the face. The hothead they thought was so simple-minded didn't seem so simple-minded at all. He even had the head of the Demon Extermination Bureau personally escorting him? What kind of person was this? Regardless of Zhang Xiaoliu's doubts or surprise, those who had previously bet on Li Heng, hoping to make a quick buck, such as Xing Yuang, began to look hostile. They gathered around Zhang Xiaoliu, rubbing their hands together in anticipation. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.